see ya. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. I see you stagger in the street, and you can't stay on your feet, and you're faking in your sleep. You wish that you were deep. You can't hear me laughing to myself. If you could, you would be someone else. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a punk rocker, yes I am.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's Monday News Day, and we're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's going to be a fantastic day regardless. It is Monday, November 24th, 2025, 11:26 a.m. Pacific time. I'm finally back in Pacific time, the time zone that I am most accustomed to. And we're alive, and the return of the prodigal daughter, Kaya, is happening on the broadcast as well today. But yes, we're alive, and it's like I never left. After a 2-day hiatus, flying all the way from Hong Kong to LAX, I'm back at it, and I'm going to tell you all about my personal news that took place in the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God. I already have I have someone in the room with me right now, taking photos for an interview that I did a long time ago before I even flew out to China. So we're back like we've never returned. We're back like I never actually went away at all. I came in, and instantly there is a bunch of things that I had to do. A bunch of things that I've been working on. Yeah, I'm back. I fell asleep on the plane from Hong Kong. I won that 30 grand, as you guys probably saw, some of you on Austin's stream. I won that nice, cool 30 grand Hong Kong dollars gambling. Yeah, 30K Chinese. Okay, you can go. Okay, hello. But yeah, when that sad Stella ruined it. What do you mean? Oh, we were gonna cook Austin. I know. She's so fat. Oh my God. I think you guys forgot. Why is the stream looking at 8K today? It's because while I was gone, the team, of course, reconfigured a bunch of stuff. But how much did Austin lose? Not that much. We didn't gamble that much. We didn't gamble like a super significant amount. Did you guys update the waiting screen? The hue look different? Yes. God damn, some of you need to chill out, dude. Like, yes, there are minor differences on the stream, on the broadcast. Holy fuck. How does it feel to be back in your routine? Pretty good so far. So far, so good. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be back in my routine. Buy hue? Oh, yeah, this is the buy visibility. This is the buy visibility hue on the broadcast, on the HasanAbi broadcast. Your bitrate look higher in China. Is it worse in LA? No. I don't know where you're getting that from. No, it's literally higher here than it was in China. Comes back from Chengdu a different man. Exactly. So, will you play Dispatch as a reward for my 60-month sub anniversary? I'll give to 100 subs. I swear, King. I swear. Yes, I'm gonna play Dispatch today. Did you feel the burger-filled air seep into you already? Yes, but I missed it. Like I low-key kind of missed the burger air. You know what I mean? It's good. It's good to be back in Burger Town. It's good to be back in Burger Town. It's good to be back in the burger air, consuming the burger air. Maybe not so good to be back in the Burger Reich, but would this be your first Dispatch session? Yes, I haven't played Dispatch at all. But yeah, I won the 30 grand Hong Kong dollars gambling. Always gamble. Gambling is good. It's the best thing you can do, especially on stream with like young children watching. As you know, that's my number one thing. I'm pivoting. But after that, we had a whole bunch of time. So what did we do? We spent it trying to get luggage for Austin, who refused to purchase any expensive luggage because he's Mr. Ross dressed for less when it comes to purchasing luggage. So he was like, I refuse to get luggage that is like too expensive, which is understandable. And we were going to all these different malls and stuff, trying to find like trying to find luggage for Austin show so he can he could take some of the stuff from his big bag that was like, you know, above 70 pounds and put it into his other bag. What the fuck? There's like mosquitoes in here, bro. There's just so much happening. Anyway, he straight up at one point asked Irene, our Chinese tour guide, is there a Ross dress for less in Hong Kong? Like he just straight up was like, is there a Ross dress for less here that we can go to? And she was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, is there? No. This might come as a surprise to many of you Americans, but apparently Hong Kong, no Ross dress for less. No TJ Maxx or no Maxxinista is safe in Hong Kong. This jacket you have looks like it should be left on the rack at Ross. I love this jacket, so I will not be taking your criticisms into consideration. But yeah, then Austin left and it was just me and David, and we were just like sitting at the Hong Kong Ritz-Carlton. Oh, fuck. David, the lights went down. All of them. I think I accidentally touched the main power and it fell. Hold on, I got it. Good start. Wait, now it's blown up. Good start. David wanted to switch up the lights while I was gone. And of course, classic. Everything is busted. Everything is broken. Okay. Good start. Good start to the broadcast. Would you ever sell prints like that? Blue one, HasanAbi is so sick. Anyway, where was I? I love Ritz-Carlton. That's fire. Oh yeah, we were in Hong Kong Ritz-Carlton. We had some time to burn, so we just went and got massages, and apparently I fell asleep at the one that I fell asleep during my massage, because the lady afterwards was like, you fell asleep? And I was like, no, I didn't, because I genuinely did not think I fell asleep. And she was like, you were snoring. Must have been a good ass massage because I thought I was not sleeping, but she called me out. Okay. I guess I was freaking knocked out. So, yeah, that was great. And then we got on the plane. Hong Kong airport security is mad fast. So much respect to Hong Kong airport security. One of the fastest securities I've ever gone through. They didn't even stop any of my bags, which was crazy. And afterwards, I got on the plane. I knocked the fuck out. Barely woke up. In between, didn't even see any of the food. Basically passed out once again. Came home, had dinner, saw my family, and then passed out once again. Woke up early in the morning. And as soon as wait, are you still tweaking it? Oh, okay. It's fine. You don't have to tweak it. How did the border go? Easy peasy. I got you on my phone today and China VODs on the TV so I can catch up. Yeah. Did you not go to Ireland? No, Ireland is not yet. It's one more week. No trouble at customs. No trouble getting back in to the United States of America. Because at LAX, they have the iPad now. It's just face scanner. You don't even pull out your passport. It's crazy. Yeah. What are the souvenirs you brought with you? So much. So many souvenirs. I'm travel maxing 100%. Any particular reason you're going to Ireland? Yes. I am going to Ireland to accept an award from Trinity College. Zohran talk to Trump to let you back in? Yeah, I guess. Your jet lag's going to be insane when you travel to Ireland. Bless you. I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You gotta get a spice bag when you're in Dublin. It's Irish cuisine with Chinese characteristics. Sure. Have you watched Adaptive Mind streams? How would I have been able to do that? At what point would I have been able to do any of that? Like, there was not a single moment where I wasn't live when I was in China. And the only instances where I was not on camera live was when I was sleeping. Like literally the most amount of the maximum amount of streaming that we did in China. My and Adapt South Africa stream was one of the best I've ever watched. I mean, I'm sure it was amazing. I love both of those guys. I think they're both awesome. And I'm sure the streams have been dope because that's a banger stream in general. It's a banger concept in general. Adam Friedland's on Zohran. I mean, Zohran's on Adam Friedland. You skip 2 travel days though. Yeah. When I'm what does that even mean? How is that? Okay. Yeah. I'm on a plane. What do you think? You think I could just like watch live streams on the plane? Is that what you guys do? I don't know. Maybe you guys do that. Anyway. I guess that's fair. If you're playing Dispatch Lady, you should do 2 episodes at a time so they can be fairly long. Penny kept this from you guys. What
Only
is this?
in China.
What the fuck is this, bro? This guy's in a hotel room with a red panda? Wait, hold on.
Red panda just chilling in your crib. But we just vibing with him. He's part of the roommate squad, you know. He's got his own bed, pan to the bed. What's up, bro?
Are you serious?
Only in China.
That's crazy. Why didn't you bust to America? Flying is not good for the environment. You're so right, King. I was thinking I should probably I should probably swim to America because even busing is not good. Trump is going to China next year, copying you. Trump announced he's going to China in April. Low key, I'm not even joking. I might just go back. I might just go back. Since he's going in April, I might just be there too. You know what I'm saying? I might just be there too. Your audio clip is doing numbers. Oh, is that the Trump Mao Zedong one? Yeah, I saw that one earlier. I reposted it. It's fucking...
guy, very powerful, very tall too. Didn't know how tall he was. Turns out I wouldn't expect it, but he was very tall. Very tall guy. Didn't like the birds. Don't quite get that part, but let me tell you, okay? The longest march they're saying, I can't walk like that, but Mao, he was walking quite a bit, and he unified the country. Mao, great guy.
Dude, it's so funny because people think it's AI. Why does this sound like Hasan doing an impression of Trump? Hasan is so funny. Trump's speeches, if they were peak, didn't like the birds. This shit might be Trump. I can't believe that people don't realize that it's me doing this. It's me doing a bit. No clue if this is a voiceover, but it sounds like Hasan Piker doing a Trump impression, especially the march. That's so funny. Is that Hasan? Austin luggage story, he never finished it? No, he went and got a Lululemon bag, like a duffel bag from Lululemon that was at least like priced appropriately. And then, like I said, I went, me and my manager, we went and got massages. I fell asleep apparently, allegedly. Allegedly, I fell asleep during mine. And then I woke up, got on the plane, slept again, got off the plane. Pretty easy entry into the country. They got a little iPad at the border now. That's it. You got two Customs and Border Patrol guys standing in front of an iPad going, stare into the iPad. And you stare into the iPad and it goes, click, welcome. You didn't even take out the fucking... I didn't even take out I didn't even take out my passport to get into the country. I don't know what's going on, but if this is how they make us more comfortable with our AI overlords and mass surveillance and AI, I'm kind of being sold on it. Because, like, as much as I'm terrified of the Palantir surveillance state that is imminent, this is how they straight up make you comfortable with facial recognition. You know, it's just like, I think this is how it starts. This is how you get used to the. This is how you get used to the Palantir when you go, oh man, well, I guess Palantir has made my life a little bit easier. Easy checking in and out is all it took. Yeah. It's incredibly normalized already. I mean, it's literally everywhere. It's all over Europe. It's all over China. My brother's a constant detractor of yours for various reasons, but one in particular he mentioned was a tweet where someone commented your workout regimen in relation to Austin and you banned them and he said die. And he concluded you told them to kill myself. I'm like, dude, die is literally colloquialism. I engage with you almost every week. You know, I ain't telling you to kill myself. I'm crazy fighting the wait, what? That's what? Okay. That's interesting. You're incredibly selfless for sure. I feel like that's a sarcastic quip, but we're back. We're back. Look at this. Lions close encounter. Step 1, kill all the sparrows. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, largest high-speed rail network in the world. Can't argue with results. I'm just saying you got to crack a few eggs to make scrambled eggs, okay? And the scrambled eggs in this circumstance is the largest high-speed rail network on the planet, built in approximately a decade and a half. And therefore, I have to say, fuck the birds, okay? You ask me, you get high-speed rail. Yeah, you get high-speed rail, but you got to say fuck the birds. I'm saying fuck the birds every time. Call me a cat the way I'm doing bird genocide out here, okay? What is this? China recap? clothing. Yeah. How was traveling back in time? It's fine. Honestly, I did miss America a little bit. I miss my family. I miss Kaya. You know, as wonderful as China was, I do feel bad. Like, you know, I got that post trip depression a little bit where you feel sadness, where you're like, ugh, I'm back. Why are you supporting corrupt horse racing? Because I hate animals. And I not only do I love gambling, I also love tormenting animals in general. Like, I'm a fan of specifically, I thought you were here for the whole Shockgate or whatever, Shocktober 7. This is my new meta. I am in favor of the widespread torture of animals. I hope that was clear to you. They're going to clip you? I don't give a shit, dude. Oh, no. Yeah, we ate the racehorse after the race, by the way. Yeah. They let you do it if you win. Hasan, you fall for these rage bait chatters too easily. Brother, that's a 47-month subscriber. If you think that's a rage bait chatter, I don't know what you're talking about. That is a sincere moral purist in the chat who's just like, you went to Hong Kong and participated in like a very Hong Kong thing to do. And I'm going to debate the ethics of how devastating that is, while simultaneously overlook the fact that you consume a metric ton of chicken all the time as well. RFK drama, and it's so funny and gross. Oh, dude, is it Olivia? I got the nuzzy. Oh, dude, don't worry. This is another one that I haven't been able to actually cover, but I'm very excited to do so. Yeah, why do you think I'm in favor of bird genocide, dude? You kidding me? I won! Yo! Fuck.
Wait, how much did you win?
Is this the break?
I put 1,000 down.
Wait, I think you had really crazy odds.
Yeah.
I think you just won like 30 grand.
Yeah, Mobubu, baby. Mobubu. Will was right, by the way. I did straight up win 30 grand. If I put all of the if I put down all the money that I had, cash in hand, I would have made like 60 grand American, by the way, which is crazy. I made like 5 grand American. I would have made 60 grand American if I put down all of it. And Irene was crazy about it too. She was like, she went ultra instinct. She was like, you have to do more. You have to gamble more. You have to gamble more. You have the heavens mandate has shined upon you. Like, you have to keep gambling. Yeah, it was 1 to 30 odds. It's like it was hitting green on roulette. Here's a thread of MAGA accounts getting exposed. Oh yeah, we're gonna do Twittergate. All the MAGA accounts are foreign. It's funny. America first, baby. Adapt to my trip outsold China. My friend, I don't know why you have to compare. Of course, they're first of all, I'm sure they're doing an incredible trip. You know, I think it's probably awesome, but I love those guys, and I'm excited to watch some of the stuff that they're engaging with. I don't know why you can't just like enjoy both. It's weird. View count Andy? Is it even a view count Andy situation? I don't know. China was awesome, and Maya mocked everyone hard for the past 2 days, not just you. I'm confused by this mentality that people have. Do people, I'm imagining a world where people go into, they go into Anderson Cooper's DMs to be like, dude, Jake Tapper fucking destroyed you earlier, okay? I know you guys are on the same network and probably friendly with one another, but I just need you to understand, Jake Tapper's coverage was so fucking sick. Ignore it. You're being baited into hate clips. Wait, how is this bait into hate clips? I'm saying I'm excited to see it. These are my friends. Did Maya and Adapt condemn white genocide happening in South Africa right now? Isn't it BDS to travel there now? I know, it's the American BDS. Yeah, I bet they weren't even aware when they were going there. They were normalizing the white genocide. That's definitely real and definitely happening. You know? But yeah, all of the we must preserve Japanese culture and all of the. I was watching a body cam vid and a cop randomly references you at 620. Wait, what?
Doors open.
That's funny. You're so stupid. You're so dumb. No, that's a joke because he sounds like me when I always do that. Fuck. You're so stupid. Is Squeezy coming to the US for Streamer Awards? Hopefully. I mean, he's here right now. I'm going to be seeing him later, but yeah, that was good. That was a good meme. Chatter, good job. You did it. But where was I? Yeah, I mean, the China trip was amazing. It was spectacular. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of feelings. A lot of news took place. Kind of fucked up for mine not to ask your chat if it was okay to go to South Africa. I agree. I don't know why they did that. How dare she? How dare she do that? Real shit, I think 5 to 6 cities was too much next trip. 2 to 3. Do 2 to 3 and spend more time in on all of them. No, I'm very happy that we saw as many cities as we did. Every single city was a banger, and this is the first time ever. I think in order to do it right, we probably should have gone for a month, but it would have been pretty crazy to do it for an entire month. But honestly, I think it was I'm glad we got to see all the cities. So no, I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree with what you're saying. Are you still in China? Yes, I'm still in China. I just brought Chinese ingenuity, Chinese engineering, Chinese century of prosperity. They were able to recreate the stream background that I have. And I'm still in China. Yeah. I will say, picture your new suit, please. Oh, the Zhongshan suit, I haven't flicked up with it, which I should have, but I did shoot the last episode of Fear and Podcast with it. What is this? Character development? Let's take a look.
China.
Listen, I gotta tell you, he and I are both pretty mild about it.
Yeah, we are unsure about.
What do you mean?
We're not that excited.
Yeah, you guys are going to love it. Yep, I told you. I was so fucking right on this. Dude, what did I tell you? What did I tell them? Right before we leave for China, I was like, brother, I'm telling you, like Will was down on it. Austin was a little worried about it. I was like, you're gonna fucking lose your mind. There is 0% chance you're gonna go to China and be like, this shit was mid. No shot.
We don't know what to expect.
You're gonna love it.
I'm ready to love it, but we are.
Yeah, and then look at that. Look at that. End of the China trip. Clothed.
I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss this trip.
I have had the time of my life.
Yeah,
I've had the time of my life.
right.
Like I have not laughed as hard as I have laughed in the last few weeks in my entire life.
Yeah,
I have laughed from the moment we hit that airport at LAX 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
2 weeks.
Wow.
We
It's
have been
only 2 weeks.
laughing. I've been laughing my ass off, and it has been an emotional journey. We're tired, exhausted,
China
Highs,
maxing.
lows.
highs and lows.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I'm gonna look back on this and be like, man, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah. How drunk were y'all after that bottle during the pod? We got hammered that night. That's the reason why I didn't stream on American Saturday, Chinese Sunday. If you went backwards, will you have sung Red Sun at the flag raising? No. We learned that you can't fuck around at the flag raising ceremony. Okay, that's what we learned. Christian was such a nice addition to the stream. He was so much fun on the China stream. Yeah, exactly. Do you think a China trip is manageable without a handler or translators? Yeah. Yeah, you can do all of that. We were just going all out. we were just going all out. The Zhongshan suit is gonna get pressed because in my bag it got like I packed it, but it just doesn't look as good right now. So it's gonna get pressed, and then I'm gonna wear it all the time. What city would you recommend for a week or two, mid-budget? I don't know. Any of the mainland Chinese cities you go to, you're gonna have a great time, and it's gonna be easy on the budget because China is unimaginably affordable. It will shock you. It will shock the conscience. Did you get to keep the red suit? No. What was your favorite city and favorite experience? I think I really loved Chengdu and I really loved Chongqing. Those are my two favorite cities. I like them more than I even like Shanghai. And honestly, they said affordable, man. Wait, what do you mean? China is endlessly affordable. What are you talking about? Everything you eat in China is like $5. You can dine like a fucking king for $5. What the fuck are you talking about? And you don't even need to go to like the hotels that we were staying at. Or you can get like a normal hotel room at a nice hotel. And it's still expensive for like Chinese people, but it's going to be insanely cheap for an American. The most expensive part of China is getting to China on an airplane. That's the most expensive part. Getting there is not affordable, but once you're there, everything is incredibly affordable. Which city would you recommend if you wanted to sell the average American how fucking dope China is? One shot the American mind. Probably like easing into it with Shanghai would be the best. Did you Ryan Ruth this man into existence? On the Shanghai Metro, and I just spotted this dude wearing a hat that said Trump is right about everything. Yes, I have been. I have been making up new guys. I've been making up new guys in my mind, and they all exist. They all exist now. I just keep making up new guys, and they all keep materializing. I don't know how. Shopping, Guangzhou is the best. I didn't get to see Guangzhou. When you go back, will you get a Huawei phone? Yes. Would you move there part-time? Yes. Did you go to the nighttime basketball court? Dude, the craziest thing is that like the Hao Peking character, like a Hank Pecker character, but like a Hao Peking character, unironically does exist. There are Han Chinese that actually are like kind of mad about how woke the government is about all the minorities. Straight up. They literally have an attitude towards like some of the Han Chinese do unironically say like, oh, all the minority populations get like extra attention from the government because they have like because they literally invented affirmative action in China in like 1507 or something, and they unironically have this kind of attitude where like against Tibetans. I think I call them the Yi people or something. Yeah, Tibetans and Uyghurs as well. Like there is this like there is literally an anti-DEI Han Chinese attitude, not across the board, but like yeah, Manchu as well. Isn't that crazy? Bitty Bitty Chatter said they call them Han Royals. Han Royals, they call them. Okay. When I was growing, people are hella pissed about minority ethnics get extra 20 points on the graduating exams. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Hui Muslims too? Yeah. How would it be for POC and queer people to visit? Dude, that's not nothing. Like there is no, you can do whatever the fuck you want. We were with two incredibly gay men the entire time. and Kelvin as well, who is black. Like they definitely treat you different. Not, I can't speak for like gay people, but they definitely treat you different if you're like visibly different. If you're a white person, they treat you different. If you're a black person, they treat you different. And in the sense that like the basketball court is actually a great example of this, right? The basketball court was a great example of this, where like they literally pulled Kelvin in to take photos with him as well, because like that was a cool thing. Like he's a black guy, even though he didn't even play basketball. They were like, no, please come into the photo. Like they wanted to. It was a whole spectacle, yeah. Can we please get back to the news? Yes, I am going to get back to the news. Calm down. Hasan, Dasha MAGA got canceled while you were in China? You mean Dasha from Red Scare? Yeah. Where was Kelvin from? Was he Chinese? He'd been living in China for the past 10 years, but he's from Ghana. Originally. One of my favorite podcast moments. Never actually tried the approach on fucking Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
Like the fact that you know some.
Austin, I would actually watch that if you did the Flight Simulator Kai-Tak landing stream.
I just don't know. They don't have the airport. The airport doesn't exist.
You can mod it.
No, but there's got to be a Microsoft mod from like previous.
Yeah, but
Actually,
it's not that hard. Ah, fucking cocksucker! Keep biting my lip. God damn it! Oh.
Bro, after almost 2 weeks in China, experiencing cold weather, we got back to 60 degrees, which is like our normal weather conditions. Because Hong Kong is like, this is the closest I've felt to like LA weather.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm turning into Austin. He was like Pacific Northwest. It's like it's Portland, Oregon.
No.
And now I'm like, it's like LA.
I'm putting a ban.
But it fucked this up.
Bro. The picture's
Oh, that's
fire.
so
Yeah.
perfect.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
That's so perfect. I will miss the bitty bitty chatters that were so funny and well spoken. There were a bunch of them saying they liked it more than speak because their chill vibes just seem more personal. Yeah, I mean, it's a very different style of content that I put out as opposed to I Show Speed. But I loved Penny. She was so funny and captured the moment. Yeah, Penny was amazing. Couldn't decide which version I liked more. Yeah. This is real. This is real. This really happened. Yeah, Penny was the best. Penny was incredible. Everyone was incredible. Girl, Hasan during the dinner is so me.
I fucking hate this shit. So much. Tomorrow.
Light it back on. I'm gonna put my head in it. I'm just burning my face.
Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Who's got beer left?
Me. We all do.
Yeah. Anyway, lots of singing, and I hated that. I will admit, that was my least favorite. Did you get your mouse suit? How did it turn out? It's great. Have you thought about going to Taiwan, Singapore, etc.? Yes, I do want to go to Taiwan. I want to go to Singapore. I want to go to Vietnam. I want to go to Thailand. All those places. They all seem dope. We'll do more Asia streams in the future. I also want to go back. I also want to go back to China in general. All right, let's blast off. Chatters, do we have anything? Give me a good blast off meme. But yeah, if you want to see the Zhongshan suit, you can kind of see it here. I wore it on the podcast. It was great. Austin wore his as well. Singapore's a bit boring. 2 days would be enough. Sure. It's like tiny, isn't it? Yeah. If I go back to China, I also kind of want to do it with like Boy and I Did a Thing. Or like Brace Belden, you know what I mean? Like because it was a good balance having like Will and Austin and the Fear and crew with me, but I feel like doing it with those guys would be definitely a very different vibe because it would be way more political focused, politically oriented. And you know, that would be that could be fun. Would Brace be allowed in the country? Why wouldn't he? North Korea when? One day in the future. North Korea is a little bit more difficult to pull off, considering the North Korea is a little bit more difficult to pull off, considering the live streaming restrictions. That is the one country that has no, like, that's even harder than Cuba, and definitely harder than China as well. Any issues on reentry? No. OMG, you should do Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Yunnan, Xi'an, Harbin, and Xinjiang with Brace and Boy, please. Yeah. What was the gaming scene like in China? I mean, they're crazy about gaming in China, but I didn't get to experience that at all. What was fun of China IRLs? Word that it's not politics focused. No, but I think politics focused IRLs will be a lot of fun too. Anyway, where was I? As if China was similar to North Korea. I mean, Americans think China and North Korea are like identical. You need to go over the trigonometry interview. Oh yeah, the trigonometry interview came out while I was in transit. I don't know if people enjoyed it or not, but I haven't gotten to see the reaction at all. I haven't. That's been one of my favorite things, honestly, is that I have no understanding of like all the drama and all of the noise when I'm traveling, because I just simply do not have the bandwidth. The comments are unhinged. Yeah, I mean, that audience is not exactly fond of me. That's like the most negative audience that I could be in front of potentially. I'm confused about how politics talk works in China. It sounds like you got mixed messages about what can and can't be said. You can talk about policies, but there is a lot of self-censorship and also censorship in general about individuals. Like people were, every time I brought up Xi Jinping on the broadcast, on the Bitty broadcast, the Bitty chatters would be like, oh, oop, we're going to get banned. You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned. It kind of reminded me of like Turkey and Atatürk, another country with no free speech. It's definitely one of the better aspects of Western social libertarianism that I certainly think is good. It's solid. But yeah, I'm familiar with it and I don't like it personally. But no jet lag. I don't have time to feel jet lag. I don't have time to fucking feel jet lag, you know? All right. Where is it? What are we doing? Let's blast off. I'm already 55 minutes in and no blast off. I don't understand how talking about leaders in China is considered lack of respect. Don't they criticize their leaders when they do fuck shit? They criticize policies. They don't criticize the individuals. Like, there's no disrespect in the individual. Stuff like that is like a no-no. Take a break before a break takes you. I mean, I took 2 days off. I'm good. I ain't got time for that. All right. Back in the US of A, baby. Back in the US of A. Hold on. Century of Humiliation. Okay. Twitter location gate. Your Ireland gaming content is great for new people finding you. Hopefully. I do think that if I do stuff like that, I have to do more collabs though. And not just with like my own crew, but instead with like different audiences. Do we have a blast off meme? You have one? Let's see. Twitch.tv/ This is so dumb. This meme is so dumb, but fuck it, we'll use it. Pakistani mango. This meme you sent me is so silly. Okay. Talk about Zohran. Yeah. Zohran on TAFs. I'm going to talk about that, of course, as well when it gets out. All right, that's a good one. Play Arc Raiders with Burnt Peanut. I don't know who this Burnt Peanut guy is, but I've been seeing him on my TikTok feed like nonstop. It was pretty. But this guy's been playing a lot of Arc Raiders. I've been seeing his clips. Burnt Peanut or Butter Peanut. He talks shit about you. Don't play with him. Seni sevmiyor. Bungulator. Oh, he doesn't like me. Oh, I don't give a shit. Oh my God, another streamer that I've never met. Do not play with him. He's a fucking fascist. I highly doubt that he is a fascist, chatter. He's a professor of Marxism at Yale. Yeah. He gets paranoid because of your politics. He gets paranoid, understandably, because I have chatters in here that immediately went, do not even touch that guy with a 10-foot pole. He's a fascist. And obviously, if you're like a normal content creator, why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever want to be around someone like myself whose community instantly goes, that's a white supremacist, racist, fascist? Yeah. Why would anybody subject themselves to that kind of insincere, psychopathic lens? Also, remember, most people at this point, like their norm politics are basically fucking center right to far right at this point. That's just how it is. Much like bears, you will win them over with your chill vibes. Maybe. Are the Zins better in China? No, I didn't. I brought my own. I brought so many Zins to China. It was crazy. It was wild. Any issues upon your return at all? No, no issues here. Spamming it. Let's get it twisted, chat. I'm live. I'm alive. It's going to take some time for us to go back to our normal time zone. But yeah, here's a clip from Maya and Adapt in South Africa, South Africa. That's oh my god, that is close as fuck. That is crazy. Also, he's looking like Kaya out here. That's a relative of yours. You see that? Can you pet them? Are you allowed to pet them? Is Maya crying? What the fuck?
You see his saint marking on the tree there, marking here.
You're not allowed to pet them? Yes, but only once? Oh, so you can, it's illegal to not pet a cat. So you can pet them. You just will die? Is that what it is? Is that what you guys are saying? Why the fuck would you want to pet wild lions? I don't know. Big cat? Have you?
My favorite.
That's a big ass cat, bro. It just looks so pettable. Am I crazy? I feel like people always react so aggressively when I say, like, you know, large animals that everybody falsely claims are violent and will kill you or whatever. They just look so fucking pettable. They really do. Why are they so pettable looking if you can't pet them? Yeah, if not friend, why friend shaped is right. Some of you might say this is not friend shaped, but I think it is. Hasan, a lion would one-shot you. You need to learn height empathy. Wrestle with it, dog. I can't, like, I'm not as confident that I would be able to vibe out a lion as I am about being able to vibe out a bear. Because lions are feline, and I feel like cat-like species are pretty hot and cold. And as you guys know, I've talked about this before. I feel like I feel like if a cat was the size of a lion, it would eat a lot more humans. Like it would eat a lot more people in general, right? So a bear would destroy a lion. Why mane if not soft for cuddle? I agree. You're much more likely to get killed by a buffalo or hippo or elephant than a lion. A hunter got one-shotted by a buffalo just the other day. RIP Bozo. You can pet a big cat, but you know how sometimes you're petting a cat, it goes crazy and grabs you. Now imagine every time that happened, you died. No, that's what I mean. Because lions are so hot and cold that I suspect that they would just, or cats are so hot and cold that, like, if a cat was the size of a lion, most people would die. Like, people would not be able to own cats at all. Oh, that's a baby. Oh, you can pet that one for sure. They probably, it's probably illegal not to pet that, right? I assume. That's a waste if you don't. The mom will eat you? Okay. Fair. I bet Maya's crying because she can't pet it. I bet she was crying because she's like, oh my God, this baby lion is so close in petting distance and I'm not allowed to pet it. You know, lions frequently snap necks, right? Yeah, when you see one in the wild and you go, oh my God, and your neck gets snapped because you turned around too fast. That type of situation, I think, right?
Where?
Oh, what a cutie. Oh my God. As a Greek Arab, you certainly have the genetics of owning and petting large cats. Okay, fucking stop being racist, Top G. They saw a cheetah eating its prey. Liv Agar found a 15-year-old kid debating Chud saying he watches you but thinks you're revisionist.
People who I generally trust to at least tell me when something is happening I'll trust individual reporters. People like Hasan Piker, I don't agree with him on that much.
Yes, he's like, Hasan's a fucking lib, but I still watch him.
But when something new is happening,
he's
generally one of the first people to know about it, and he's consistently live, so it's easy to sort of tune in and see what...
He's based.
Oh my God. He said, is Fortnite overrated? Kids are now talking about like they're out here doing Marxist Leninist politics. Like, what the hell is going on? How old is this kid? Oldest Twitter Marxist Leninist? Did you see Liv's comments on Molotov Ribbentrop? No, I didn't, and I don't care. The children yearn to break out of their capitalist chains. There's always a guy like this. There's always a kid like this. Back when I was first popping off, there was another like little child, like even younger than him, who was like, who had the spirit. He was. This is the I Am Charlie Kirk kids. What is this?
Start off with, I am a communist. Your face. People assume that conservatives or anyone on the right is like stupid or evil. It's neither of those things. I personally believe that in order to reach communism, we have to first go through socialism. This is like the only place where I diverge from anarchists. Most communists would also advocate for revolution. You can't start the revolution in the third world, because then it's just going to get trampled by first world imperialists. You do have to start probably in America, which isn't super easy.
Wow. This is so weird. Let's cover news, please. Oh my fucking God, dude. Take a day off and calm down, brother. We're getting to it. Jesus, Lord mercy. Holy moly. Motherfuckers are literally white-knuckling through the beginning hour of the broadcast because there's like, why are we not insta-locking news? This is who you be arguing in the chat with, by the way? No. I think this child is better read than 90% of people that come into my chat. Hasan, welcome back to the stage. LeBron is back on the court as well. Hell yeah. Can you divulge on the details of the private meeting? Yes. The Bears told me that I can vibe out all of the Bears. Didn't realize this was your office. Anyway, the Department of War tweet announcing court-martial for congressmen. What? Yeah, you gotta get your news through this kid instead. Okay. What are the Zoomers doing, bro? I have a kid same age as this kid. I can confirm that the chatters you argue with are me. I have not seen these kids before, but I'm glad that there's this. Oh God. I hate that this is a bop, and I hate that it's stuck in my brain. It's just like my brain has basically had two songs swirling around it. Okay? My brain has been swirling around with two separate thoughts, two separate songs. One is We Are Charlie Kirk, and the other one is Quando Quando. You said I mentioned here on 820 and the Zohran thing. Yeah, all right. We're gonna get started on the Zohran. We're gonna get started on the Zohran thing, but hold on. This is we have to finish this out. Sorry. Dude, I can't stop. The Kirkification has gotten completely out of control, and I can't believe I'm the one saying this. I love you, but your taste in music is ass. Excuse me. We Are Charlie Kirk is the song of a generation. How fucking dare you? You better shut your dang trap. Please stop playing that. My dog won't stop howling in distress. Okay, well, in any case, we're going to start with the Zohran Mamdani stuff. Zohran Mamdani, a betrayer of the revolutionary cause, or a person who has been able to rizz up Donald Trump? These are the questions that are swirling around in the minds of many on Twitter. Of course, the Marxist-Leninists that say that everyone that could be considered a social democrat is a social fascist, including Zohran Mamdani, a fascist collaborator. And then also on the other side, there are a lot of people who are like, Zohran is the bringer of revolution. He did it. He rizzed up Donald Trump and single-handedly is making America socialist. I am somewhere in the middle here, a little bit of a centrist, a little column A, little column B. Definitely don't think that Zohran is bringing about a socialist revolution in the country by rizzing people up one fascist at a time. I don't think that that's what's going on, but I also don't think that he is as big as a social democratic betrayer of the revolution as the way some people presented it. I think he's the mayor of New York, or the next mayor of New York. He's not even the mayor of New York yet. Yeah, there is a lot going on in the world. Okay, there's a lot going on in the world, but let's take a look. Okay, well, I'm back in America and my fucking Twitter is busted already. Nice. In China, through the VPNs, this shit was working better. What the hell's going on?
Which ones? Said
There's no confiscation.
Then you would know that he said that he said
appropriate.
Can I just say,
luxury condos to be taken if they're not in use?
This is a perfect example. The MAGA media ecosystem has made Zohran seem like this extreme jihadist. And listen, some of his ideas
the
are
legislation he supports in the council will force property owners before they can sell it on the public market to sell it.
Why didn't Trump confront him about that the other day? Why didn't Trump confront him about it? Why was Trump?
He said it was his honor.
Maybe he did.
He said it
You know
was
what
his
Trump
honor.
said? Trump said that we both agree on increasing the
housing.
supply of housing, and
They're
that's
best
going
friends. They're BFFs.
I'll tell you why it hasn't taken the socialism issue off the ballot, because Zohran Mamdani's own party is facing a challenge. Because not just is Hakeem Jeffries facing a challenge from a socialist, but you have Jerry Nadler retiring and socialists running for that seat. You have Dan Goldman facing a socialist challenger. You have Grace Meng facing a socialist challenger. All these members of the House, there's probably 4 or 5 of them, are facing socialist challenges.
Although, I guess we should know that Mamdani has explicitly come out against a challenger.
And this is why I give him credit.
Jeffries.
This is why I give him credit, because he has the most to lose. He spent last night basically telling his own DSA members not to support a socialist against an establishment Democrat. Now today he's out there, chumming around with Donald Trump. He has a lot to lose on this, and I give him credit for doing the right thing.
Let me ask you real quick on Lee Stefanik. She had a response to all of this. She says, we all want New York City to succeed, but we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. If he walks like a jihadist, if he talks like a jihadist, if he campaigns like a jihadist, if he supports jihadists, he's a jihadist. And he is Kathy Hochul's jihadist. If you're Lee Stefanik tonight, how do you feel? Because I'm not sure that works.
I don't think,
anymore.
no matter what, she ain't going to take her foot off the gas. I mean, she's going to go after him. She uses the term jihadist, but if you hang out with Hasan Piker, if you hang out with people that deny 9/11.
Yeah, famously, I am also a jihadist. Thank you, bald Staten Island Republican dipshit. Yeah. Brother, between you and I, who do you think closely resembles the unironic socially regressive policies of what you consider to be jihad? Like, because if we're going to think about, like, what Americans think jihad actually means, who do you think between me and the average Republican is closer to what these guys think is like jihad, Sharia law, Taliban rule, It's a fucking Republican. The American Taliban is the Republican Party, okay? Repression of women, denying them their fucking bodily autonomy, like every single thing that these dipshits advocate for on the social front, while they simultaneously claim it is people like myself or Ilhan Omar, even Zohran Mamdani, that are, doing Sharia law, doing jihad, they are the ones who are unironically advancing the concept that is infinitely closer to jihad or Sharia in the United States of America. Okay? Like what they suspect is what jihad is. What they suspect is Sharia. It's very fucking stupid. Yeah, Councilwoman Inna Vernikov. It's a good day for the American people when two leaders of such diametrically opposing views can come together for the betterment of our city and find common ground. But we should never kosher a Marxist with jihadist aligned views. Did we forget that Zohran Mamdani wants to cease the means of production? Zohran Mamdani wants to cease the means of production, not seize the means of production, okay? But wants to halt them entirely. Socialism is no production. Fucking awesome. I swear to God, the average IQ of an American politician is less than 0, okay? They found, like, in order to be a politician, you could be like here's an example of this. You could be like you could go to Oxford. You could be a Rhodes Scholar. But in order to get up there on that stage, in order to become a successful politician in America, you have to literally fucking slam your head with a frying pan over and over again until your brain is leaking out of your ears. Okay? And the greatest example of this, of course, is the what's his face? Kennedy from Louisiana. A Rhodes Scholar who fucking runs around like Foghorn Leghorn or whatever that fucking thing is. Oh my God. Tonight on the third night of Hanukkah, I'm at the... It's always the same shit. She's the one who invited Netanyahu to attend Zohran's inauguration. It's always this. It's always this. It's 100% of the time. There's a 100% success rating on this shit. Unimaginably racist, Islamophobic stuff that you hear, and the moment you look at their profile, you're like, oh, I get it. I see what happened here. Nice. Baby, wake up. It's time for Israel's feelings again. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Did we forget that he refused to condemn globalized intifada, refused to condemn Hamas, campaigned with Hassan who said America deserved 9/11, and pressed around with jihadists? Just yesterday, Mamdani blamed a house of worship for the protests which called for violence against Jews inside the temple. Mamdani should have been given a spanking at the White House. Disappointed that instead he was legitimized. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't believe that Zohran Mamdani campaigned with someone who denies 9/11 happened, which is what this guy is saying. At least he's unique. Did I say 9/11 did happen and America deserved it? Or did I say 9/11 didn't happen?
She ain't going to take her foot off the gas. I mean, she's going to go after him. You know, she uses the term jihadist, but if you hang out with Hasan Piker, if you hang out with people that deny 9/11 was the responsibility of Islamic terrorism, you hang out with people like that, you're going to get that criticism. That's going to be her issue. That's what she's going to push in the campaign. I don't think she's going to take her foot off the gas one bit.
Errol, you know, why do you think Mamdani made this pivot? In a way, I mean, it is somewhat, it's smart because he neutralized Trump in especially in the first maybe 6 months of his term on some very key issues, law and order, maybe even ICE, funding for the city of New York. Why do you think he ended up here?
Well, look, Mamdani wants to succeed. He wants to be a successful mayor before he wants to do anything else. This caricature that people have painted of him as if he's some ideologue who's all he's ever wanted to do.
Listen to the whole sentence. He never said you deny 9/11 happened. No, he said jihad means struggle. You are upholding a racist trope. No, dumbass. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I said their conception of jihad, which is a false conception of jihad, or their conception of Sharia. Okay? Who do you think is closer to their understanding of jihad and Sharia? Listen to my words. I'm not saying this is the appropriate. I'm not saying that this is the appropriate understanding of what jihad means. Now you are, yes. No, you fucking moron. I said it in the beginning. It's not my fault that you are incapable of hearing what I'm talking about. Before you didn't? Yes, I did. You're actually wrong. And not only are you wrong, you're being annoying. You're wrong and annoying. It's the worst combination. I did. Stop trying to fucking woke scold. It's your fault that you didn't hear what I was saying. It's not my fault that you didn't hear the full statement. Yeah, if you subscribe, you can actually use the rewind function and go back and listen. Okay? The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. If you subscribe, you can actually use the rewind function on your desktop, as a matter of fact, for $8 a month or for free. Or is it $7 a month? Or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers.
Do is implement this ideology. He's been in office for 5 years. That is not at all what has happened. We've seen what socialist incumbents have done. If you look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they have not ended the social order. They have not overturned capitalism. Bernie Sanders has been in office for how long? He's given the same speech for a generation.
I'm going to...
They're a minority within the...
Hasan, show me your legs, daddy. Hasan, I'm going to fucking rape you, bitch. That's a weird... That was a weird jump off. I mean, it was like weirdly horny from the start, but... Cool. We're back, baby. We're back. Back in the United States of America. You know what I mean? I mean, enjoy the site-wide ban, I guess. I don't know why you would put that out there, but I guess it's a sock account created following since. Welcome home, brother. Yeah. Classic Zach Rar follower. Yeah, we got some fucking lunatics in here.
Democratic conferences, they're still a minority. Zohran didn't pass any legislation. Doesn't mean he didn't propose and push socialist principle
attempts
legislation.
to terrify the public over people because they have the socialist word somewhere in their ideology, somewhere on their website. It just doesn't work. We just put it to a vote in the biggest city. We had record turnout. We put it to a vote.
And that's the problem.
It didn't work.
It was put to a vote in the biggest city, but I bet you Abigail Spanberger couldn't run as a socialist. I bet you Mikey Sherrill couldn't run. Mikey Sherrill couldn't run as a socialist.
So the Democratic Party is fully beholden to socialism.
No. I'm saying the Democratic Party doesn't know who it is, as evidenced by the point that I just pointed out. There's 6 members of New York being primaried by socialists.
You think the Republican Party knows what they are right now?
There's a lot of momentum in New York.
Today is an illustration. Today is an illustration.
I don't know why they stream out of the Food Network kitchen. I always find that strange. But anyway, I miss China. Can you go back like now after reading and hearing that? I think it's a sign for you to go back. I mean, no, I do miss this. I do miss this struggle. Okay. I do miss this battle. I do miss this struggle a little bit. I'm glad to be back. I'm excited to be back. Budget cuts hit CNN hard. Yeah, they're talking about kitchen table issues on a kitchen table. I guess that's what it is.
Meeting with President Trump at the White House. Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is back home, and he's sharing more insight on their conversation and standing his ground on some criticism of the president. Jenna DeAngelis has more.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. President.
A cordial Oval Office meeting between President Donald Trump and Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani Friday, described by both as productive.
Focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New York.
Yes, dealing with the chatters is my own personal jihad. That's what it is, straight up. That's what's going on. Don't get it twisted. I say politics is depressing and hopeless. Time to become a travel blogger and go back to exploring China. No. It's depressing. It's hopeless. But also at the same time, we do it nonetheless. And the reason why we do it nonetheless is because there is a lot of avenues of improvement, and we're experiencing said improvement. So at a time when, you know, the American political landscape is shifting and is changing, I think it's silly to just like take a sidestep. You know, do you feel betrayed by Mamdani? No. I am going to go back to my OG sentiment, as I have said, even while he was campaigning, which is that politicians are not your friends. Politicians do politics. Okay, put the policy in the bag, little bro. That's it. Put the policies in the bag, little bro.
I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great.
On Sunday, during his first appearance back home, Mamdani said he was feeling good.
Too often,
when two politicians meet, the conversation rarely extends beyond them. And what we found instead is that this was a conversation that was productive.
The mayor-elect speaking to reporters outside a Bronx church where inside he preached his priority, a more affordable city.
And to do that work means to work with anyone, so long as the work that we do is the work to help this city and the people that call it home.
While the two appear to be putting aside their differences after months of trading insults, over the weekend, Mamdani didn't shy away from past criticism or...
Yeah, I mean, he's the president, okay? Fascist or not, he's the fucking president. And we do not have the organization to like militarily resist a fascist government. I don't know what the expectation is here. Like the notion that he's supposed to go up there and be like, fuck you. Fuck you, Donald Trump, suck my dick. Like, no, of course not. You have to fucking play ball. And for people to turn around and say, oh, well, you guys had a lot of words to say about Kamala Harris running around with Liz Cheney. Yeah, Kamala Harris personally chose to offer a platform to Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney had no motion whatsoever amongst the Republican base of support. That was more beneficial for Liz Cheney than it was for Kamala Harris. And I cannot believe that people are still making these sorts of comparisons. That was bad politics. This is necessary. Like Liz Cheney has no power over Kamala Harris, and Liz Cheney had no motion anyway. So running around with Liz Cheney was a major mistake, demonstrated by the fact that Kamala Harris lost. In this circumstance, you have to look at the position that Zohran Mamdani has and the position that Donald Trump holds. And in this circumstance, this meeting is more beneficial for Zohran Mamdani than it is for Donald Trump. This has been my main issue. They were 1,000 times more organized in 1919 than we are today, 10,000 times more serious than we are. We are cooked, and any leftist who thinks we could usher in socialism at this time is either 1, blind, 2, stupid, 3, both, or 4, a counter-revolution who's just trying to show that they're determined. The other left is. You have to organize within the material realities that you have, not one where you wish, not material realities you wish we had. Okay? You're laughing and saying 1919, but it's true. There was a much more robust response from the socialist left, communist, trade unionist, labor militancy that was actually winning success through labor militancy. We don't have any of that stuff right now. There is nothing that you can do. It doesn't happen overnight. You have to like lean into it. You have to normalize it. You have to organize around it. And eventually, if the opportunity is there, then you have to move. You can't do that right now. It's just, this is something that I have talked about quite a bit. In order, if your goal is to build a mass line or a popular front, you have to go where the masses are. And the masses are self-identifying liberals for the most part, especially in this country. There is very little class consciousness. That's it.
Clarifying this unexpected moment.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement.
A place of agreement, public safety, and the decision to retain...
Dude. This is so funny, but this is the real horseshoe, like unironically. The take you're not ready to hear, this is unironically what the median voter sees. Mamdani in the center left, Trump on the center right, Kamala Harris on the far left, Liz Cheney on the far right. I'm not, like, this is unironically the reverse centrist horseshoe, but it is closer to the fucking median voter. This is a truth nuke, okay? This is closer to the median voter's understanding of the world. I swear to God, because it's mostly primarily vibes based. Okay. It is primarily vibes based. This is not correct politically. Okay. But it is primarily vibes based. You need to understand that. You need to understand that. This actually corresponds to polling on the matter as well. A part of the reason for why this is primarily vibes based is because the American voters' understanding is completely out of whack. They don't analyze things. They don't analyze the left-right dynamic in American politics by looking at policies. It's not grounded in ideology. It's grounded in vibes. And not only that, but also it's grounded in like the heterodox. It's grounded in like heterodox thinking in general. People see Kamala Harris as like an extreme leftist because the way that Kamala Harris has been positioned, the way that Kamala Harris has been propped up, the way that Kamala Harris has been talked about is that she is a radical when it comes to social policies. It's not even true, but she is defined by one, being a black woman from San Francisco, right? Being a black woman from California. And that automatically makes a lot of people go, oh, you're so radical. And then two, it's because the most tangible policy position that she was mapped to, that she was anchored around, was that she wanted to do transgender bottom surgeries for Guatemalan migrants in immigration prison, okay, in immigrant detention facilities. And although that is a policy that both the Trump administration has continued and the Democrats have continued as well, because it's just like rendering medical aid to people, and obviously it would be ridiculous not to do that. And it's such a marginal issue that no one actually gives a shit about it unless it's like highlighted. The reason why Bernie doesn't get hit with that same beam is because Bernie's definable by policies that many Americans actually want. Okay? On the left flank of American politics, people go, yeah, I want Medicare for all. What the fuck? That seems good to me. Okay? So they think that's a reasonable, moderate position. Okay? That's number one. Number two, Bernie is not hit with the culture war beam as much because his policies, and the same goes for Zohran Mamdani, who is even more woke than Bernie Sanders. Why are they not seen as extreme on the left? Well, the reason why they're not seen as extreme on the left or have higher degrees of favorability is because they are identified by what they can do for the population, what they want to do for the voters. And those things that they're identified by are sound, reasonable, modest proposals that are simply expanding on pre-existing social safety nets. Okay? My point always has been that if Kamala Harris, for example, ran on identifiable key policy prescriptions to the ailments that many American working class people are experiencing, then ultimately it would have been much harder to present her as like a silly, crazy person who only cares about woke. You can't lie to me. It's just popularity makes you a centrist. I mean, this also is stupid because like being a centrist is considered the good thing here. Okay? Like there is a higher value associated with like centrism. This isn't even correct. I think most Americans basically see a couple key policies that they appreciate, and they make up their mind on whether they like it or not. And also heterodox thinking as well. When I was at Zohran Mamdani's rallies, the crowd can do a call and response to his top policies: freeze the rent, make buses fast and free, make childcare free. The only other time I've heard that where people are able to call back to signature policy is President Trump's build the wall. That's about more than just showmanship or social media. It's about rooted in a value that people can easily identify and trust you on. It's two electeds who treat politics as a collective action rather than a game played top down. My take on Zohran Trump, and instead is spitting here. Okay, this is what I've said over and over again as well. Right? If you are definable by key policies, then people can't put fucking words in your mouth because you can always go back to that. You can always go back to that. You can always go back to, you know, the policies that you want to be defined by. The closest identifiable fixture of both of these guys is that they are populists. Okay, one is a fake right-wing populist who really focuses on winnable culture war issues that they're constantly propagandizing over, and also redirecting the attention and anger and animosity that the average working class person feels back to marginalized populations, a sloppulist, if you will, whereas the other one is a left populist who recognizes that the real solution is economic improvements. This is something that I have said over and over again. Now, of course, oh shit. Had the remix this with Zohran. Hold on, let me see if I can zap this. Okay, good. Oh shit. No, I can't zap the whole thing. You forget that $3 billion in their account diff. Stop using populist wrong. What do you mean? I hate people using the term populist. A populist isn't someone who is popular. What? What? I'm not saying that a populist is someone who is popular. What are you talking about? A populist or populist policies are policies that populist is anti-democratic. Okay, well, I'm not a fucking neoliberal, okay? So I don't consider it that way. I don't see it that way at all. I think left populism would be to turn around and take complicated policy suggestions that would require a tremendous amount of work to implement, and simplifying them in a way. Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Like, tax the rich is a populist policy, okay? Rather than trying to describe the complications, you just simplify it for a much broader audience to receive, okay? And populist policies are oftentimes those policies that benefit the largest number of the population in an easy to understand way, in an easy to understand messaging campaign. Okay? Farley is going crazy right now. No, he's talking about the definition of populist we have in other parts of the world, and a word that means demagogue. No, I know. Populism is just a politician orientation that says the current elites are not serving the interests of the people and that serious reforms of the elite are necessary in order to align with the masses. Anyway, let's continue.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. They also spoke about immigration and New York's sanctuary city policies. On Saturday, President Trump was asked about
very good meeting yesterday. We talked
city policies. On Saturday, President Trump was asked about sending in federal troops.
Right now, other places need it more, but if they need it, we had a very good meeting yesterday. We talked about that. But if they need it, I would do it.
Mamdani said he told the president what separates New York City from anywhere else in the country is the NYPD, and he trusts police to deliver public safety. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS News, New York.
And joining me now is the mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Mr. Mayor-elect, welcome back to Meet the Press, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back.
Well, it is wonderful to have you here in person, fresh off of your first meeting with President Donald Trump. He praised you. He even said you could do a great job as mayor despite months of a bitter back and forth. Were you surprised by the warm welcome that you got?
You know, I was looking forward to having the meeting with the president to speak about the needs of the 8.5 million people who call the same city we love home, and to speak, frankly, about the affordability crisis that is pushing so many of them out of those 5 boroughs. And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities. And it showed that this is an opportunity to now start to deliver so that people can do more than just aspire to struggle in New York City, but actually to be able to live there.
But did you expect it to be so chummy? What was going through your head when you were standing there?
You know, I thought again and again about what it would mean for New Yorkers if we could establish a productive relationship that would focus on the issues that those New Yorkers stay up late at night thinking about. Because so often in our politics, we try and tell people what they should be worried about, what they should be concerned about. But when you actually ask New Yorkers and you listen to them, you hear it come back to the issues that animated not just the conversation the president and I had with the press after our meeting, but frankly in the meeting itself. It was a conversation where we spoke about the...
Whoever media trained Mamdani needs to be the head of the Democratic Party immediately, Lamau? No. I think it starts with the policies. It starts with the worldview. The reason why you consider him to be so good at messaging and so believable is because he has a well-defined worldview that is outside of normal politics in the Democratic Party. Like, he is a solid communicator. He's naturally good. He's naturally charismatic. He's naturally a solid communicator, which certainly helps. But ultimately, it definitely does come back to having politics that are anchored around simple to understand policies. Okay, he comes across as sincere, but ultimately, he comes across as earnest and sincere around advancing an agenda that many people associate him with. Okay, it's as simple as believing in something. Simply put, if you want it to be defined not by the actual politics of Zohran Mamdani, you can basically say he believes in something. Democrats come across as believing in nothing. Republicans, on the other hand, also believe in something, right? There is a level of sincerity with Republican politics, even though the politics they believe in are fucking awful. They're garbage. They're harmful to large swaths of the population. They still have definable worldviews, even if we consider it to be evil, right? They have a definable worldview that is seen as tangible, and also people can associate with them positively or negatively if they choose to do so. Democrats, on the other hand, oftentimes shy away from that. They think that's a failure. They think that's a bad thing to be defined by policies. They are oftentimes believe that the most successful method is to simply say you are not a Republican, and then that's it. That should be enough for everybody to vote for you. Like, I'm not talking about the actual content of the messaging here, though that's good. He's very good at bringing questions back to policy issues. Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't do that if you have no policies to anchor yourself around, to anchor your campaign around. That's it. That's my point. You have to have things that you can bring the conversation back to all the time, an agenda that you are advancing.
Need to deliver on this agenda. And I appreciated that when the president, when we had that meeting, it wasn't just in the Oval Office. He also took me into the cabinet room. And there we were looking at portraits of presidents of years gone by. And we admired a portrait of...
Like, I'll give you Pete Buttigieg as a counter. Zohran Mamdani and Pete Buttigieg are both decent communicators. But when I bring that up, that's the real truth, Nuke. But if I were to bring that up, everyone would be like, how dare you say that? It's true. Pete Buttigieg is actually a pretty solid communicator. But Pete Buttigieg is what you get when you have a solid communicator, utterly devoid of politics, that is the classic, undefinable, centrist, third-way neoliberal politician. And that is precisely the reason why he comes across as insincere. That's precisely the reason why he comes across as not a great communicator. He appeals to the liberal wine moms, but he doesn't appeal beyond that base of support within the Democratic Party. And that is because he's not trustworthy. He doesn't, like, people don't actually look at him and go, oh, this is a guy who's going to bring about change that I think is necessary. Okay? That's it. Standing on business and loudly and proudly declaring your worldview goes a very long way. A lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people are too afraid to broach that subject. A lot of people are too afraid to stake their reputation on the line. Pete makes word salad to make you agree either with him on whatever he's talking about. Zohran wants free buses. Kind of.
FDR. And in many ways, when I think about the candidacy that we've put forward, it looks to Fiorello LaGuardia as the greatest mayor in New York City history. You can't tell the story of LaGuardia without telling the story of FDR and the story of a relationship with the federal government that finally delivered at the scale of the crisis it was facing.
Well, prior to you,
I will say it's also somewhat refreshing to have a politician be like knowledgeable. I think a lot of people also forget that you can know things and you can educate people on the spot. And he does that quite a bit. I mean, obviously it's centered around New York politics, but ultimately it's not a bad thing that you can do that, you know? It goes a long way. I think politicians knowing shit is a good thing, okay? It's a weird world that we live in where I think people automatically say like, oh, you have to be dumb. You have to be like a dumb guy to win over the fucking dummies, the stupids. But that's not the case.
Meeting. I don't have to tell you this. President Trump repeatedly threatened to cut off federal funding to New York if you won. The president seemed to back away from that yesterday, though, in his public comments in that joint news conference that you all did. He said, I don't think that's going to happen. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. Do you believe him when he says that?
No, I believed the president in the conversation that we had, and I will continue to make the case, both to the president and to the country at large, about the needs of New Yorkers. Because what I found, frankly, is that New Yorkers have grown tired of being asked to believe in a system that has delivered very little for them. They're tired of a politics that expects everything from them while delivering little. And what they want now is a politics that can see the scale of the crisis in front of it and actually start to work together to deliver on that crisis.
You know, you ran a campaign, though, saying that President Trump had not delivered on his promise of affordability. Did anything that happened in that meeting make you think, yes, he can deliver on that promise for Americans, for New Yorkers?
Well, I spoke to the president about the fact that while our campaign technically began on October 23rd last year, for many people, they became aware of it after the president won his election. And when I went out and spoke to New Yorkers, asking them who did they vote for and why, in two neighborhoods that swung most significantly towards the president. This was Fordham Road and the Bronx Hillside Avenue in Queens. And I shared with the president that when I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again it was cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And when the president and I were speaking, we were speaking about what is preventing from delivering on that affordability agenda. Sometimes it's a lack of taking on the broken system that we have, and I spoke about in New York City, for example, zoning regulations. We spoke about ULURP. This is a process by which you either approve or deny zoning changes that are made in New York City. We spoke about the need to change so many of those situations such that a developer doesn't tell you the thing more expensive than labor or materials is waiting. And we also spoke about the importance of understanding what it is that hurts New Yorkers in their pockets. It's their rent, it's their childcare, it's their utilities, and it's their childcare. Because the childcare, I say twice, because it is the second highest cost after housing, $22,500 a year for a single child.
Well, let me ask you about the other threat that we heard from President Trump to send troops to New York City to address issues of crime and immigration.
Does it bug you that Zohran is too on message sometimes? No.
We've seen him do this in other major cities. Did you get any assurances in your meeting, Mayor-elect Mamdani, that President Trump will not send troops into New York?
No, I told the president that the cornerstone of an affordability agenda is public safety, and that it is critically important to me. And for all that has been said and all that has been spoken about, and the tens of millions of dollars looking to make New Yorkers fearful of that question, the truth of it is, in fact, that I'm looking forward to working with the NYPD to deliver on that. And I shared with the president that my decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch is in large part a recognition of the fact that in her time leading the NYPD, she has driven down crime across the 5 boroughs while starting to uproot corruption.
This is my least favorite part about like all the things that he's done so far. Not only because like Tisch is a ultra Zionist, but also I think like getting a police commissioner that is on board with your worldview, or at least like much closer to your worldview, is a much better way to deal with it. But I think that it's a miscalculation I think it's a miscalculation overall, but that is the real reason why a lot of people are souring on Zohran Mamdani. I'm not one of those people that says like, oh, this is, you know, you guys don't want someone to actually govern and legislate. You're being silly and childish. I think that's an understandable area of concern. I think it's a totally valid criticism. I think his answers on that were really bad leading up to the election, and I was a lot more forgiving because there was an election in that situation. But like the Jessica Tisch thing is part of the reason why like even Trump was more comfortable associating with Zohran, apparently, saying like, oh, well, you know, he kept Tisch on. Can you ask your viewers to join ICE just to be really incompetent so they slow down ICE? No. You cannot get rid of any Tisch in New York. It's akin to thinking you can just say fuck you to the president. No. You're the mayor. Don't be crazy. I do think Tisch is bad, but he's overruling her already and abolishing the strategic response group, which is a major demand of police reformers. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we'll see what kind of friction takes place. If Tisch wants to remain the head of the police in New York and lead the NYPD, or if she just starts undermining Zohran's agenda to the best of her ability, and she will have a lot of power to do so, at which point the friction will lead to, the contradictions will inevitably have to be resolved.
That was endemic in the top echelons of that department under Mayor Adams.
And I'm going to follow up with you on your decision to keep Commissioner Tisch. But to this core question that I think so many New Yorkers are curious to know the answer to, what did President Trump say to you? Did he assure you he will not send troops into New York?
He told me that he cared deeply about public safety. I said I cared deeply about the same.
But did he say he wouldn't send troops?
What I told him is that what separates New York City from anywhere else in the country is we have the NYPD. And I trust the NYPD to deliver public safety. And to me, that is something that I know that they can do, that they have done, and they will continue to do under my leadership.
So he didn't rule it out in your meeting?
I made it very clear what we wanted to do was to deliver public safety and affordability, and the NYPD would be the ones to do so.
In that press conference with President Trump, a reporter asked you whether you believe that President Trump is in fact a fascist, a word that you've used in the past.
This is another, I don't think these are as bad, these are not bad questions, chatters. Controversial opinion, but when you have someone that's outside of like the regular political ecosystem, these guys end up asking really good questions. I don't think this is a bad question. I think it's a good question. I'm glad that he's being interrogated on this stuff because he is he's been notoriously evasive on this stuff. Okay, whether you truly believe Donald Trump is a fascist or not, and how you end up squaring that circle, that's a big one. How do you collaborate with someone that you've called a fascist? I think that's a fair question to ask. Jessica Tisch is a fair question to ask. Hakeem Jeffries and the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries is a fair question to ask, especially considering that you ran on uncompromising anti-Zionism only to turn around and be like, no, Hakeem Jeffries is the GOAT. He's my GOAT and I love him. Like how much politicking is appropriate in this situation? I know that his goal first and foremost is to deliver on an agenda that he promised to his voters as the mayor of New York, but like how much of that is actually a mistake?
Past. You were about to answer, then President Trump sort of jumped in and he said, quote, "That's okay, you can just say yes. It's easier than explaining it." So, Mr. Mayor-elect, just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do?
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment. And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordability crisis for New Yorkers.
You've also said in the past that President Trump has engaged in a, quote, attack on our democracy. You've called him a despot. Do you still believe President Trump is a threat to the democracy?
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe. And that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table. Because I'm not coming into the Oval Office to make a point or make a stand. I'm coming in there to deliver for New Yorkers. And a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter 3 words to describe myself. I said, New York City. And that's what animated that conversation. How do we deliver for the people of New York City?
Fascism is a bit more than a disagreement. Yeah, but do you have... Dude, he is the president, okay? As long as you're not conceding to the president, you're gonna have to fucking demand that he doesn't cut funds if you're the mayor of New York. Okay? Not only is he the president, but he's also threatening military occupation of the city that you're supposed to be the mayor of. And on top of that, he said he was going to treat New York City like it's fucking Cuba. Okay? Like, in that situation, considering that you're a part of the government in this day and age, you know, and the way that the situation currently works, you're still very much a part of the fucking government. Am I kind of wrong for looking at Zohran a little sideways right now? Just a little? No, it's understandable. I think if you're the governor, you have a lot more amenities or you have a lot more power. But if you're the fucking mayor, I see that as like a little bit different, you know? But yeah, of course, it's okay to be critical. It's okay to be critical. By this logic, should every Democrat be more friendly to Trump? It depends. It depends on what position they occupy and what the president has said about them or what the president has said they're going to do to the fucking city that they're a part of. Because, like, first of all, Democrats already play ball with the president a lot more than they should be. I think the major criticisms that I have of Zohran so far is the Chiose counter, like right out of the gates. I disagree with that. I understand where he's coming from, but I think it's a miscalculation. It's a misstep. And I think Hakeem Jeffries is going to, whether Zohran is nice to him or not, always going to undermine the left flank of the party. That's his position. That's number one. And then number two is the Jessica Tisch thing. Okay. I don't really care about him. I don't really care about him like going and talking to the president and seemingly coming across as like chummy in this interview, especially when he's not backing away from any of his positions. Like, so far, I think Trump is actually, like I said before, playing politics, appearing positively with Zohran, partially because he wants a little bit of that shine. Okay. And, you know, because he did win on an affordability agenda, and Donald Trump knows that that's like a major thing that his voters demand of him. So he wants to seem more sincere on trying to tackle the affordability problems. And I think Zohran messaged around that very well. That's number one. And then number two, I think Trump wants to throw a grenade in the Democratic Party politics by coming across as more pro-Zohran. Coming across as more pro-Zohran actually it causes some level of instability within the Democratic base, or at least not in the base, but in the party structure, because you've seen establishment Democrats either refuse to endorse Zohran Mamdani or basically endorse him quietly at the last moment, like Hakeem Jeffries, right? Or even be antagonistic towards him and call him a jihadist and shit. Yehuda says, the biggest issue I had with him so far was saying that people should be able to pray without being threatened in response to a protest about a land sale. Very much Zionist capitulation that directly affected me and other protesters. Yeah, I didn't see what his response was to the synagogue protest that took place, but that was like classic. That was classic pro-Israel doing land sales and fundraisers for the fucking IDF inside of a place of worship. It says a lot worse things about the Zionists in that circumstance than it does about the fucking people protesting against it. The people protesting against it were doing something totally valid. And Zohran Mamdani, given his long history of anti-Zionist protest, absolutely knows what that looks like and absolutely knows who's in the wrong there. So any kind of fucking capitulation to that shit is ridiculous. But I suspect that he probably wasn't as as upset about the protesters at all in the way that you presented. I didn't see it though. What did he say? Mamdani spokesperson Dora Pekic tells me the mayor-elect has discouraged the language used at last night's protest and will continue to do so in response to demonstrators outside of Pargi Synagogue who chanted death to the IDF and globalized the Intifada. The mayor-elect has discouraged the language used at last night's protest and will continue to do so. He believes every New Yorker should be free to enter a house of worship without intimidation and that these sacred spaces should not be used to promote activities in violation of international law. Yeah, I don't think the first part is even necessary. He's trying to do a both sides thing. But yeah, he's trying to do a both sides thing in this circumstance, which is so fucking stupid. I mean, he knows better. Asked to clarify the conducting caveat, Mamdani's team says it was specifically in reference to the organization's promotion of settlement activity beyond the Green Line, which violates international law. Yeah, note that he didn't disavow the protest itself and actually didn't disavow the synagogue event. Yeah, this is because this is the issue with the initial disavowal of globalized intifada. His first response was appropriate when he said, like, people don't understand what this means. Yes, it comes across as hurtful only because people are scared of the word Arabic, the word intifada, which is an Arabic word. Okay, he did disavow the synagogue event. No, I know, I understand that. I'm just saying that he doesn't even need to say like, oh, people shouldn't be fearful of going to the place of worship. I'm sorry, dude. If you're going to an illegal land sale of a fascist apartheid state in any place, whether it be a place of worship or not, then it's no longer a place of worship. It's a criminal activity hub. Okay, protest is the least people can do in this circumstance. Everyone else who has an issue with that can suck my entire dick. Okay, that's it. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I also think it's fucking ridiculous to complain about the language being used in this circumstance, like globalized the intifada. It's a hurtful language. It's scary. It's like, no, you know better. You know it's not fucking hurtful or scary. You're just paying the piper here. Okay, you're trying to do your very best to manage the situation in a way that you don't really need to. I understand. During the campaign where you're like fearful that this was going to be the only thing you have to address and you thought it could be easy to just like chop it, ahead of time. Oh, I'm not going to condemn the language. I'm not going to police the language. I think it's silly. That's probably a better way to go about it. Then again, I'm not the mayor, but as an analyst, as a commentator, this is my assessment. This is my position. I think when people are being insincere in their demands, you don't have to capitulate to those demands. Those are insincere demands. There's no reason that you have to capitulate to those demands. As a matter of fact, authenticity is key here, and it's actually been incredibly helpful for the way that Zohran has been perceived as opposed to the rest of the Democratic Party. So there's no reason to now do this kind of shit. No excuses, but every politician will do the thing we dislike. Which of those actions are you anticipating most from Mamdani?
I think that some of your supporters would be curious to know, you say you stand by your past statements that, yes, he's a threat to the democracy. How do you square working with someone who you still think is a threat to the democracy?
I think working for the people of New York City demands that you work with everyone and anyone, and that you always look to find those areas of agreement while not overlooking the places of disagreement. And I think this was something that came up in our meeting. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about the fact that in New York City, we have sanctuary city policies that allow for the city to work with the federal government on around 170 serious crimes. The concern for so many New Yorkers comes about anything beyond that. And I spoke about the importance of us being able to protect New Yorkers and some of the incidents.
Oh yeah, I didn't really care much for his statements on Cuba and Venezuela either. I thought those were silly. But again, that's too much in the that goes too much into like foreign policy beyond the scope of the New York mayor in general.
That we see, they do not do that.
You raised the issue of sanctuary cities, so I want to speak to you more broadly about the issue of immigration. This is one that is so critical to.
Bro, he's the fucking mayor of New York. Why the fuck would he care? No, exactly. That's my point too. My position is he's the fucking mayor of New York. Who gives a shit? Like, you don't have to answer all those questions. At least with Israel, it was brought up as a major point in the entire run. But you don't have to fucking run around and be like, oh, I think Cuba is a despotic, tyrannical state or some shit. I don't know what he even said ultimately, but like, that's one of those things where it's like, I'm the mayor of New York. I don't know why you guys are fucking demanding condemnations or assessments about Cuba or Venezuela. And if you're going to talk about it, I think the most prescient point to talk about, the most like visible point to talk about is quite literally the fact that we are doing a major crime. Yeah. This is from last year. Representative McGovern is right. Cuba's electrical crisis is worsened by the embargo and their inclusion in the state-sponsored terrorism list. President Biden sent aid immediately and removed Cuba from the SSOT. The Cuban people cannot wait. He called Maduro and Diaz-Canel dictators. Yeah. Or even with Venezuela, I think the appropriate thing to fucking say, with Cuba, the appropriate thing to say is that we're strangling them to death. And with Venezuela, the appropriate thing to say is that Donald Trump wants to start a war in Venezuela, and he hasn't shied away from communicating that. That's ridiculous. I thought he ran on no wars. That's a failure in terms of his one of his major promises to his own voters. It's absolutely unacceptable to destabilize this entire region. It's fucking ridiculous. It's inhumane. It's cruel. And we've seen the failures of the global war on terror, the unlimited cruelty. You know? In any case, let's
New York, the rest of the country as well. One of your top supporters, Senator Bernie Sanders, recently weighed in on President Trump's record managing the border. He compared it to former President Biden. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say. I'll get your reaction on
the Tim Dillon podcast, which
Trump
is crazy.
Did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border, and it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border, period.
Do you agree with Senator Bernie Sanders that President Trump has done a better job securing the border than former President Biden?
I haven't thought much about comparing presidents on the question of securing the border. I think it's important that it's secure, and I also think it's important that we have an immigration system that is humane. And that's what I spoke about with the president, is that New Yorkers want to see humanity in the policies that are being implemented.
Do you give President Trump some credit for the work that he's done to make the border, in Senator Sanders' estimation, more?
This is forever one of Bernie's worst takes. Yeah, if you listen to the rest of his take and he expands on it, he does arrive at the same exact sentiment that Zohran is saying here. It's just that in that moment, I think it was a terrible fucking way to respond to that question, because you are under no circumstance or no obligation to say Donald Trump is doing a good job with the border, because it's just not true. It's just not true at all. That's it. The border crisis is a man-made crisis, and it's man-made because it is instigated with white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment in a country that is the most diverse country on the planet. And that diversity is unironically America's strength. It's one of the most redeeming qualities of the United States of America. It's part of the reason why the United States of America has been such a dominant force around the globe. Okay? The notion that like Donald Trump's attitude here is actually good is so stupid, especially when even Trump's very own base of support is souring on the immigration shit. Comparing it to the failure of the Biden administration also doesn't win you any favors, because it leans into the false notion that the Biden administration was also doing like open border policies or whatever the fuck the Republicans have framed him on. It's ridiculous. I hate that shit so much. I dislike it. I dislike it quite a bit, because First and foremost, it is untrue. It is not truthful. And the first thing you should always do is be truthful, be honest. It seems like he's doing a whole Trump is more credible on immigration, but that's a bad thing. But if you clip the first part of the sentiment, it sounds unresolved and supportive. Yes. Yo, he is literally a standard Dem right now before entering office. Not like mistakes by Bernie, how it feels too much infantilization when they make mistakes like this. Stupid or miscalculation when it falls in line with them, moderating far more than most politicians who are Dem in a year span. What are you talking about? Love Bats, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Secure.
What I give President Trump credit for.
Do you agree with the president's kill all children policy is reduced education spending? Yeah, that's basically it. Yes. Don't you think it's wonderful that the president is doing is truly securing the border? What a ridiculous fucking way to answer that. What a ridiculous way to answer that. America is what it is because of flows of migration into this country.
For is the meeting that we had yesterday was one that was focused on how we could work together for New Yorkers. And the place that we could do so most effectively, frankly, is ensuring every New Yorker can afford the city they call home.
Well, you take me to my next question, which is about really the central issue of your campaign, affordability. You have said that you want to raise $9 billion in new taxes, increasing taxes on the wealthy, on businesses, in order to fund your key policies like universal child care, which you mentioned. You would need Governor Kathy Hochul to be on board with this. You'd need her signature. She has never publicly committed to increasing taxes. I know you just spoke with her. Mr. Mayor-elect, did Governor Hochul commit to you that she will support and sign on to your plan to increase taxes?
The governor and I had a productive conversation, and what we both committed to is working together for the affordability agenda. And one thing I appreciate of the many about Governor Hochul is that she's been focused not just on affordability, but specifically on universal child care for quite some time. And now is the time to bring a partner forward in City Hall. And I've said plainly and openly that I believe that these are two tax proposals that make sense, increasing the personal income taxes on New Yorkers making $1 million or more by just 2%, increasing the top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. And what I've also said is more important than how we fund something is that we fund something. And if there are additional or alternate revenue streams to do so, I will accept them and I will celebrate them, because the most important thing is to actually deliver for the New Yorkers who right now can't even conceive of having a family in New York City because of how expensive we've made childcare across the 5 boroughs.
Well, and your entire agenda is incredibly ambitious: universal child care, free buses, among other things, lowering rent. Can you deliver on this agenda without Governor Hochul agreeing to increase taxes?
Well, I'm thankful that I'm not going to have to engage in the hypothetical, because I am confident of the two of us working together to deliver on this agenda and ensure that finally, and this goes back to just that portrait of FDR.
Thank you, Emily Giselle, for the 5 you did.
It has been in the past. It has been there in the moments of such transformation, meeting the scale of the crisis. We can do that again.
Mamdani, I want to work together with Trump. We need a secure border. I disavow Palestine protests. We love NYPD, and we want New Yorkers to do ICE raids, not federal agents. You guys, he's just playing ball. He's definitely having conflict with these people. I like that none of the things that you just framed there is accurate, whether it be my assessment or whether it be even the most negative associations with like what he has said thus far. Like, he said none of that, and I said none of that. How can you watch something and be so off on everything? Are you watching just a totally alternative? Like, are you just watching something entirely different right now? What the fuck's going on? Like, every part of this was ridiculous. I am saying that there are aspects of Zohran's fucking statements that I am very critical of. I'm not saying he's just playing ball. He's doing a great job. That's not what I'm saying at all. And I don't even think he went as hard as what you said. He got you on mute. Yeah, he cooked me. He cooked me because he's hallucinating an entirely separate reality. What the fuck?
So just yes or no, you think she'll raise taxes?
I think she'll work with me to deliver on affordability. I think raising taxes make the most sense. If there's any alternative that raises the same amount of money, I'm open.
All right, let's talk about another major issue, which you referenced, policing.
So many major issues.
Crime. There are a lot of major issues, I know.
God, the audio is so ass.
5 years ago, you were calling for defunding the police. Now you are in charge of the largest police department in the country. You have tapped
crime. The fucking gain is base boosted.
Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on in her job. She has accepted. She wants to put thousands more police officers on the streets of New York. Will you do that, Mr. Mayor-elect?
I've said over the course of the campaign that I think the number we have had budgeted of 35,000 officers is a sufficient number. What we have to do, however, is allow those officers to focus.
You have it cranked up with your extension? I know, but here, okay, let's put it at 100 and let's see if you can hear it.
On policing. And what I mean by that is that in 2020, the response time for the NYPD was less.
Is that better? Is that better? Come on, no, keep back seating. Keep back seating. Is that better, you think? Or perhaps I know what I'm doing and there's a reason why I fucking cranked it. Sounds fine, actually. You won't be able to hear it. My audio is much higher. My audio levels are much higher than the audio levels of the video. And if I kept it that way, everyone would say, oh, dude, I can't hear the fucking actual video. All right, you know what? Sounds better, chatters. Okay, let's do 100. Let's do 110. That's where it was.
11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. Large part of that is because officers are now having to deal with 200,000 mental health calls a year. And so our proposal is create a Department of Community Safety, task it with the mental health crisis, the homelessness crisis, and allow officers to focus on serious crimes so we can get back to the work of delivering on this.
As far as his like defund the police agenda goes, he actually did stay on message on that front, saying he's going to keep the current headcount for the NYPD and lower the burden that the NYPD has to deal with. And I think that's an appropriate thing to do. That's a smart thing to do. He's right. That is also a part of the reason why that was the major point for defund the police in general, which is take some of the funds that normally would go to the police and reallocate it back to like social workers, things like that. And on that front, he's actually been consistent on this. But I don't really mind. I don't really mind that liberals think this is a. I don't really mind that this liberals see this as like, oh, Zohran is moderating. Great, okay, it's a moderate position. If tomorrow Zohran said, not Zohran, but a Zohran-like candidate on the national front is winning an election by saying, oh, I don't want Medicare for all, I want single payer, okay? And people are like, well, you said you wanted Medicare for all, but now you're saying single payer. And he ended up describing the process of like, oh, well, we need to pool all of the insurance payment funds into one large pool so that there is automatic leverage for those who are in dire need of insurance. And I think we do that through a modest increase in taxes for at least like some of the wealthiest individuals in society, and the middle class will end up paying less overall as opposed to their insurance premiums. And everyone goes, wow, he really moderated on this position. He really changed it. That's a completely different policy. Then, you know, fuck yeah, I'm on board. You know, who gives a shit what you call it? Call it fucking Trump care if you want to. I care about solutions. Do you see what I mean? So in terms of his moderation on defund the police, he didn't actually moderate on that at all. But it's fine if people think that he did. Do you see what I mean? It's more so a matter of whether he will be able to follow through on this promise.
Trapped in a political discourse without addressing the systemic crisis.
But you know, violent crime is substantially down under Commissioner Tisch's watch. Do you acknowledge that her approach is working, and therefore do you need to listen to her when she says, I need more cops on the street?
The reason I made the decision to retain Commissioner Tisch is because of the importance of outcomes. The fact that she has been able to deliver on rooting out corruption while lowering crime is something to be celebrated. And I think the commissioner and I have been very clear.
Could you turn it back up? I'm washing dishes at work and it's loud as fuck. Can't hear the video. Your chatters are ignorant. Don't worry. Of course. I just wanted to prove to the audio chatters that are being fucking annoying. Okay, I know. I already fixed it.
What brings us together is a shared importance of public safety. I think we can do that with the officers we have.
Would you rule out putting more police officers on the street?
What I will tell you is that the 35,000 we have budgeted, that's the amount that I think we need.
Okay. Let me ask you again, just going back to that press conference with President Trump. As reporters were leaving, you were answering a question that I think was hard for a lot of people to hear about your response to protests outside of a Manhattan synagogue. Your initial response to that incident did receive some criticism, as you know. What is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who feel you won't be tough enough in your response to anti-Semitic incidents?
Since crime is down, why would they need more police? Great question. That's actually something that he should be saying at all. She should be saying as well. Be like, hey, look, she's actually succeeded on delivering on this promise, and I think it's good. It's good that she did that. But that doesn't mean that we need more cops, as a matter of fact. What we need is to lighten the burden of cops. Michael Fusscourt, thank you for the 25 gifted. Open Presence, thank you for the 25 gifted. Hell yeah.
That I'm looking forward to being the next mayor of New York City and fulfilling the commitment I've made to Jewish New Yorkers over the course of this campaign, which is a commitment to not only protect them across the five boroughs, but to celebrate and cherish them. And what that looks like is rooting out anti-Semitism. It looks like increasing funding for hate crime prevention programs by 800%. And it also looks like ensuring that we have NYPD protection outside of synagogues and temples, especially on the high holy days. And I want to just say, recently on Yom Kippur, there was a horrific anti-Semitic attack in Manchester. A rabbi in New York City reached out to me and said, could you ensure that there's additional police protection outside of the synagogue for today? I said, absolutely. And I also asked, what if that rabbi did not know the next mayor of New York City? We have to make it so that it doesn't matter who you know. It matters that you will get that safety and security because you're a New Yorker. That's the administration I'm going to put together.
All right. I do want to talk a little bit
Why
about...
is Tish controversial? Billionaire dynastic family in New York. I mean, literally, the NYU Art School is named after her family. In the pocket of major developers, in the pocket of all of the fucking finance capital in the city. And on top of that, ultra-Zionist and a Trump supporter. Just like all of the bad things that you would not want in the person commanding the largest fucking army, the largest police force in the country. The police force is already going to be a major hurdle for Zohran and delivering his agenda. So, you know, she's just bad across the board. I think she is literally the worst a part of Zohran's team so far, especially because he had every opportunity not to continue with her. And it probably would have been a clean break because it's totally valid for an incoming mayor to, because you're running against the outgoing mayor. Okay, you won against the outgoing mayor. That means you can also have every opportunity to say, yeah, I want a whole new team. Without much friction. A whole new team that actually abides by the promises that you made, that people voted for. You have the mandate for it. Right? So, if that's the case, when you have the mandate, it is the most opportune time to get rid of a potential enemy of your agenda without much friction, because it's like totally appropriate to do so. And instead, he basically defended her. Did she really reduce crime and corruption? I mean, crime rates are down. Violent crime rates are down. That is true. But that also holds against, that's consistent against national patterns as well.
The future of the Democratic Party. A number of Republicans are casting you as the face of the Democratic Party. Mr. Mayor-elect, I wonder, do you think that Democratic socialists can win across the country in battlegrounds?
Is it fair to call Zohran's mandate a mandate if 75% of New Yorkers didn't vote at all for a mayor? Considering that it was a heavily contested race with a former dynastic name in New York politics and Zohran still was able to achieve above 50%? Yes, absolutely. It's beyond beyond a shadow of doubt that it is, yes, a mandate. And anyone who tries to act like it's not is fucking coping. Okay? Record turnout. He defeats not only the Republican, but also the other Democrat in the race who still got a tremendous amount of votes. It is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Can you really call it a mandate just because it was the highest turnout in New York City electoral history in the last 80 years? Pepega asked question. Yeah, it's a stupid question. But it's one that the media has been pushing over and over again. So, of course, you're going to have people also repeating that silly line without really reading too much into it or without thinking about it at all is normal. That is the reason why the media actually fucking hits that line. He was an independent. Get it together. Okay, dude. Come on. Come on now. Yeah.
Dates, for example.
I think a focus on the importance of dignity for working people.
Can you guys?
Something that
Can you
appeals to
stop
people
sending me
across
this? I
country.
know.
I will not.
It's your
venture
own
into the
tweet.
world of
I know. I saw it.
National politics and punditry, but what I will tell you is that in New York City, we saw so many of the same dynamics we'd seen elsewhere. We'd seen a shift towards the right. We'd seen obituaries being
I'm
written
glad you got a banger tweet off, though, Chatter. Good tweet.
about the Democratic Party's ability to speak to young people, to speak to Asian voters, speak especially to young men. And I actually shared this with the president, that the very constituencies that he had won over, that were a critical part of his increased vote share in New York City, were the ones that we then looked at as who we should focus on to bring back into the party. And I think that when you speak to those constituencies with the same respect you'd speak to any other, you will see that they will then engage in the process. We saw an increase in voter turnout amongst 18 to 29-year-olds by more than 300%. And that's because we spoke to them as New Yorkers who are facing an affordability crisis, not as young people we have to finger wag to participate in democracy.
Two more quick questions. If Democrats win the midterms, do you want to see Leader Jeffries become the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
Okay. That was a firm, quick answer.
Boo. Boo. This is, that's an L, okay? Big L for Loron as opposed to Zohran, if you know what I'm saying. It's just, nah. I don't know what kind of fucking wheeling and dealing happened behind closed doors, but this is inappropriate. Straight up. Especially because like, fucking Hakeem Jeffries is going to be an enemy of everything that he presents. Okay? Everything he wants to do with his agenda, Hakeem Jeffries is antagonistic to. It also kind of makes him look insincere on a lot of this shit, okay? Hakeem Jeffries is by normies known as AIPAC Shakur, okay? Especially in New York. Sure, he's very popular in his own district, but nationally he is unimaginably unpopular. Right now you're talking to Meet the Press. There is absolutely zero reason to try and defend Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, damn, sometimes it's your own digital footprint. Exactly. This looks insincere, looks flip-floppy. After at least 2,251 Palestinians were killed over the course of July 2014, Hakeem Jeffries got on stage at a rally in New York City and paraphrased George Wallace. Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever. If Jeffries is considered a progressive, the term has lost all of its meaning. This take, wait, what? There's exactly zero value in Zohran's agenda as mayor and answering any other way. Well handled. I disagree. I disagree vehemently. Hakeem Jeffries did not do shit for Zohran pre-election. I don't know why Zohran is sticking his neck out for him. New York politics. I think he thinks that he absolutely needs to fucking play ball with the nationally relevant establishment Democrats. Otherwise, you won't get any of his agenda across. And it's going to be a real surprise Pikachu moment when he actually doesn't get any of his fucking agenda across, because none of those guys give a shit about playing ball with Zohran in return for him playing ball with them. I don't know why he's doing this. I think this is a major mistake. It is a fucking major mistake. It's a ginormous mistake. These guys are unimaginably antagonistic to everything he represents. I don't know what they're saying behind closed doors, but it does not matter. I know what they do in public. Okay? I know what they have done. What? Asking Hasan for tone tips is insane. What's he supposed to say? Maybe, but let him try to Riz Jeffries? No. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Come on, man. Hakeem Jeffries has done nothing. He's done less than even Nancy Pelosi did in terms of offering like decent committee positions to the progressive wing of the party, keeping that caucus together. No shot. Hakeem Jeffries is as pro-Israel as like the average Republican. It's fucking ridiculous. Why is rizzing Trump okay but not Jeffries? Because Donald Trump is the fucking president of the United States of America. Okay? Hakeem Jeffries is a nationally unpopular leader of the Democratic Party that has more power to basically excise the left flank. Donald Trump is the president and he's a Republican. Hakeem Jeffries is like internal party politics.
So you leave plenty of time for my final answer.
Let me go back and give a little more.
Look,
like, do you think he's endorsing Trump? Do you think he's endorsing Donald Trump as president? Is that what you think he's doing? Because he is endorsing Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House and the minority leader. It's fucking ridiculous.
former President Obama called you
Someone
after
said
your
yes.
victory.
Yeah, Zohran Mamdani went and spoke to the president, which means that he actually wants Donald Trump to be the next president and the president after. Okay? He tried to actively clear the fucking field for Hakeem Jeffries by undermining and then actively petitioning against Chiose, running against Hakeem Jeffries. I think it's totally ridiculous.
And he offered to be a sounding board for you as you take on this role of mayor of New York City. What advice did he give you about?
And by the way, straight up, not supporting Chi and then going to the DSA meeting to say that DSA shouldn't support Chiose's campaign is not a good move. And he succeeded in making sure that the DSA, that Chiose could not field DSA's endorsement. As you guys probably saw already, should the citywide electoral working group recommend Chiose for endorsement for Congress in New York 8, got 46% yes votes and 52% no votes. I think that was a major mistake. A lot of the people, I read into this quite a bit. And a lot of the people that obviously could not participate in this voting process were the newcomers into the DSA. And I understand why there is like a system here at play that like the older DSA members obviously hold a lot more weight over where the organization can throw its weight around. This makes sense, right? Having said that, you have a fuck ton of newcomers that are joining the DSA because they like what Zohran did, which was unseat establishment Democrats. And then immediately they're met with, no, you can't unseat this establishment Democrat. Disagreed. She is an opportunist is what a lot of people are saying. And it's like, oh, well, he doesn't have the same level of bona fides within the DSA structure as Zohran did. Fair. Okay. Having said that, the goal here is to still ultimately have progressive, skilled communicators, unseat establishment Democrats that are antagonistic to the DSA. And if you think that the alternative is like Hakeem Jeffries, the alternative of Hakeem Jeffries maintaining his power and continuing to do whatever he has in his capabilities to fucking destroy the left flank, then you're insincere. DSA in 2020, then quitting after a month and only rejoining again after Zohran Mamdani was elected is incredibly sus. Hey, stop barking.
How to lead effectively in these years ahead.
You know, one thing I really appreciated about the conversations I've had with the president have been the importance of what it looks like, not only to inspire hope, but to sustain it and then to deliver on it. And time again, that comes back to the city hall that you're putting together. And even right now, we have about 40 odd days of a transition. Transitions are typically a time of pageantry and pomp. We want it to be a time of substance, a time of purpose. And so we ensured that the first day after the election, we announced our 4 incredible co-chairs of our transition, our executive director. And then the week after that, the first deputy mayor, the chief of staff. We're moving much faster than typical because we want January 1st to be a day where we start to deliver, not start to prepare. And I appreciate President Obama's emphasis of what it looks like to prepare in advance so that you can deliver.
All right, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Real pleasure.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Talk to me about how you figured out Trump's language. It seems
What the fuck?
to me like you use.
I asked them why they did so.
I can't hear shit. What is happening? Wait, oh, I don't know. Wait.
Meanwhile, if you talk about...
I can hear that, but I can't hear this. You guys can hear it, but I
How you
can't.
figured out Trump's language.
In this video. That's so strange. Single channel? Who's the audio pervert now? Yeah, but I have a forced desktop audio monitoring off. Yeah, I have forced mono on mine. Let me see.
Get him talking about the issues.
Yeah. I still can't hear it. I don't know. I do, yeah. I do see levels, but I
that
can't
are
hear it
affecting
for
New York
some
City.
reason.
Talk to me about how you decipher.
Yeah, I know it
his
was forced
language.
mono in the left ear, but it's a forced mono so you can hear all of this. Why do we get so many stream issues in LA but none in China? Okay, I don't know, but I'm gonna skip this one. That's not really an accurate way to describe the dynamics of the DSA effort. The opposition to Xi's candidacy among the voting members was more about strategy than it was about Xi. They have a ton of districts they have to manage running in right now. They're stretching themselves thin, as is without a leader's race. No, I know. I understand that. I'm not oblivious to all of that stuff. I mentioned all of this stuff when covering whether the DSA would endorse GOSA or not. I think it's good to focus on a nationally relevant campaign like this. Do you think she could realistically win that race against Jeffries? I think it would be an exhaustion of limited resources, but as long as there's an opportunity there, I think it would have been the appropriate thing to try. I don't think it would have defeated the leftist momentum as aggressively as people who are running scared thought it would. DSA goals to move New York State. In any case, let's move on.
Meanwhile, if you talk about the nuts and bolts here in America...
Kirk sends a warning on Mamdani. Oh no. At a time when there is so much Kirkification running wild on the internet, these guys are still bringing up Charlie Kirk as a way to criticize Zohran Mamdani. Uh-oh.
Everyone says it's affordability. When you talk about elections, when you talk about things that matter, it's affordability. Not the Epstein files, not all this other stuff on the side. It's affordability. And one thing that the president has in common with the mayor-elect of New York is they both are talking about affordability, and that's their focus. Where they differ is how to make things affordable. One is tax the rich, the other is grow the economy. But I was just amazed how well they got along. In case you missed it, watch.
We talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for
President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward.
I'm tearing
to
up. I'm
delivering
sorry. I'm
your
tearing up. I'm tearing up. I'm tearing
with
up.
the president on the affordability agenda.
They're clearly concerned about the same issue, of course.
Fuck it. This is what we really need to see.
Jesus saves America now.
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States.
How
Thank
did
you,
Xi
everybody.
Jinping's cum taste? That's so awesome. Keep coping, chatter. Oh, you meant to skip on the...
He stood unshaken,
Okay, hold on.
a voice in the storm, a man of conviction.
A heart reborn.
He
spoke the truth when the cost was high.
He lived for Jesus,
unafraid to die.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. What? Oh God, that was not looking like. Gray names think this is real.
A husband, a father,
Literally burn in hell, Hasan.
family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. Innocent echoes in Christ, it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call.
All right, anyway. My dogs heard this song, and I'm not joking, started praying the Lord's Prayer, R.I.P. Kirk. Yeah, dude, it's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. When he says we are Charlie Kirk, I wept. Jesus wept, and so did I, okay? This is the kind of bullshit Turkey would send to Eurovision. America should send this to Eurovision, okay? America should send this to Eurovision. They would win. We crowed? Yep, we crowed. If my Nana believed this real, we would go out and have a hunting accident within the hour. That's crazy. So she could see Charlie Kirk in person in the afterlife. Is that what you're saying? These AI videos of the right are so awesome because this shows how the right wingers perceive themselves, and it's hilarious. I fucking love this shit. I love this shit because it's my favorite kind of meme where I'm like confused on whether or not someone actually sincerely made this. And the answer is yes, by the way. But it's so bad that it literally could have been made by someone who is a hater. You know what I mean? Like it's so incredibly broken that I can totally see someone who is a fucking hater making that. And yet it is actually made sincerely. Like someone made that AI slop because they were, this is a hater meme? No, I don't think it's a hater meme. No, it's not a hater meme. No. Someone actually AI generated this, thinking it was actually. Someone sincerely AI generated this, thinking it was actually good for Charlie Kirk. Like that's what's so beautiful about it. It is those kinds of memes that are the best. The ones that someone makes because they thought that this was like sincerely make Charlie like honor his legacy, honor his memory. I fucking love that shit, dude. It's extremely my shit.
Diametrically opposed.
All right, let's keep
when
going.
It comes to how they want to address this, so it'll be very interesting to see how they go forward. But I thought it was interesting that Zohran Mamdani does acknowledge the fact that obviously President Trump, this is a city whose skyline President Trump has helped build. And
he's vilified him in the past, says he's the problem. We want to stop Trump from growing.
Viciously vilified him. But they seem to, but Mamdani believes that they've found a common ground because they both love New York.
Go to 110.
Hey, folks, today I was looking forward to having the meeting with the president to speak about the needs of the 8.5 million people who call the same city we love home, and to speak, frankly, about the affordability crisis that is pushing so many of them out of those 5 boroughs. And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities. And it showed that this is an opportunity to now start to deliver so that people can do more than just aspire to struggle in New York City, but actually to be able to live there.
And he said he still believes Donald Trump is a fascist. Donald Trump, during the election, called him a 100% communist lunatic. And Mamdani said they were not shy about talking about their disagreements.
Yeah, $8 billion, right now, this is what he's inheriting. $8 billion deficit from Eric Adams. He wants free buses, $1 billion, free childcare, $6 billion, housing plans, tens of billions of dollars, freezing rent and doing all these other things. So even if he gets his tax increases, nothing's affordable. And when you tax people, you don't grow the economy. But I guess he's got to find out for himself.
And, of course, Mamdani is inheriting a city and all the problems from a long line of Democrats and Democrat policies. But, of course, Mamdani and socialists are not the only ones who have been addressing this issue of affordability. President Trump has been talking about it. And, of course, the late Charlie Kirk was one of the most visible and eloquent people talking about this issue and talking about the importance of getting younger people purchased into the economy so that they start to value the importance of not only America, but also free markets. This is what he said on Fox and Friends back in July.
How do we get more young people under the age of 35 to have equity in the system?
Yes.
Not the Democrat version of equity where they want to have redistribution, but actually, are they paying a mortgage? Do they own stuff? Or are they...
I love when the exceptionally pro-capitalist right have to lean into like solving the affordability crisis, and they just have to use like blanket terms such as this one. It's just, bro, people need houses. That's it. Okay? People need fucking houses, man. They need housing. Like, Kirkification gone wrong. Is this AI? I love that so many of you have not seen Charlie Kirk's face in real time in such a long time that you just assume this is a Kirkified moment of someone else with Charlie Kirk's face slapped on it. It is crazy. It is crazy that is the case, okay?
Permanent renters. A permanent renting class in this country is the prerequisite, is the leading ingredient for radical politics that nobody wants to see. We need to reinvent.
Except for the permanent renters who want this system to change. Kirk, Pack, Shakur, okay, chill.
The ownership economy. And then all of a sudden, when you own stuff, you're less likely to burn down a Wendy's and vote for candidates like Zohran Mamdani.
And thank God there are still miles and miles of video of Charlie.
Ain't no way they revived him. Yeah, they did. He actually, yeah, Tim Pool was right. He did recover, turns out. I mean, this in and of itself is the same principle behind like even a threat of unionization causes the capital owners and the bosses to increase wages. This is basically that. The threat of a Zohran Mamdani victory is already causing is already causing Fox News to reflect on a non-Kirkified Charlie Kirk and his past statements about how if you don't want the people to riot, you got to give them shit. You know? What are you doing? Hello? 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 Do you still stream on Bilibili, or was that just in China? I haven't decided how I'm going to continue streaming on Bilibili. I would probably do a dual cast eventually, but we'll figure it out. I have... Hello? Oh, yeah, you are Charlie Kirk. We are all Charlie Kirk, including Kaya. She's carrying the flame. Okay? Do you sing the gospel? Do you sing the gospel, Kaya? Well, look who's Chinese now. My book Extremely Online is now available in Chinese. Oh, hell yeah. It's the Chinese century, baby. Vibe shift. Trump, New York City, Mamdani's vow to work on affordability. It is a vibe shift. Also, this is pretty funny as well. Literally burn in hell, Hasan. That's awesome. I love that this photo actually confused a lot of people. They genuinely, from afar, thought that this was like me actually meeting Xi Jinping. Like I saw a bunch of people posting about this on Instagram. Yeah, of course it's a wax figurine, dude. What are you talking about? It was a Madame Tussauds. No, I didn't actually fucking link up with the president. That's crazy that people genuinely think that. You also met Elvis, right? Yeah, I met Mao Zedong and also Deng Xiaoping as well. I will say my head looks so tiny in this. I mean, it's crazy. Even what people think access is like. Dude, it's also fun. Crazy because there are a bunch of people who like legitimately thought, even friends I talked to, thought that like this was a Chinese government backed trip that we did, which is pretty funny because no, it was not a Chinese government backed trip that we did. It actually burned massive holes in our fucking wallets. Okay. Someone even called in on Majority Report thinking it was a paid CCP trip. I wish it was. Okay. Next time, inshallah, it will be a CCP paid trip, hopefully. But no, I do not have that level of emotion.
Buckets and buckets. Are you going to cover Hasan's trigonometry episode or his paid CCP trip?
No, don't care.
I mean, y'all were glazing China, not just you. Yeah. One should consider why. Did they think this was CCP sponsored?
Hi, I'm at the muscle bar.
Yes. This was sponsored by the CCP. Didn't you basically get a free China trip with the money you won? No, I won $4,000. That doesn't even cover a fraction of the cost. If I had put all of the money on Mabubu winning, it still would not have covered. It would have covered like not even half of the fucking cost overall. We were like 9 people, dude. What do you mean? It would cover like a fraction of the ticket, the flight. Yeah. What was the most expensive thing about the trip? I mean, did you pay for all your friends? We paid for no, not, I mean, when I say we, I mean like we paid for most of it. I didn't personally pay for everything. No. Don't answer pocket watchers.
Thanks.
I may check it. I'm curious to see some video from China.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to him about the China trip.
I would love to go on a trip like that. But the trigonometry thing, I was not aware that.
I was.
Yeah, fear and fun, baby. Hasan doesn't understand the poor. Exactly. Anyway, Take Unc Haas. Yeah, on my paid trip, on my paid CCP sponsored trip, I'll be taking Unc with me. You could do a China trip for under 4K for 2 peeps. Yeah, show chat Mabubu, click on his image. Yeah, this is my goat. This is my horse, technically. Not my goat, but this is the horse that won me big. Straight up, literally fucking put 1,000 Hong Kong dollars on it because I thought, you know, cool name. That's it. All of those dudes running around like looking at horse manure, trying to fucking figure out which horse is gonna win, doing parlays and shit. Turns out all you had to do was just like go off vibes. All you had to do was go off vibes, Mabubu. Chat is literally 12 and doesn't understand the cost of an international streaming broadcast with an entire team. Yeah, like we had tourists, we had guides in every city, we had hotel rooms, we had fucking security, we had cars, we had to do all of that shit. Yeah, it was like a band touring basically. But the reason why Will and Austin was also glazing China was because they liked what they experienced. Not because they weren't glazing China because they were paid by the government to do so. They literally were iffy on the trip from the start. And then once they actually experienced it, they were like, this is fucking awesome. Hasan Pike delegation, baby.
Kirk saying these things because there was no greater, more clarion voice than his on it.
So right now, the majority of the American people say costs of goods are up. 85% say groceries are up. 78% utilities are up. 67% say healthcare is up. And 66% say housing is up. So even if the prices are marginally down, people aren't feeling it. The other thing is 77% say the president should focus more on the economy. What I think the president has to do is explain to people that all these trade deals, all these international visits are about the economy. This is all about bringing money in. It's not to get enough.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that all of these trips that he's doing across the globe are actually directly about bringing money back in. He says that that's the case, but I don't think that's the case.
The Trump Tower. So the trade deals, things are coming back, manufacturing coming back. And I think what the Secretary of Treasury was saying over the weekend is get ready for a big 2026. Because the minute you sign the deal, it doesn't mean you start building the factories. And I think so a lot of these energy factories with these AI companies are really going to start going in soon.
Yeah, we mentioned that President Trump called him a communist. Well, Mamdani was calling him a fascist. He was asked about that. Watch this exchange.
I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
Okay, you can just say yes. Okay. It's easier.
You can say it.
It's easier than explaining it.
Just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do?
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment. And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordability crisis for New Yorkers.
He didn't say yes, that Trump's a fascist. But it would have been interesting if Donald Trump gave him a chance to answer that question. He was trying to save him there for a second.
Yeah.
Why would he meet with a fascist? He goes, yes, of course I believe Donald Trump's. Why would he meet with? He doesn't believe he's a fascist. He acts like a tough guy to his socialist friends. But we'll see, because the president, you know what he did yesterday? Said, I'm going to hold off on putting in ICE, additional ICE, Border Patrol, and FBI into New York City, like he did in San Francisco. He's like, show me you can round people up. Problem is, he loves the sanctuary city policy, doesn't want to round up anyone, and he's not going to give ICE access to Rikers. Soon that's going to become apparent, and the president's going to have to make
several things. They do both love the city, like you said, Charlie. And I think that if they can work together and maybe come to some common ground, maybe Donald Trump can use some of his policies to help sway Mom Donnie. But this is what Donald Trump likes to do. He likes to meet with the people that he doesn't necessarily agree with to try to come to some common ground. I did like that he said, just don't lie. Just go ahead and call me what you're going to call me.
Yeah.
Say, if that's what you think about me, just say it. You can say it.
I've been called worse than a despot.
Yeah.
Right. But the only thing I think the president's big picture is, I'm going to elevate the socialist wing of this party. I'm going to tell them how great they are. You know what the cause is? People like Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Schumer, Senator Gillibrand go, wait a second. We're trying to control that wing of the party. The president just elevated it and said, hey, you two fight it out. I'll watch. So I think it helps him in the midterms.
And you know who's not?
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Before trying to assess the viability of a would-be peace deal today, counting the cost of war in Kharkiv last night. According to officials in Ukraine's second city, 4 people died as a result of these drone strikes, 13 injured, 8 homes, a school and power lines damaged. Earlier today on social media, Donald Trump dangled the possibility of a breakthrough on peace talks, but then added, don't believe it until you see it. And on that last point, at least, 67-year-old Alexander Voropev agrees.
We don't believe in peace negotiations, because while politicians sit at the negotiating table with a pen, we're hit by missiles and bombs. People die. A woman was killed today. Her remains were only just retrieved now.
Today, Hasan's chair reacts always to the worst videos. I know, I'm sorry. I had to poop. I'll be radically honest with you guys. The one thing about the China situation, the one thing that is, not great about the China situation is that my poop schedule has changed. I poop fast though. It was good. He beat the odds, the GOAT. Please be less radically honest. No, I have to be radically honest. I will always be radically honest. Did you wash hands? Yes, I did all of it. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Of course, you always have to wash your hands after pooping. That was one of the better things about China as well, which is that I didn't have to fucking worry about bidets. They got bidets everywhere in all the hotels. This is why people think you're annoying and block you. Okay, well. Sorry. Anyway, Trump's claims on big progress on ending the Russia-Ukraine war. Let's take a
Addressing
look.
the Swedish Parliament, Vladimir Zelensky
Yeah,
acknowledged some progress in talks over the weekend in Geneva, but his key message, Ukrainian sovereignty, is non-negotiable.
There is a lot of noise in the media, a lot of political pressure, and even greater responsibility for the decisions ahead. Putin wants legal recognition for what he has stolen, to break the principle of territorial integrity and sovereignty. And that's the main problem.
EU leaders, blindsided by the surprise US peace plan last week, are now asserting themselves. At a meeting in Angola today, walking that tightrope between not raining on Trump's diplomatic parade, but also holding the line on Ukraine.
Ukraine's territory and sovereignty must be respected.
Sovereignty.
Only Ukraine, as a sovereign country, can make decisions regarding its armed forces. The choice of their destiny is in their own hands.
I'll keep it a $1.50. Might is right politics, baby. This is all it is. Might is right politics is what it is, and it turns out that America has much less motion on the global stage because this peace deal is anything but, okay? It's anything but. Let's be real. But also, as Trump would put it, he does not hold the cards. There is no holding of the cards on the American front at this point. Like he has been pushing for Ukraine to capitulate to all of the demands being made by the Russian side here. And I don't even know how you deal with it. I don't even know how you come to a conclusion here. America has motion. They just don't want to use it to help Ukraine. I don't think America has that kind of motion. Beyond the maximalist position, which would be, threatening nuclear holocaust, mutually assured destruction, what motion do they fucking have? They just don't. I don't know. Here's an assessment. If true, the U.S. Former Secretary Marco Rubio, Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. He is now in Geneva with the U.S. Army Secretary negotiating with the Ukrainians on what is largely being seen as a document that halts the fighting in Ukraine, giving Russia concessions like control over Ukrainian territory that the Russian military does not yet control and barring Ukraine from future membership in NATO. The second part of this was already a non-starter. It was already a given. But the first part of this is fucking crazy. Okay? Remember when I said that Vladimir Putin had maximalist goals for Ukraine that I think are far-fetched and insane? One of them was complete disarmament of the Ukrainian national forces, and the other was territorial acquisition of territories that Vladimir Putin had not militarily taken over. The very fact that they're doing the territorial acquisition for areas that the Russian military hasn't even taken is crazy. It is a complete defeat. It's waving the white flag for the United States of America, basically saying we don't have any kind of capacity here. And it will most likely turn into an insurgency battle for the most part. It'll be like espionage. It'll be an insurgency battle. It'll be areas where Russian troops are positioned. Ukrainians will try to fight back in secret, drone warfare, things of that nature. It'll be guerrilla warfare for the most part, making it absolutely impossible to maintain control over. But I just don't, on the one hand, I think it's ridiculous to force Ukraine's hand to concede. On the other hand, I don't know if there's any other option here. A lot of people, I think, look to the situation and say, no, Ukraine should still keep fighting. They should keep fighting. They should keep fighting. But if the problem has been the lack of manpower on the Ukrainian side, then how could they do it? How could they do that? These talks in Geneva are taking place on the eve of what appears to be a massive U.S. effort to remove Maduro from oil-rich Venezuela, a Russian ally in the U.S. sphere of influence. Rubio leading talks after denying to U.S. senators that the Ukraine plan was a U.S. plan, implying it was a Russian plan, and then denying he said so in a tweet today while in Geneva. This as reports of diplomats leaving Caracas, flights being canceled due to the massive U.S. military buildup off of Venezuela's shores, and plans for the USA to begin CIA-led covert ops and alleged plans to drop flyers demanding Maduro step down. In other words, regime change that Rubio has long advocated for. The Ukraine deal appears to be linked to the looming U.S. actions in Venezuela based on timing and public recording. I like that we're just, after years and years of Ukrainians being fucking slaughtered, we just tell Ukraine to suck it the fuck up, and we basically offer territories of Ukraine as a gift to Russia so that Marco Rubio can go and invade Venezuela militarily. It is fucking insane. Yeah, we're hot swapping wars now. I mean, one could say that we already did that, kind of. The thing is, the leftists in Ukraine are not giving up the fight. They've stated many times recently that they will die fighting with or without support from the West. And I don't think the ultranationalists will surrender to. Partisans will rise up and it will never end. Yeah, I think that the next stage of Ukrainian resistance will look more like an insurgency rather than state-sanctioned defense from the standing military. Why can't America just send more weapons to Ukraine, F-35s, Tomahawks, and other missiles? Russia won't dare bomb America. China holds all the cards. If America had a good relationship with China, they could make Russia withdraw everything. I mean, this is what I've been saying from the start, is that there is a senior partner in this coalition on the Russian side. Obviously, these are two different countries. But having said that, it would certainly... Hasan's so wrong about this war. Ukraine should keep fighting. Ukraine has the manpower since they are on defense. They don't have the manpower for offensives. They can still attrition the Russian forces. Hasan doesn't even follow this war. Russians are getting slaughtered at 5 times the rate, if not more. Hasan's so wrong about this war. Why? Ukraine is going to be leading military drone dealers in the world after this war. Great, man. Are you a fucking weapons contractor? What the hell's going on? What the fuck is going on here? Okay, go join then. Go defend Ukraine. What are you talking about? Why aren't you signing up to defend Ukraine? I don't understand. No, they have 18-year-olds that they should send to the fucking front lines, you know? What do you mean? No, but Ukraine has value. Dude, this isn't like a game of grand strategy. This is real human beings that we're talking about. This is the next generation. This is the future of Ukraine. What the fuck? Like, this is a calculation that the Ukrainian government has to make. Do we even want to have a future for this country, or do we try to defend it to the very end with no with no guarantee that it will actually work? What makes you think a long insurgency would lead to any less lives lost and continuing the traditional conflict? Great question. I think that ultimately there's a difference between those who are willing to fight back and try to disrupt Russian occupation that will be recognized by the Western world by force, rather than kidnapping people in Lviv and Kiev and like forcibly sending them with relatively little training to the front lines to just die. At which point there will be people that are still advancing the interests of what remains of Ukraine as the next generation of Ukrainians, as opposed to people being shipped off into the fucking front lines. Is the way it currently works. Thousands of splinter factions and paramilitary groups vying for control over black markets and fighting in skirmishes across Eastern Europe. They'll never run out of weapons or resources because of the incalculable amount of weapons that we sent over there with no oversight or regulation. Yeah. Yes, that too. I do think that the appropriate measure here would have been to try and bring China to the table, and then offer some positive cooperative agreements to China to get China to also get Russia to scale back without additional territorial acquisition. And before people say, oh, China doesn't have that kind of power, it absolutely does have that kind of power. It is a global superpower. It is probably the most powerful country on the planet, at least in terms of its manufacturing capabilities. The idea that, China has no say in this process is just something that the Chinese government says. They absolutely do have a say in this process. And I don't think it's bad to bring them to the negotiating table as well. Of course, China itself doesn't publicly say it has any interest to do so, which is why I'm saying you have to sweeten the deal for China. Do you understand? China will strategically posture and say, oh, Russia is a totally separate country. What do you mean? And it's true. There is truth to that. Russia is autonomous. It's a sovereign nation. It's its own country. It has its own ambitions. But having said that, Russia is not a magical, mystical nation that is completely removed from global trade. You know, they still have contracts. They still have allegiances. And European leaders have said they will look towards the East after Russia. Why would China want to help the West? I think it also helps China's global standing as a force for good in general, as a force for like a more manageable ceasefire negotiation that doesn't actually directly destroy what remains of Ukrainian sovereignty ambitions. Anyway.
The initial US plan last week spoke about Ukraine reducing the size of its army and relinquishing its claim on the 20% of the country Russia has occupied. But the Europeans have a counter-proposal now on the table. It's reported that the European version rejects the idea of restricting NATO enlargement, for example. The language around security guarantees for Ukraine is more robust. And it allows a significantly larger Ukrainian army than the US version from earlier in the week. It's been a dizzying 7 days of diplomacy. The original 28-point peace plan was leaked last week, drafted in Miami by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in conversation with Putin ally Kirill Dmitriev. It was basically a Russian wish list, enough sticking points for Ukraine.
Russia has lost far more troops in insurgency is the best hope Russia can achieve. Dude, Russia is also a much larger country. I know. But it's also a much, much larger country. And seemingly, they don't give a fuck about sending people into the front lines, into the meat grinder. Okay? That's just how Russia has historically waged war too. Not to get all spiritual with this, but like obviously they have people to fucking spare, it seems.
Ukraine might as well have been drafted on flypaper. A US Army delegation arrived in Kyiv on the 19th of November to discuss the plan with Zelensky. Donald Trump tells Fox News that Thanksgiving Day this Thursday would be a good time for the Ukrainians to accept the deadline.
Why would China want the conflict to stop? They're getting cheap oil previously going to Germany. Great question. That's why I said you need to give them broad recognition, a complete recognition of multipolarity, broad, like relief in terms of all of the trade talks and whatnot. There's a lot that America could offer to China to get China to play ball against their best interests right now. You know?
Then the pushback.
It's not like China didn't have a peace plan for Ukraine. They did. They co-authored a plan with Brazil, which Ukraine immediately fucking rejected, and the Western powers immediately rejected. And that peace plan, unironically, looks a lot better than what the fuck the Trump administration is selling right now. They're not even selling it. They're just forcing Ukraine to adopt this as a peace plan, what is not a peace plan at all. It's just like give Russia territories that they want, that they haven't even personally, militarily acquired.
Talks began in Geneva, involving the US, Ukraine, and European.
Read the peace plan. It does not offer back Crimea or NATO membership. Yeah, that part that's done anyway. I'm not talking about that. I'm not that part was already a given. Anyone that is even a little bit aware of what's going on understands that was already done. Okay, many people have yelled at me over both of those points over and over again, saying that I'm fucking pro-Russia, saying that I'm a Putinist and I'm dick riding Dugin, I'm a Russian imperialist or whatever the fuck. It's just that was not even a part of the negotiation for serious people. But what is actually new, or what is a Russian demand here, is the complete territorial acquisition of areas that Russia even hasn't occupied militarily. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay? That is ridiculous. Or a demand for disarmament across the board. Like, that is completely ridiculous. Right? That stuff is crazy.
Partners. On the US side, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, becomes much more involved. Which brings us to today's diplomatic tug-of-war between the US and European proposal. In the last few hours, the Kremlin spokesperson said Moscow hadn't yet received anything official by way of a counter-proposal. When they do, as things stand, the world...
Can you explain the NATO point? I don't understand why it's a given. That was a major red line for Russia from the start, and European allies already were aware of this red line, and European allies already were saying, no, Ukraine is never going to be a part of NATO. They lied in public over and over again, but they also openly stated that that was not going to happen anyway, that that was a non-starter anyway. From the start, it wasn't even like a question. The NATO, joining NATO for Ukraine was never going to happen, and all of the European allies knew that it was never going to happen. They sometimes said it truthfully, but it's the same reason why they didn't send NATO forces into Ukraine to defend Ukraine. One must ask the question, why? It's not like the Ukrainian population wouldn't have been better served if NATO was actually protecting them. Why the fuck didn't they do that? Why didn't they set up a no-flight zone over Ukrainian airfield, Ukrainian airspace? One must ask the question why that didn't happen either. Would that not have been very helpful for Ukrainians? Would that not have saved their lives? No, not because it's not NATO. Okay? It's because that would have meant mutually assured destruction. A nuclear armed state, or a bunch of different states that are under the nuclear umbrella of the United States of America and even France and numerous other countries going to war directly with another nuclear armed nation, a nuclear armed foreign adversary, the Russian government, the Russian military. That does not happen. Russia apparently is going to run out of missiles and munitions any day now. The Westoids coping about this have only been wrong for the past 3 years straight. I'm sure they'll get it right eventually. Exactly. The best possible no-fly zone is a fake term. No, it just means that you establish air superiority by knocking out any Russian planes that end up flying in this no-fly zone with Western planes and Western air defense systems. And that would mean direct war, because Ukraine obviously does not have the capabilities of establishing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. So it would have required American weapons and American soldiers. This was a demand being made by the Ukrainians. It was a demand being made by the Ukrainian government. It was a demand being made by Zelensky. It was a non-starter, and there's a reason why it was a non-starter, and that is because it would have just been nuclear armed nations going to war with one another. Mutually assured destruction. Anyway, the Zohran interview came out as well, but we're going to keep covering this.
It may not be much closer to a ceasefire than we were this time last week.
Warwick O'Brien there, where we can speak now to the former Danish Prime Minister and former Secretary-General of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen. Thanks very much for joining us. I mean, how alarming was it to see a plan which looks like it was largely formulated by Russia, adopted by the US and foisted on Ukraine?
It was indeed very alarming. It's important to understand the 28-point plan is not a peace plan. It is a capitulation document. It is a blueprint for Trump defeat and Putin win, and that's why it has to be changed fundamentally.
And who must be the architect of that change? Because you said recently that Europe must stop being a commentator and become an actor. At what point does Europe have to accept that Trump keeps circling back to Moscow's demands and really assert themselves?
I think it's high time that Europe takes the initiative and do not be preoccupied by the thinking in the White House. Europe must step forward robustly and...
It's so funny. Basically, every Dane Hastings guy, yeah. It is funny that they're like, Europe must take the initiative, not against the United States of America in like setting up better trade negotiations with like another global superpower, China, but instead take the initiative and outflank the United States of America without the manufacturing capabilities of defending Ukraine, without the manpower that they will send to Ukraine, and without the without the manufacturing capabilities of sending a steady flow of arms shipments to Ukraine. Because without the United States of America, as Keir Starmer also personally pointed out, they got nothing here. Okay? What are they going to do? Get Turkey to fucking join in? Like, it's just, I am in agreement that Europe should act out its own sovereign desires. It's just crazy that European liberals only want to fake posture against Russia. That's the only time where they want to, like, cut away from the United States of America, you know? Not for any other reason. Just that. Okay, good luck. Well, it doesn't seem like things are heading in a direction where you're moving away from American sovereignty anyway, considering that Donald Trump demanded 5% of your GDP to be spent on procuring weapons, mostly from the United States of America, and you guys all said, yes, sir, please, sir, I will do anything you want me to do. I will cut all of the social safety nets that are already withering away in our social democracies, or what remains of our social democracies, and we will do that for you, Mr. President. We love you. You know, fucking awesome.
Play hard power politics, which means give robust security guarantees to Ukraine, backed up by troop presence in Ukraine, and secondly, unlock frozen Russian assets for Ukraine.
But that troop presence that you talk about in Ukraine, how does that work?
Well, a European troop presence in Ukraine should not be on the front line. The front line will still be the Ukrainian army. But behind the lines, Europe could and should deploy troops to defend population centers, civilian infrastructure, etc.
Oh, okay. Advisors. We've seen that play out before. Yeah, send in military advisors. They die in Russian hands. And then they're like, oh, well, they killed our brave men and women. We have to go into war now. So ultimately, it's just what? 2 steps. It's just 2 extra steps to global nuclear holocaust. Got it.
My estimate would be that we would need 20,000 European troops. We could start with a smaller figure, but end goal should be 20,000. In addition to that, we will need 150 combat aircraft, and we should establish an air shield to protect these cities.
Also, I'm going to be so real. I don't think there is any appetite to do that in Europe. Like, sure, Europeans are terrified of Russian incursion. Okay, but it's like that meme. It's like, who wants to defend Ukraine, or who thinks Ukraine has a right to defend itself? Everybody raises their hands. Who will go out there and hold up arms to do that? Nobody raises their fucking hands. That's what it is. Who's going to do that? How are you going to get 20,000 troops amassed from different European nations to go out there and put their lives on the line? That is political suicide. These guys seemingly don't understand. It kind of feels like they want every country to be run by the most aggressive fascists you've ever seen. Like old school fascists that make Mussolini blush. Because that's what you're going to get. Unprecedented affordability crisis, and a right flank that is growing in support that keeps consistently moving the conversation, shifting the conversation and the attention back to like refugees coming in. And then you look like you're, you look like you just, instead of addressing any of those issues, you're like, oh, here's what we should do. Bring our next generation into Ukraine to fight against the Russian invasion, to defend Ukraine. I don't see that playing well for European liberals at all. Okay? And then all of those right-wing fascist parties will basically run on a openly pro-Russia flank, which they haven't really fully done. They've been like, inconsistent on their position because like obviously fascism, at least in the past during the Cold War, was brought back into, was offered a lifeline by NATO. So in its history, European fascism post-World War II absolutely was a NATO invention. Having said that, this time it could be different, at least in order to gain power
in Ukraine.
But can this be done without some form of help or backing from the US? Would Europe have enough troops to do that?
We do have.
Ex-leader of Reform UK and Wales sentenced to 10.5 years for taking pro-Russia bribes. Yep. Wait, you can go to jail for that? What happens in America? They make you president, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? In America, you're Tim Pool. You get to be in the press pool in the White House. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. But not Israel? Oh, of course not. As a matter of fact, if you don't take bribes from Israel, they won't let you get a crumb of power in this goddamn country. You have to fight for your fucking life.
Enough assets to do that. But obviously, the deterrent effect would be much stronger if the US would back up such a European reassurance force by intelligence sharing, space surveillance, aircraft, transport, etc. So that would clearly be the goal, to get.
Yeah, they put you in jail if you don't take bribes from Israel in America. Well, I guess in the UK too.
American backup. But my point would be that even in the case that the US will not step up, the Europeans must do so.
I mean, given the original peace plan so clearly reflecting Russian demands, are any US security guarantees worth anything?
Yes, but only if they are backed up by a concrete troop presence. The fact is that Putin doesn't care about paper guarantees. It's only guarantees backed up by a concrete military presence that he will respect. So time has come for Europe to change statements to soldiers.
I mean, you've been talking about that for quite a while. Do you see any...
Okay, I'm
Let's
skipping
bring in
the
our
rest of
defence
this
and
guy.
security analyst, Professor Michael Clark. So Michael, getting back to the nuts and bolts of what has been proposed, what we know has been proposed, a key thing is obviously going to be land. What do we know about what has been suggested to Ukraine that they should give up, and what their feelings are about that?
Well, we're back to the old routine that the Ukrainians have said they will not withdraw from the whole of the Donbass, and they've been holding their fortress cities. So, when we think about that area of the Donbass, which is that area of about 25% of Donetsk, which the Ukrainians still hold, and their fortress cities are these big cities, from north to south: Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Druskivka, Kostiantynivka, and then to the south or west of Kostiantynivka, there's Dobropilia, and then Pokrovsk, which the Russians have probably now got, not absolutely completely, but it's cost them a year and 100,000 casualties to take Pokrovsk, which is about the size of Tunbridge Wells. It's not exactly a major city. So we're talking about the fortress cities, and the Russians would...
We have the same kind of hesitancy, the same lines of thought. Just 80 years ago in the era of appeasement prior to the Second World War, the Great War was supposed to be the last, but here we are. Yeah, except there is something different, don't you think? And that is nuclear arms. Like, pre-nuclear war, versus post-nuclear arms is entirely different. It's an entirely different equation. That's why every single war post-World War II amongst nuclear superpowers has been proxy wars. One nuclear superpower invading a country without nukes and the other country actually offering military aid and logistical support, as opposed to direct conflict. That's why the Cold War was a Cold War and not a hot war. That's it. That's the whole point. That is the entire reason why the pre-World War II statements on this stuff doesn't work in a post-nuclear world. Like, otherwise, why do you think... I mean, why do you think America didn't fucking implement a no-fly zone? Why do you think America didn't implement a no-fly zone over Ukraine? Just for fun? Because they wanted to see fucking Ukrainians slaughtered? You know? Yeah, it's Farley. Noah Kulwin's in the building. Noah! Post-nuke clarity. What's good, King? How are you doing? Good. Yeah. Here, if you wanna rip Bogues from the Chinese century, from the Chinese century of prosperity, you can. Yeah, you want to pull a chair?
Thank you. Yeah. One second, I just gotta go straighten out the parking thing.
Okay. That's all good. Yeah, secret guest, baby. Noah, you get to watch the Taft's episode with Zohran. While they are focused on Ukraine, scientists warn that there's a 99% chance a tsunami will hit Europe before 2050 and nobody talk about it. You can look it up. Wait, what? A tsunami? A tsunami will hit what? How many red books did you get from China? So many. I'm going to show all of it. I'm going to show all my Chinese gear to Noah. I'm going to share it with him.
They can't take those cities. They're trying to get in behind them. And the point is, if those cities were given to them, which is the proposal, then they would be able to move westwards pretty easily at some future time towards Dnipro to the west of the Dnieper, to the east of the Dnieper River altogether and into Zaporizhia. So those fortress cities are really important to the Ukrainians. Now, what's being said is that, okay, well, the Ukrainians will withdraw from those cities. The territory will be regarded as Russian, but it'll be a demilitarized zone, as if, having been given the territory de facto, the Russians would then not militarize it in any way. Well, who believes that? You know, hands up all those who believes that the Russians would keep their military out of it, even if they didn't wear uniforms. So the Ukrainians will never agree to that, or at least Zelensky will never agree to it, and he probably wouldn't last politically if he did. So that's the biggest problem on the ground. We've been talking about that now since the beginning of the year, since Trump became president again, that somehow the Ukrainians have got to give up territory that they still defend and that the Russians have not been able to take.
And the other sticking point, of course, is troop numbers. Russia would obviously like Ukraine to have pretty much no troops whatsoever. What are the different figures and what do they mean for Ukraine?
Yeah, well, there are three figures, really. I mean, one, originally, the Russians said that...
Can't help but notice parallels with Gaza and how none of this is discussed by Western media. Yes. It's fucking celebrated. The Israeli genocide of Palestinians is basically fucking celebrated, as opposed to what Russia is doing in Ukraine. And all of these deals by European leadership are seen as non-starters for good reason, by the way. I don't even disagree with like the Ukrainian sovereignty argument. And yet, no such considerations took place for Palestinians at all. Give Ukraine their nukes back. Russia took back Crimea by force, and the U.S. is about to ghost them for very little direct support given our earlier security guarantee. Maybe nuclear armed Ukraine stops the Russian advances. Yeah, I don't think that's happening either. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it $1.50. You know?
Coalition of the Willing meeting planned for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ukrainian forces will be restricted to about 70 or 80,000 troops, which is nothing in terms of the size of Ukraine. Then in this proposal, the original 28 points, they were talking about 600,000 troops. The counter-proposal says 800,000 troops.
Welcome.
What's up?
Noah Kulwin.
How's it going?
You're here visiting at a very Chinese time in my life. And you know, I am going to apologize ahead of time for flexing on you with all the Chinese artifacts I have.
I mean, I'll have to take it.
Yeah. You just have to sit there, but you can keep these. I have a bunch of other ones, but this is Chonghua.
My friend Sammy brought me back Nanjing, so I've got a collection going, so this will be good.
They're fucking so sick. If I still smoke cigarettes, I would do a taste test of all of the different Chinese cigarettes. Someone gave, because like there is like a huge cigarette culture in China where they have yeah, we're gonna be watching Mamdani on TAFs. Don't worry, chatters. But there's a huge cigarette culture in China where like they straight up know like what cigarettes Mao Zedong used to enjoy when he was younger, what cigarettes he used to enjoy later in his life. Someone actually gave me a pack, and they said that this was the pack that Xi Jinping chose to smoke when he was learning Mao Zedong thought. Like there is like different eras of you know, Chinese government officials and the types of cigarettes that they chose to smoke.
I don't know if it's, you know, like I'm not pro-cancer and just not pro-tobacco in that sense, but obviously as somebody who is part of the anti-cancer community,
yeah,
I also wrestle with like the incredible and powerful swag that comes with both like, you know, like just how cool it looked and knowing that there's like lore.
Yeah,
evidently.
There's like cigarette lore. It's crazy. Bro, I'm so fucking jelly. Let me rip one of them cigs, bro. No. None of you should be ripping cigs.
Absolutely not.
I condemn cancer. Okay? I condemn a brave take, I know, but I condemn cancer. Lung cancer specifically. Anyway, all right, so Adam Friedland finally doing his very best to destroy the allegations.
You know, I will say though, it's, you know, I know Adam did this. He got Zohran on and everything, but like, you know, like just like I don't know, like 3 days ago,
right after
he was calling me and saying like, Noah, listen, you know, like I actually don't know if I support Zohran.
Yeah,
like, I'm not sure. I think I might be.
Make no mistake. This is going to be a hit piece.
I'm just saying, you know, Adam's not really like, I'm not even sure he's like a leftist.
No, he's 100% in the tank for the Cuomo still. And I think this is like to tarnish Zohran's reputation. Or actually, Adam is a centrist and he is celebrating Zohran Mamdani's pivot. He loved the Zohran Mamdani. He was like, I endorse Hakeem Jeffries unconditionally. And Adam was like, that's my kind of reasonable politics, I think. You know? Yeah, the Bill Maher of our generation, Mr. Apolitical at the Adam Friedland show. He secured the coveted Zohran interview suspiciously after he won. Not before. Interesting.
And I mean, I'll be honest, I think that like, you know, it took like the sequence of events, right? Is that like Zohran won the election. So like democratic socialism, in spite of the efforts of Hakeem Jeffries and Congress to say that it's bad, people like it. And Adam, who, you know, is very hip to when stuff is trending, he understood what he had to do. He saw the writing on the wall. Yeah. I think that's the sequence of events. He's just following the pack.
Yeah.
What is it like?
He definitely wasn't desperate to get him on the
board. You go to the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was going.
On the plane? What do you think? Like, what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. You look a little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you say
it was
that?
30 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. May.
Why would you say that?
I don't know.
See, this is what I mean. He's already trying to tarnish his reputation.
Trying to call the mayor-elect a drug addict.
Yeah, I see that.
I
see that, and I don't like
chemicals, and I'm just tired of the hit pieces.
Yeah.
Tired of dishonest media.
We're skipping this.
Friedland. Because this is such a very special episode of the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Because this is such a special episode, we've decided to release this episode to the public 2 days early. Additionally, we've got to give the boys some time off for Thanksgiving. I'm such a good guy, wow. Also, we don't want to leave our members and patrons hanging. So starting next week, we will be commencing a weekly members-only stream, State of the TAFs. Is that what the name is?
Sure.
Okay, it's called State of the TAFs, where we will be taking, but it's the Adam Friedland Show, so State of the TAFs.
Sounds good.
State of TAFs.
What's the problem?
State of the
State of the TAFs.
State of the
State of the Adam Friedland Show. Okay, well, let's stick with State of the TAFs. Okay, so starting next week, we will be commencing with a weekly members-only stream. It's called State of the TAFs.
Stream?
Where we'll be taking questions from members and patrons. So please, if you don't already, support the Adam Friedland Show on YouTube or Patreon. There's links in the description.
I know, I see that.
You
I'm
guys
threatened.
are
Who's
the
the
ones
next
that
Jon
keep the
Stewart?
show going.
Forget
We
that.
are
Who's the next
proudly
Hassan
member-supported,
Piker? He's
kind of
cooking
like
me.
it's socialism vibes. My guest this week is Mayor-elect of New York City and former striker of the Bronx Science Wolverines, Zohran Mamdani. On Friday, my staff huddled around the office computer and we all watched the mayor-elect's historic press conference with President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. My 22-year-old employee, Zach, tapped me on the shoulder. His voice was quivering. A tear was rolling down his cheek. I remember it clearly. He said, "Dad, I mean Adam, the man on the screen, standing next to the President of the United States, will be here in 36 hours' time. But how do we get him off the computer and into the real world?" I smiled and looked at him and said, "If you can figure out how to do that, Zach, I'll give you $1 million fucking dollars." So please enjoy my conversation with Zohran Mamdani, everyone. I'd like to take a break from speaking with the mayor to tell you about Roe.
It's crazy. Immediate hit with the ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor-elect New York City, Zohran Mamdani, everyone. What's up? Elect. Congratulations.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
Good.
It's funny, like when I met you, we just talked about sports. I wasted your time like 4 days before an election.
I thought it was
talking about
great.
I know. We talked about all of our collective pain.
Yeah.
The game's on right now. The North London Derby's on right now.
3-0, baby.
You said you've been too busy. You've been too busy running for mayor to watch the games this year. And now you're making me too busy to watch.
But like, we'll get an update if it's 4.
Oh shit. This is unprofessional.
I thought
I gotta. Someone text me. Oh shit. You need to see this. Oh no, guys.
Hi Zohran, how you doing, Ian? Right here.
What?
I just want to say a massive congratulations on what you've achieved. The real work starts now, but God willing, you can achieve everything that you have
I love
set
you.
out to achieve.
Are you
We're
crying?
gonna need some of that
How did you do this?
winning energy that you've got, my friend, and get behind the boys. It's a long way to go.
I'm gonna cry.
You just have to stay calm, back Mikel and all the boys. Up the Gunners, baby. Take it easy and God
Can a
bless. my
soccer
friend.
chatter explain? What is this, like a Arsenal legend or something?
Yeah. He's like
Ian Wright.
He's like one of their like all-time scorers. He's on the telly now.
He couldn't get Thierry Henry. Was that a relevant reference?
Yeah, Thierry Henry,
Yeah.
not Thierry, but yes.
Thierry Henry, also Arsenal legend, also Gooner. See, I know my footy. I know my fucking footy. Can you say Spurs is the smallest club in London? I don't know what that means, but sure.
I just got a text.
Do this.
My boy.
Hi Zohran, how you doing?
I'm just gonna watch it again.
Yeah, just watch it.
I just want to say a massive congratulations.
I love this
on what
man.
you've achieved.
He's the best guy of all time.
Have you seen the video where he is reunited with his teacher?
Mr. Pigeon. I thought you was dead.
I thought you was dead.
We have, okay, here's the problem, guys. I don't want to expose you, but it's crazy. I mean, yeah, right. Okay.
What a man.
How did I do that? I really bothered.
And I thought there was something wrong.
I know. Yeah. Mr. President.
I didn't know where you were going.
No, it's not a, no.
How did you do that?
I knew that it was going to be.
I love him.
I love him so much. He's the best guy of all time. You know his background story? He was like working in a factory, and then he's like, I'm going to try one more time.
Arsenal fans are the most annoying. Goddamn, there's already Arsenal haters.
These are like the stories I would read when I was 17 and on the B team of a travel team in New York City.
What did you play? What position did you play?
I played
Bronx Science?
I played up top.
Up top?
Yeah.
You were a 9?
I think I was 23.
Okay, but you were a striker.
Yes. It's no relation to the number on the back of my jersey.
We have like a lot of our brain is occupied by the most useless information related to this soccer.
Every day I wake up, I think about Sebastian Squillaci.
Oh my God.
Pascal Sigan.
I think about
Marwan Shamak.
Yeah, when I caught you, like I'd be a little bit of a politician because I said that Ospina was giving me nightmares, and you're like, Jackson Heights is in the balance.
Yeah, it's like, can you lay off my Colombian goalkeeper for a moment?
I'm so confused by this conversation.
We're embarrassing ourselves.
You're just naming guys. It's just the same sports conversation.
You grew up in the Upper West Side.
It's cute.
New York City kid.
Yep. Although it is like really funny.
Where did you
whenever
grow up?
you like praise one sports team, right? Like,
yeah,
like,
and then you develop enemies.
Like every other, like if you're like, oh, LeBron's awesome, then like the fans of like 31 other teams show up in your shit. Like,
no,
oh, I'm sorry. Did you mean le bitch?
Yeah,
like,
this is more polarizing than being like an open socialist, I think, running for office. Yeah, there's mad people even in my chat. They're like, oh, fuck the Gooners. Arsenal fans are the ultras of the world. They're so annoying.
It's that combined with like all the people in your like chat who are like, oh, a sports ball? Really? A sports ball in my politricks?
Adam is incredibly shut your bitch ass up, nerd, and let the jocks talk on the screen. Between me, Adam Friedland, and Zohran Mamdani, I'm the nerd, and they're the jocks here. Are you okay? If the English government was a team, it would be Arsenal. Your footy community is bigger than you think. No, I know. You guys took out Cloudflare, like the Spanish football. You took out Cloudflare the other night just so you could illegally stream your favorite Spanish footy team. All right.
We both lived a little bit as kids in Cape Town. Yeah.
You lived in Cape Town?
Yeah. Where did you live? Observatory?
I lived in Oranjezegt.
That's where my mom grew up.
From 96 to 99.
That's my mother grew up in Oranjezegt. Yeah. Both my parents are from Cape Town. And then I was born in LA. My dad was on a list of some sort.
You got to give me more than that.
My dad and mom both went to university in London.
Okay.
We're Jews from Cape Town.
Okay.
And then they met in South Africa. They met at home in Cape Town. They kept getting set up on.
Someone said we finally found the secret to get Zohran to stop talking about affordability. Yeah, this is the only time. This is the only time I've heard this man not pivot back to like fast and free buses. He will just keep yapping over Gooners for hours on end.
Blind babes, and she was like, "This fucking guy again." And then somehow he wore it down, and then they got married, and he got a letter that he was being sent to Angola, to the Civil War, and so they left. They just
when did they
packed
leave?
up and
What
left.
year?
82.
Wow.
So I was born in LA.
Okay. Have you been to
my
Cape-
dad was on an enemies list because of the apartheid regime.
Yeah.
And so
Actually,
Not a bad
Adam
list.
saying it's because of apartheid and like his dad not wanting to go to Nloga. No, his dad was on a list. His dad it was like, this guy's Adam Friedland's dad. We can't let him go around walking.
Yeah. No, it was because he was too supportive of the apartheid regime.
Exactly.
He loved it too much. They were like, okay, dude, it's kind of like a Itamar Ben-Gvir not being allowed to serve in the Israeli military type situation.
That's Max Friedland for sure.
Yeah.
I was there back, my granny's from Sea Point. None of the grannies left. And actually, an interesting
Are they still
thing,
there?
Granny's still there, 94. She just got a hip. You want to send her a video?
Let's do it.
Hi, Granny.
Yeah. Congrats on the hip.
Congrats on the hip, Esther. Congrats on the hip. I promise I'm trying my best in life, and no, she's very proud of me. I told her I have the mayor coming on, And no. So yeah, Madiba actually was. He was like when I was a kid, I used to write my essays like who's your hero on Madiba because like it connected me to my parents because like it was like
That's
it's South African.
amazing.
Yeah. So but he went to our synagogue after he got out of jail and he was elected, and he was like, you got to tell your kids to come back because we need everyone to build a country. And like my parents' whole generation of Jews.
So why are you not following Madiba right now?
Because I had to talk to you. And I got this studio, and it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
Last time I went back was in 2010.
2010
for the World Cup.
Steve fucking did the Jabalala.
Don't.
Was it obnoxious?
Vuvuzela.
Yeah. Could you not hear anything?
You hate it if you're not the one doing it, and I was one of the people doing it.
You got one.
Yeah, I brought them back.
Fucking loud.
I brought them back.
I brought one back to
Maine.
college. Yeah.
I went to a D3 basketball game. My roommate was on the basketball team, and I had the vuvuzela. I think I was at Bates College, and I pulled it
now
out.
Now synonymous with South American country Venezuela, I feel like.
Wait, really?
No, I just always say vuvuzela instead of Venezuela. Whenever someone is like anti-socialist, they're like, "Oh, what about vuvuzela?"
Blew it, and the ref stopped the game, and he's like, "You need to fucking stop."
Yeah. And you're like, come on! Didn't you see the World Cup?
Yeah.
Didn't you see the ball that went in all different directions?
But I was at the Ghana-Uruguay game.
No.
That's where I cried in public.
No.
Yeah, Luis Suarez.
Asamoah Gyan. Dude,
VAR.
I can't. Guys, this
was the closest.
The mayor caring about soccer is the mayor caring about Arsenal is like Wakanda for me. It's like I feel like it's like representation.
Do you remember that tweet?
You're one of them. I remember your tweet.
No, not the what is it? Ruth Conda Forever.
Ruth. Oh my
God.
Yeah, like when I met you,
so online.
one thing that was like remarkable is like we were talking about soccer.
The mayor-elect just brought up Ruth Conda Forever.
That's crazy.
That's the mayor supports Arsenal. He's like Zohran definitely remembers the tweet about like how that lady doesn't care about
homie. What's that you from?
Men's entitlement, because
because
about
my
the baby
Afghanistan
crocodile.
No, my Afghanistan was every time.
Oh, the daddy came home. But
every time my
keys
absentee
in the door.
father put the keys in the door. There's so many. There's so many good moments.
Beto calf cramping.
Oh my God, the calf
Zohran knows
cramping.
that like somebody could like stop him on the street and be like, "Mayor, like so lovely to meet you. I'm excited about what you're doing. The housing and the affordability and the buses, I love it. Just one thing, Beto O'Rourke calf cramping." And you will see the man's face break.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
He knows E. Fartlow, probably.
We are losers. I was like, we're the same. Like
representation matters.
We're the same generation, right?
Yeah.
It dawned on me that my entire life, this is kind of feels like the first time that someone from my generation.
Adam is trying to get like young millennial cred, even though he's an old millennial.
Dude, did you see? I like have brought this up to him repeatedly, but you see,
so we're the same generation.
Did you see Mark Ruffalo? Like, because like Adam met him on like doing some red carpet interview thing.
Yeah.
And Mark Ruffalo was like talking with Mehdi Hasan later, and he made a reference to Adam Friedland. I love that kid.
Yeah, that was crazy.
38-year-old baby boy.
Yeah, they're the same age. Him and Mark Ruffalo,
yeah, him
pretty
and Mark,
much.
Yeah, they went to college together.
Adam's ass is almost about 40. True, exactly. I have to keep daggering him. He needs to know his place. This is bullshit.
Has ascended to leadership. I guess Mayor Pete did, but he was more of a suck up to the parents. You're more one of us, I think. I don't know. He couldn't laugh at that, or he could laugh at that. No, you're mad at me? She gets mad at me. She yells at me, Olivia. Can you tell her to take it easy? Anyway, that's it. Give it up for Olivia.
Everyone, please watch on YouTube.
Why is everyone so nervous?
Nah, we're stealing your shit. Yeah, we're stealing your shit, Adam. That's right. Yeah.
Monica.
Or Amelia, sorry.
That's Amelia.
Oh, sorry. Okay, cut that. Okay. How are you? Yeah, you're mayoring people older than you. Are you getting unked?
Okay, can you explain to me what does UNC stand for?
Uncle.
How the fuck does he not know that?
Someone told me it stood for uncool.
No.
It's uncle.
It's uncle.
All right.
You have old heads, unks, and OGs.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You were unknown like a year ago.
Yeah.
He saw that fucking viral tweet that was on the timeline.
Yeah. I still don't know, and I don't want to know. In fact. I mean, you're perhaps one of the most famous people in America right now. I mean, it's weird. Is it weird?
Yeah.
How have you adjusted to that?
I think I try and spend as much time as possible with people I knew before.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah. The day ones.
The mayor-elect.
Yeah.
And I think the nice thing about being an assembly member is I was still working in politics, but I was also walking around my neighborhood like anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to...
You went to the White House, okay?
I went to the White House. I was going to tell you I went to Dwayne Reed.
Oh yeah, did you see this? Why was Zohran hanging out with one of the most rich and powerful gamblers?
Oh yeah, no, I saw this.
This is so... Yeah, so that guy that was complaining about how he's depressed for wearing a mask, turns out he's one of the richest and most powerful gamblers in the U.S.
Caleb Pitts, lock him up.
That's so
Get him out of here.
I can't believe people operate like this.
But
Okay.
both of them are true.
Okay, let's start on the Dwayne Reed.
Okay, start on the Dwayne
Okay,
Reed. We went in there,
Yeah.
pick up something from the apartment.
Yeah.
This guy in front of us has a pack of condoms and breath mints. And he turns around and he goes, Mr. Mayor. And he looks at my wife, he goes, Mrs. Mayor.
Uh-huh.
And that's our experience now at Dwayne Reed.
Yeah, and
that's life in Astoria.
Oh, the condoms had.
I don't know.
He was like, Mr. Mayor, I'm about to lose my virginity. Yeah.
He left it.
I would like you to know. I'm about to become a man.
He just gave the titles.
What does this last year feel like? And what has the adjustment been like? Like,
I mean, it's. To be honest with you, I haven't spent all that much time reflecting on it.
You should,
because it's so go.
You should just work a lot. Have you checked the Reddit?
You sound like the inner voice.
Is there a Zohran Mamdani Reddit?
I don't know. Is there?
Probably. Don't check it though.
No.
Yeah, just go read the comments.
No, I always forget to put the extra /R when I'm like typing in the URL. So I don't even.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House,
yeah.
right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was
thinking on the
going.
plane? What do you think? What's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
You slept. It's a 30-minute flight. I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. I don't know if I can make these jokes. You look a little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you
know
say
it's
that?
30 minutes. I'm sorry to say that. I don't know. I apologize. You walk in, like, did he give you a tour of the White House?
He gave me a tour of.
What was the weirdest thing he showed you?
The Oval Office and the Cabinet Room. What's that?
He had to have shown you one thing weird.
I mean, he showed me the portraits of all the presidents in the Cabinet Room.
Yeah, he saved the FDR for you.
The FDR was beautiful.
It was really nice.
And we talked about FDR for a little bit. And honestly, you don't have the LaGuardia record if you don't have FDR.
Yeah.
But we talked about that. I walked in. First you get there, and it's just you alone, and there are two people like guiding you through to get to the Oval Office. And they're like, they want you to see this room and that room. And then I sit down waiting for the time of the meeting. And in front of me are like all these different coffee table books. And one of them is UFC at the White House.
Oh yeah, he's bringing it there, right?
I had no idea, but I was
in the rows
flipping through that.
Yeah. And so you saw like guys fighting each other?
No, it was just
what was it? UFC? It was
visualization.
Of
like what the
the octagon is.
Yeah, it's gonna look like.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
No.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Like, how did you not laugh
when the 135?
How did you keep the face during the press conference?
Oh,
because we were all dying, and I'm like, my boy Zohran was like just straight face. He said, "Just tell him yes." Yeah. How did you keep that face?
Honestly, I was just thinking about New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole time I was trying to think about the difference between if you have a White House that is working towards an affordability agenda or one that's making it harder to live in the city.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept.
Do you feel like as if the president sees your popularity? He loves the ratings. Ton of reporters. He sees it. He's, I think, handsome. I think he thought handsome. Did you have eyes up here, Mr. President? You were elected because you were trusted on your policies for affordability. Do you think he's maybe a little bit trying to like swagger Jack a little bit?
Oh yeah.
I actually think there are a lot of places of disagreement with the president. I think one of the things that was remarkable to me is I told him that our campaign started on October 23rd of last year, but the moment when some people started paying attention was after he won the presidency. We did the video on Fordham Road, Hillside Avenue.
Yeah.
We talked to Trump voters and we asked them why they voted for him. And it just went back to cost of living and it went back to cheaper groceries.
Yeah.
Okay, the first 17 minutes was like real, and now he's back to politician mode. Immediately, he just like locked in.
I mean, Adam asked the question, like he like immediately brought it to the White House.
Yeah.
And did ask him.
Now he's just hitting the, oh, well, this is the same response he gave on MSNBC, basically.
And that was a lot of our campaign.
And he liked that it was 1 in 10, right? That's like he liked.
1 in 10.
He liked.
And there was, I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he did the.
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani.
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was going to step on. Sound like such a postulate. Everything is we. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally.
Did you think it was a prank?
Well, I had a member of the NYPD pulled me aside and they're like, I just want you to know that there is a man in your line of sight with a red MAGA hat. We checked and he's actually sincerely here for the rally.
Oh, nice. So you really had to bring it. You had to do a Trump-style rally for him.
That's awesome.
He's not there to kill you.
We inspected the chud and found that he's actually for you, sir.
Yeah, no, we asked him questions about affordability.
We tactically ascertained that he has begun to see the light of Marxism-Leninism.
How do you check that? Or like, what do you think about fast and
Sir,
free
spread
buses?
your legs, bend over. Like, I don't know, like
you had to really do.
No, they were inspecting him. I'm telling you, they were asking him about his opinion on free childcare.
You had to do YMCA. You know, this guy's accustomed to some wild rallies. This guy's accustomed to a stadium full of.
Yeah, it was just me and El Bizgard Church.
Yeah, I mean,
somebody from MTV Lebanon.
Did you expect him to like you as much as he did?
I was trying to prepare for a lot of different situations.
I know. It's like when you're on that plane taking that selfie. I mean, that could have gone in any direction. I mean, like, did that feel best case scenario, or like, were you like?
I mean, it honestly felt like the most productive meeting we could have had.
Yeah.
I mean, a meeting where we talked about ULERP, we talked about, groceries, Con Ed, rent, childcare. That feels like the best meeting you could have.
Yeah. Were Eric or Donald Jr. there?
No. It was.
Did you worry that like to see that was maybe difficult for them?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Maybe it's like the hang has just been so bad. This cool guy came, and he's like, now I have to go back to these guys. Did he say, can you sleep over? Did he come up to New York and see you?
He didn't ask me that.
Oh man. I mean, it was one of the most surreal things we've ever seen as Americans.
Robin Van Persie against Charlton, baby.
What's the score?
3-1.
What? Fuck. Who scored?
Richarlison from halfway line.
Oh, did he do the pigeon from halfway line?
Nah, dude, he was being weird about it.
He scored from the halfway line?
Yeah, he chipped Ryan.
What? It was off his line?
Yeah, it wasn't Ryan's fault. It was honestly just a great play from him.
Why would you say that?
Because they're not a threat.
They're not a threat.
That's famous last words. What's this time?
Okay.
73rd.
What time is it right now?
Why would you?
74.
Why would you say that?
What time is it?
102.
Okay.
Did you watch the 4-4 Arsenal Newcastle?
Yeah, we talked about it. It was the worst day of my life. This is an interesting moment for us because we have like an opportunity to have like a snapshot of you after an historic election and prior to the assumption of one of the most powerful positions in America.
Co-host of the show.
Co-host of the Adam Friedland show.
Yeah.
What made you run for mayor? Like, what made you decide to run for mayor?
I think one of the things was that I was very frustrated with the fact that Eric Adams, who was at that point running for re-election, was making it more expensive to live in New York City in clear ways that he had direct control over, and then pretending like he was just a bystander. He would write a letter in support of Con Ed when they wanted to increase gas and electric by more than $60 a month. He would raise the rent more than 12%.
Mm-hmm.
He would increase the water bill. He would.
But like the conditions for you,
I mean, for me,
you're like, this is the time I'm gonna run for mayor.
I think the thinking was that I wanted to make a case specific about cost of living.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people who looked at kind of the swing of our politics and thought that the only way to beat someone heading towards the right is to head towards the right yourself.
And you felt like you were gonna win?
I felt like I had a 3% chance of winning. And that's probably giving me an extra 2 points.
Was there someone that you spoke to who said don't run?
Oh, tons.
Tons. Did your girl say that?
No, my wife.
Your wife.
Oh, yeah.
Your girl. She's still your girl. She's always going to be your girl. Your wife, she said run?
She was down for it.
So
that was the final decision that we had.
You're allowed, yeah. Is she mad at you for working so much?
No,
she gets
she's
on
lovely.
you? She is a little bit.
She what?
Is she a little bit? She gets, no, but it's annoying for her a little bit.
My,
she lets you work
heart.
so much? Mine
This is all permission given.
Mine doesn't.
No, but I think, to be honest with you, it's...
What work does he do?
Well, you know, he's
oh
like,
man,
if you
one fucking podcast a week at most.
I like listen.
No, mine. Oh, I can't, guys. I can't do.
Have you ever seen
Patreon.
All the President's Men? It's a lot of work. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I can't do Patreon exclusives because my girl won't let me. Sorry. That's what it is.
To meet someone in one stage of your life.
Yeah.
And then to have your life and their life transform.
Yeah.
What it also just like the level of love and support it takes from someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not be able to do this without her.
She gets mad at you for working too much.
That's not what I said.
I feel like I looked into your eyes. I see a fellow brother. What was the moment you knew you'd win?
For the primary?
No, the primary and the general, I suppose.
You got two questions. You know, there isn't like a single moment.
Yeah.
There is, the funny thing to me is that in both of the elections, from 6 to 9 p.m., I thought I was going to lose of election day.
Because there was like bad like exit polling?
In the general,
Yeah.
there was a rumor at around 6 o'clock that there were 2 major news networks that had bad exit polls and that showed Cuomo with an advantage.
He started that rumor?
Lord knows, man. I mean, definitely worked. Ruined my night. Ruined my night. Primary, I remember Kevin.
This podcast host kind of sucks. That's crazy. That's the millennial. That's the millennial Bill Maher you're speaking on. Okay, put some respect on it, chatter.
Kevin Elkins.
How did you fall for that?
I'm such a mark of this stuff. Kevin Elkins, who was working on Cuomo's campaign, put out a tweet like, I guess the most important things that everybody had.
I was a little worried about the exit polls as well. Give me a fucking break, all right? There were a bunch of exit polls that did not look good for Zohran. It's true.
Fun. And I was like, oh man, this means they know they're gonna win. And he's saying that to us.
He's in a room full of 4 guys as the election night party. You're in a stadium. You're in a stadium in front of a Dory fan. I think you should have looked around.
Yeah, but never. I mean, this is like, you know, being an Arsenal fan.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's never done until.
That meant so much to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? You cannot count it.
It's a reminder that you're going to die one day. It's like you think that once anytime you think something good's going to happen, it just goes away.
You have to hold.
I think
your
it's
breath.
made us better people, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to deal with disappointment for decades.
I think if we were like Real Madrid fans, we'd be like cheating on our taxes. We'd be like, I'm going to live forever. We have affairs. Multiple families.
Create a retractable roof.
I think for us, we're like it's gonna all go away. So I have to like take advantage of the time I have. It means nothing to these people. Okay.
Wait, what's the
4-1 as a hat trick.
Let's fucking go. Sorry for cursing. 4-1.
Sorry to me.
Wow. Hey guys, we want to thank Lucy. Lucy can be.
Guy.
My gift is become the good 100 call 50 load photo tag. 40 by War Black Friday. Support this guy.
Oh my God! How many fucking ads does he have?
Enjoy it off org account.
Filled to the fucking gills with this. Jesus Christ!
50% off your first year at monarch.com. Code TAFS. This has become a national news story, right? And it's a crappy time. You've made a lot of people feel like inspired. Municipal politics is obviously messy, right?
Yeah.
What balance in your team that you're building right now do you have between the guys that know just like the mud, you know, and then the guys that have the vision?
I think it's looking to combine that in everybody, and I think it's tough because sometimes the more fluency and experience you have in government, the less imagination you have as to what government could be, because you've had to deal with its failures for decades.
You've been in the cigar rooms,
And I think we've made a few appointments so far. The first appointment to me, Dean Foulahan, was the first deputy mayor. I appointed him, and El Bisgard Church is my chief of staff. El is somebody I've known since I've been in office. So
Yes.
I hired her as my chief of staff when I was in the assembly, which
she's been with you, yeah,
from the jump, and
Yeah.
she's incredible.
Yeah.
And Dean is somebody who'd been in government for 47 years, and he'd worked as a first deputy mayor before, he'd worked as the head of the budget before, he worked in Albany, and the thing that I love about him is that he's worked through all of that, and still his orientation is how do we make a no into a how when it comes to any political problem.
Yeah.
And that's, a lot of people lose that the longer they work in government.
Do you remember the night Obama won? Like, do you remember like how, like, what it felt like? We're like, America is different now. You feel like, to me, the first generational talent that's come out of the progressive side of politics. But what we saw was like he wasn't prepared, that popularity didn't translate to legislative success. Did you take any notes?
Adam Friedland is also one of the few people with this orientation that will ask this question to Zohran Mamdani, I think. Because, like, no one on MSNBC is going to have this kind of perspective on Obama. Fair is fair. Like, as far as Obama promising a lot, being a generationally charismatic, generationally talented Democratic president who then also failed to deliver on a lot of his promises.
Yeah, like, because a lot of how Zoran's positioned him, like they set up that org. I forget the
Obama for America, but for Zohran.
Right. But the idea is that, like, Organizing for America, which was the Obama organization, which was set up, like, that was essentially this, the organizing operation that helped him get elected in 2008. Once he got into office, he more or less like shut it down outside of the context of the OFA set up for the 2012 election.
Zoe Bungler.
But I do think that it's like, what's so funny, and I agree with you that, like, Adam is like a lot of like outside of like podcasters or journalists, like somebody like Ryan Grimm, let's say, who's conscious, or David Dayen, people who are conscious of this narrative, and are conscious that people, it's like how people in like of our generation exactly think about this stuff would think to ask it. But I think Zohran and his people have explicitly, whether or not they succeed at it is a totally different question. But
Yeah.
it seems to me that, like, they're also like that is, it's a generation thing. Adam's right to frame it that way. Like, clearly it's on their minds as well. Like, how do we not blow the fact that people are enthusiastic and want to do stuff?
Yeah.
From that, did you learn from that? I mean, I'm trying to draw a parallel here.
No, I think the thing, the next challenge now is fulfilling the agenda.
Yeah.
Right. This excitement, inspiration, this hope, it will carry us through the beginning of the work, and then you have to start to deliver on the work. And I think that is actually what makes me excited, is that I actually see a path on each of the 3 key agenda points. And every time you win one of them, it validates people for believing. Because there are a lot of people who, they don't know if they should give themselves permission to hope again because of how many times they've been disappointed. Yeah. And you have to prove that they were right to believe. You have to give them, if we've spent an entire campaign talking about freezing the rent for rent stabilized tenants, fast and free buses, universal childcare, the urgency of starting to deliver on that, it's what makes people understand that they were right to demand more.
But is there a balance that you have to strike? Do you have to, like, those people that believe in you, do you feel like there's a necessity to kind of inoculate them to understand it's not going to be overnight, right?
Yeah, and I think that you have to be honest about a timeline, and that, I'm not going to tell anyone in the first 100 days we're achieving these 3 things.
Yeah.
But they have to be able to see that you are working towards it, and that you can actually deliver it while you're the mayor. And that's, like, I've been a legislator, and the legislature, it's an incredible place for where you can craft bill ideas, vote on them, debate on them. So much of whether or not they succeed has to do with whether the executive wants to implement them.
Yeah.
Right? You can pass it through both houses, and if you have when I first came into Albany, Cuomo was the governor. Yeah. And you knew that the implementation of the law, it could be completely different than what you intended. And now I will be the executive in New York City. Yeah. And that's also what gives me so much hope, is that you have the ability to follow through on so much of this. And we've been told again and again what politicians can't do. It's really what they won't do.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here on the Adam Friedland Show.
Yeah, thank you. There are plenty of ways they can fuck with you, right? Right? Like, and it's not only City Hall, it's like, but it's, Albany, it's DC, and it's like, it's you going out to see the president, like, showing face and showing abs, maybe. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did in that room. Oh yeah. Are there contingencies in place? You know, are you prepared for the fight? Because they're gonna try to fuck with you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for it.
You know, it's the worst job that you have.
I don't think it's the worst job.
Why are you doing this?
Because you get to represent New York
No,
City.
it's the worst job. You get booed everywhere you go.
Look at how they're matching each other.
I
in
saw
town.
I used to get booed anyway.
I saw De Blasio get booed at a Paul Simon concert.
No.
And it was like,
Did you really?
Get a fucking
How are you
room.
still discussing Mamdani? I don't know. Maybe because our friend Adam Friedland is interviewing him finally. This is a podcast that Noah's also been a producer on as well. That's part of the reason. I had moved on from the Mamdani segment in the morning.
Our parent family, and they're like, go fuck yourself. I was like, what? It's the mayor. He has to get booed. I mean, no, really, what it is.
I mean, but like that's also what I love about, like, to be a New Yorker. You're gonna hear a lot of people's opinions. Like I went to the Wu-Tang concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well,
No.
most of the reception is like great. People are like cheering, waving. They want photos. And this one guy's like, "Yo, come take a photo of me." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, dog?" And as soon as we take the photo, he pulls out the selfie, and then he just flips me off in the selfie.
That's funny.
And I'm like, respect. Like
he's doing a bit though. Yeah, he likes you. I do that to my friends all the time.
Yeah.
No, it's
So you
it's
show
not
love?
that. It's what it is that it's a slog. I mean,
it is definitely a slog.
You have to do it your way, I assume.
I think a big part of it is you have to keep yourself through it all, and you have to balance between the demands of what the city will require from you and how you don't lose yourself in the process of it.
Yeah.
When I started in local politics, the first organization that I joined was the Muslim Democratic Club of New York, and one of the founders, her name is Alia Latif. She gave me this advice of, whatever you do, make sure you can recognize yourself in the mirror at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of how I'm thinking about this. That work as hard as I can, and do so to fulfill the vision we've had, not to comport yourself for a box that's being created.
I met Lena Khan. She was on the show.
She's great.
Real quick, just 4-minute warning.
4-minute warning. And
Can we get a score update?
4-1. It's domination.
It's domination.
I don't know what else to call it, man.
Did you ever watch the Fox?
HasanAbi, stop being parasocial. Just because you watch Cumtown doesn't mean they are all our friends. It's by far my least favorite bit. Wrap it up. You're right. I don't know Adam Friedland, and I hate him. You're
That's
right.
kind of funny to do you're being a parasocial to the Twitch streamer that you watch.
I'm being parasocial.
Sorry,
You're right.
It's really funny.
I should stop being parasocial about
Yo, chill.
Adam. I will not be calling
stop
him.
it. When you talk about FaZe Banks like that, you don't know him.
Yeah.
Dude.
I do phase up though every day.
Soccer Channel commercials.
No.
They used to have the EPL.
Yeah.
It'd just be like long commercials of Drogba.
Oh my! Don't talk.
Descriptions.
We
Of,
have
they say,
that's-
Planet of a Man.
That's the
Didier Drogba.
That's the nightmares we have. You
The
know,
nightmare I have is Didier Drogba bullying
He
the
made
defense.
Senderos cry.
Michael Essien's goal.
I guess when I met Lena Khan, she was on the show,
Sorry, yeah.
and like she's perhaps one of the most impressive
She's
people
incredible.
I've ever met. And when I heard she was part of the transition team, I was like, oh, he's got it. I mean, I asked her if she's ever lied, and she said, well, maybe in elementary school, and I think that was true. I mean, like I think it was true, what was really effective was that she communicated antitrust laws in like this complex stuff in a very clear and concise way.
Yeah.
And sometimes progressives feel like snobs when they're talking to people.
I remember. I mean, when I was running for state assembly, we put together our first palm card.
Yeah.
And I thought it was absolutely fire.
Yeah.
And I remember giving it to a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who is a great photographer. And she read it and she was like, what do these words mean?
Yeah.
Because so much of the time.
She literally lied to you on stream. Okay. Yeah, obviously it was on camera.
It feels like we're just speaking to ourselves.
I mean, I think that's one thing that is going to be important is like just communicating not above people's heads.
Just actually speaking with them.
With people.
And I think that's the point is to bring people in to politics, not to condescend to them as to why they're not already there.
Yeah.
And it's also just much easier being yourself.
Yeah.
When you're speaking to people and
you're gonna get old, you think? Your face?
Brother.
You see them always, yeah. You're going bald already?
What do you mean already? I've been going bald.
What are you doing for it?
I worry.
No, you
Did you do
can't-
anything? Did you do like minoxidil?
We could go to Turkey.
I gave him that tip, by the way. in our first conversation, I was like, "Listen, I was also balding, and I started doing finasteride and minoxidil."
That's
You go
one place
Turkey, I'll get
not going
I go
right
rhinoplasty, you go hair. Oh, you can't
Why
go.
do you need?
Yeah.
You look great.
Adam, we got a wrap.
Okay, last question.
This is just
when
gonna
I
be
saw
that.
when I spoke to Lita, she said one thing that stuck with me.
Yeah.
And I said, like, the most powerful companies in the world, the most powerful people in the world, like, are pissed at you. She had like hundreds of op-eds in newspapers. No one knew what the fuck the FTC was, and her response to me was very impressive. It was like, she said, like, I said, did you ever clap back or anything? She looked like confused, and she was like, no, I just have to, like, I don't know, like, win the lawsuit.
Let the work speak for itself.
If you're getting pummeled in the press, like, how are you going to keep your horse blinders on and just focus on the agenda? You know?
I think you have to both be responsive, but I think she's right. There's two things she said about that experience that have really stayed with me. The first is that you always have to remember that the opinions that you're hearing, that especially from the wealthy and the powerful, they will always be amplified in a way that working people's are not.
Yeah.
And if you remember that context, you take that seriously, and you also don't think of it as surround sound in the way that it feels.
Yeah.
And part of that means getting out of the office, getting actually into New York City, speaking to people, asking them what they're thinking about, what they're worried about. And then the other thing is that every time you win in your agenda, it proves that people are right to believe in that agenda in the first place.
Yeah.
And you have to both be able to respond to this and never let it distract you from the work that you're supposed to be doing. Because if she wins that lawsuit, then that's the proof. And if we deliver on this agenda, that's the proof. And I mean, Bernie talks about the thing that people are afraid of is that the power of example.
Yeah.
That's what people are fearing. Not that we won't get it done, but that we will.
Can you text him? Get him on the show?
I don't have my phone's on me.
You have his number though? You should.
He's such a fucking cloud hound, dude.
No, I got a text.
That's
Oh
crazy.
shit.
I gotta give you the second time.
Shit.
Just in right again.
Yes, Zohran. How
No!
are you, my friend? I don't know if you
No!
and this and the Tash, but
Hold on.
Adam
Look how handsome.
I gotta go for the beginning.
Look how handsome he is.
together. Yes, Zohran. How are you?
We
my
gotta go
friend?
Betsy's
I
now.
don't know if you recognize me with this badge and this hair and the
It's so
Tash,
cute.
but
We love
Adam
Hecky.
told me that you guys were gonna watch the
He's so
derby
stylish.
together.
We're not.
You're right. You did tell him about minoxidil. Yeah.
So, you know, I have all these trolls who'll hit me and they'll be like, are you just mad because you're male pattern baldness? I'm like, damn.
What, you got issues with that?
I don't think it's there yet. But definitely, like, when people say, like, racist stuff or the baldness stuff gets me. The racist stuff, I'm like,
stuff,
okay,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, I got
What's
it
up?
because you told me to.
Yeah, that's what I use.
What is finasteride?
It's
See, I told you. I fucking introduced his ass to minoxidil and finasteride.
It's the only FDA. It's
Finasteride?
It's for prostate cancer.
Finasteride.
It's for prostate cancer originally, but it is the only FDA-approved drug, as far as I know, that you can take that stops male pattern baldness.
You're not even looking at him.
Finasteride and
He's like,
minoxidil.
Damn, I just worry about this stuff. I don't do anything.
Yeah, the more you worry about it, the worse it'll get.
You think that's true?
and then he just said, I worry about it. Adam asked him, what do you do? And he says, I worry about it.
I have an uncle who swore to me that if you touch a certain part of your beard, it'll grow more than if you don't touch the other part.
He
of
also talked about Turkey, going to Turkey. I mean, we joked about going to Turkey for transplants.
Oh yeah, you're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater.
You're
You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words.
Wait, no, this is not. This is not the right.
Real ass. Yeah, that's a son calling the mayor of New York City an
I didn't mean it like that.
That's not. That's not what we were looking
Thank
for.
you, chat. Thank you, chatter. Whoever sent that.
Yeah.
That was your good deed of the day.
Arsenal supporters are untrustworthy. I don't know enough about footy to give you a yes or no on this. I pulled that bait 3 weeks ago. Yeah, he's an ass eater. He's right about the beard.
Did it work? Did you touch your beard? Use your beard?
I haven't done it, but he said that he did it and it did work. So that's what I'm also hoping. I just keep touching like right here, hoping that it'll just stimulate growth.
I got you.
Thank you.
I got everything for you. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
Gooner has a bad connotation for a long time. Yeah, I did crack jokes about flying to Turkey. That's real. We did do that. But anyway, let's finish.
You made me miss video before, after, or at halftime, but I'm sure that we're winning somehow. Also,
I
wanted to
DM'd
say
everyone
I
on
always have
Instagram.
this theory that being an Arsenal fan is heavily linked with being a fucking cool person. That my theory is really truly standing right now. Huge congratulations.
It's like when
Very proud.
Aiden Ross gave Trump a Tesla. I
Amazing what you do. Even here in Spain, we feel the energy of what's happened.
I love
it's
this
truly
guy.
needed.
I love him so much too. He was
New York
rapping.
City needs right now, what the world needs right now, and
The amount of people that came up to me in Hong Kong about Zohran Mamdani was insane.
Really?
Yeah. I was genuinely shocked at how many fans I have, like how many Chinese fans I have straight up in mainland China. Because there were mad people that would show up when we were live streaming. And there was even one that said I pulled him out of the alt-right pipeline. I was thinking to myself, like,
in China?
Yes. And I was like, oh, so you must have gone to college in America or something. He's like, no, born and raised Chinese. I was like, God damn, you got to fucking fix the goddamn firewall, brother. There's an alt-right pipeline in China that's unacceptable.
Yeah, man, that is a pretty big hole in the fence.
Yeah, that's crazy. And there were also hella people that came up to me in Hong Kong being like, the Zohran interview that you did was so amazing. Like I couldn't believe how many people were tapped in Hong Kong. It makes more sense for Hong Kong, obviously. But there were people being like, we need a Zohran style candidate here.
Nice to meet you.
Big fan
Big
of
fan
you
of
since COVID, and thank you for keeping out the all-right pipeline.
Bro, they got the all-right pipeline out here?
Yeah,
You live out here, or you?
Yeah, born and raised.
That's crazy. Holy, American brain rot is so severe. That's insane.
Yeah.
Here. I'm gonna be honest. No more VPNs. They need to cut it out.
No, you need to cut off internet access to America?
They need to cut off internet access.
Put the firewall
to America.
up.
Nope, put it up. Put it up. That's crazy. I mean, it's cool that like a lot of people, get to watch me, but that is crazy.
This is James.
Nice to meet you.
Maybe don't fix it if you're actually the one that pulled him out. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it's for, he pulled the one guy out.
It's for the safety of all Chinese, okay? The next generation of Chinese to not have to encounter any American brain rot, in my opinion. Yeah, Top G needs to fix this, okay? 1.4 billion people. Anyway, there was but yeah, the China trip was amazing, dude. It was so fucking awesome.
I'm jealous, man.
It was so amazing. It was everything that I like. It was basically seeing everything that I have talked about in action, like high-speed rail, insane development. Going from mainland China to Hong Kong was like going through a time chamber, basically. Like I time traveled back into the past. After, because like I that was actually kind of shocking to me, because I would assume that like Hong Kong also continued developing, considering that it's like, supposed to be this like Western enclave, right? It's a Western outpost, but it straight up is backwards in comparison to mainland China, at least the cities that I went to. It was beautiful. Hong Kong was beautiful. It was very cool. It was very nice, but it blew my mind, the difference between like Chengdu and Chongqing. I would also say that like the people in mainland China, super fucking super duper welcoming, as opposed to people in Hong Kong were like very rowdy.
Well, those are like kind of also, I mean, at least like in Hong Kong's case, like separate, like even like prior to like the rise of the Chinese Communist Party or the Civil War. Like that was Hong Kong's reputation as kind of like a wild frontier merchant city. But listen, man, I buy it based on both what you posted and what friends who've been to both places say. I mean, what was when you went to Hong Kong?
Look at this motherfucker still saying Tofu Drake buildings are ripe in China, bro. Yeah, dude, totally. I stayed in all the Tofu Drake buildings. Let me tell you, okay? Shit was bomb. What were you saying? Sorry.
Well, the like when you went to Hong Kong, like you just trained it from where did you go from? Because you had to miss Shenzhen, right?
Yeah. The group didn't want to go to Shenzhen, and they were like, we travel too much. So I was like, all right, fine, we'll just go to Hong Kong instead of Shenzhen, and I'll go do a day trip to Shenzhen because Shenzhen is 15 minutes out,
right? It's like
from Hong Kong,
next to it.
Yeah, and I was the only one in the group that wasn't able to get back in. I didn't know the one country, two systems is still in effect because like all the, free Hong Kong protests and stuff, I thought that, it just, China had completely.
Well, the visa will be the last thing to change.
Yeah, they just straight up. I don't see him.
Want me to check?
No, hold on. Anyway, he's what was I gonna fucking say? No, he's not at the door. Yeah, Shenzhen is it was gonna be like a day trip. But I didn't realize that you need immigration. Like you technically are leaving mainland China in the eyes of the state if you go to Hong Kong. And they only had a 1 day. They only had a 1 day visa. Or single entry visa for me. I was the only person in the group that got a single entry visa. So I wasn't even able to go to Shenzhen. And I had all this stuff going on in Shenzhen where I was supposed to get on a flying car, go to one of the factories. And I was not able to do any of that stuff.
Next trip.
Yeah, but it's all good, Yeah, save more for the next trip.
We're putting you in those like convertibles that can also become speedboats.
Yeah, exactly. You probably had to take them to Hong Kong to teach them they don't want to go back. Yeah, I mean it was still
Hong Kong's
fun.
awesome.
Shenzhen, yeah, people say is boring anyway. Like they, so I get that. Thank you. I get that part that is like people were like, I get why someone who hasn't encountered any of that stuff would want to not go there. But it was a long ass trip. Yeah, I'm glad we went to all the cities. Chengdu, Chongqing, Shanghai, Beijing. The Beijing portion of I think this is yours.
Bueno.
The Beijing portion of the broadcast also was like, it was a little bit too boring for the rest of the group, I think. But yeah, we needed to spend more time in Shanghai too. Like we didn't get to spend enough time in Shanghai. I can't believe there's still motherfuckers who do this. Look, didn't want to see the suicide nets at Foxconn. Like, keep coping, chatter.
Didn't want to see the suicide.
Yeah, keep coping. Oh shit, we don't have a.
What, silverware?
Yeah, hold on. Hey, can you give me silverware? Thank you. Oh, no, but here.
Thank you.
I was just joking. Oh, all right. Sure.
I mean, that is like probably that is like in the CIA official copy pasta handbook.
Yeah, no, the dude, people
for
thought,
the CIA.
People thought even like non-haters thought that I was doing a paid trip. Like they thought I was doing a sponsored trip by the government or something to China.
I definitely saw some editors from Tablet or something saying stuff to that
wish,
effect.
dude. I fucking wish, brother. Oh my God. I wish I had motion like that. That would be so sick. I couldn't even get back into the fucking country. I had a single entry visa. How the fuck does that work? The government was like a one and done. They were like, yeah, you can come in one time to do a propaganda tour of China. They tried to cancel you for going to the TCM clinic? Wait, what? Why? Yeah. Also, how does that work? I thought I was imprisoned by the Chi-Com. You know? Mad people initially, after the flag raising ceremony, everyone was like, oh, he's getting imprisoned. Oh, look at a socialist getting a taste of his medicine. You know? Socialists seeing real socialism in action. Oh, doesn't like it now. To actually, he's getting paid by the government.
Well,
going from the government arrested you to the government's paying for you.
I mean, that exact arc, not with the Chinese government necessarily, but that exact arc has happened before.
What? Going from being arrested by the government to being a sponsor?
Yeah, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I think that could be a fun arc for you.
Yeah. That's me.
Punished Hasan.
Dude, we'll actually get a 10-year. All of their visas are 10-year tourism visas. If you get, I don't think it's a 10-year though. It's like a 2-year or something. But they have tourism visas. Mine was a single entry for 2 years. So once you enter once, it burns. But I'm gonna get another one when I go back.
You should also see. I mean, Vietnam would be interesting.
Yeah, I really want to go to Vietnam. Yeah,
I mean, Vietnam is awesome. I love Vietnam. Love Cambodia. But I would be really curious to get your impression, like how you would compare the two, because the countries resemble each other in a lot of ways, but there are, from my understanding, like some substantial differences in like how they feel and what the like. I mean, one of the things something that I experienced in Vietnam that was very disorienting for me was going from the center of Ho Chi Minh City to then, villages that looked more or less like how they did 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Obviously there are like some differences in terms of like roads or whatever, but life looks a lot similar. And it's just so close to like a kind of like human density, like the distance between the two, like how little it was, just like a few miles.
I think that's how it is with China too, though.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like it blew me away.
As soon as you leave the cities, as soon as you leave like the tier 1 cities, when you're on the train and you look outside, you see that, like, you see at the precipice of the tier 1 cities, you see like a clear-cut difference in modernity. From what I understand, even with like a different, even with like rural parts of China, they have definitely done. Have Noah confirmed that Vietnam has the hammer and sickle everywhere, unlike China? Do they have the communist symbols everywhere in Vietnam?
I mean, you see like, I remember seeing party iconography and stuff, but like, yeah, I mean, but like in the context of like development programs, like not, I mean, and like the way that like land, like that I can tell development hands there and like land, I guess like not auctions, but like you can see how they announce communities and how they position it as like parts of this, like how they brand these initiatives as part of the state, like, and the Communist Party of Vietnam is there. But also I think when I went to Vietnam, it's like, it's at a time of some transition. And like when we went in the regions we went to as well, it was also like a lot of like, I mean, it was like a lot of the most like the things with most iconography in them, the things with like the most number of like hammer and sickle or even Vietnamese flags, were the sites that we saw tied to like commemorating like massacres of Vietnamese people or sites of conflict from the American War. But I mean, in Ho Chi Minh City, and I mean, it's not like, or even Hanoi. I mean, Hanoi is the capital. Definitely, you see more of it for sure. But even there, like these are kind of like tourist districts and very developed, and it's just not that present. Hanoi is cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. They just had a huge celebration that makes total sense, where you would see like in Vietnam a commemoration of the end of the war and the unification.
Yeah.
A major defense parade.
Has no one seen this brain rot? Which have you seen this?
Oh well, I know the Charlie Kirk song, and I know what Osu is, so I can figure out what's going on. This is brutal.
Yeah, I really do want to go to Vietnam. I want to go to Vietnam. I want to go to Singapore. I want to go to Thailand. And I definitely want to go back to China. You've never been, right?
No, I really want to go.
It's fucking sick.
It's definitely number one on my list of places I want to go to.
if you're a Western leftist who's not like immediately anti-China, it's basically proof that you get to see the proof in real time of like the successes of central planning, the success of like competent governance, and how much broader you can spread your money around when you are actually interested in doing public investments.
I mean, the infrastructure stuff just seems like that's one of the things that I like, because it's also not just like China. Like when I was in college, I had a professor who liked to tell a story about how he had a grad student who worked with him who I think was from like Chile.
Mhm.
And one day this grad student came in and was like, I need you to explain something to me. He was all right. What you need to know? He said, I don't understand transportation. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm from Chile. Like our country, is like free market miracle, whatever reform, but like it's substantially poorer than the United States. And like getting around is not as like fraught or bizarre relative to how wealthy we are as it is for you guys. Like it's a total fucking mess. And this is like obvious. And I think for a lot of people, like European train systems were probably like the positive point of comparison that people would have made, right? But now there's something that's even, like far beyond even that just is like, that is like the future we never got. At least in that, dimension of it in transit. So yes, I would like to see the future. I would like to see the future that was denied us because we needed to have Hummers.
Yeah, you will come back insanely pissed off. Like, even if you have no positive feelings towards China at all in your heart, okay? If you go to mainland China, you visit mainland China, you are going to come back so fucking mad because it is impossible not to fucking compare. It is impossible not to fucking compare like what America has not done. It just immediately exposes how shitty our government is in comparison. Straight up. There's no other way to look at that situation. You're like, how the fuck did these guys do this shit? And they have much less money than we do. We're the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. How are we not doing any of the basic amenities, basic services this government is able to offer? Anyway. But yeah. Every day, I lit up the Rand Foundation and all the fucking Heritage Foundation dipshits. Apparently, they were very, very upset at the China trip that I did. The Rand Corporation, whatever it's called. They were consistently fucking talking about it. Consistently talking about
China's foreign,
how I was doing propaganda for China and how it was unacceptable. Apparently, including the thing that I posted. Where's the Drew Pavlov tweet, chatters? I mean, he was the #1 like angry person. I don't even know how I
mean,
can.
His life sucks. Yours rocks. That one's not hard.
I can't even see his shit because I fucking
Easy
blocked his ass. So I can't.
So annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, this one was funny. Literally burn in hell, Hasan.
Oh man, no, that's
You
awesome.
think he
Sorry.
thinks this is a real
Yeah,
photo?
yes, he does. And then but then somebody pointed out to him it's not real, and he's like, I don't care. He's like,
Yeah.
it's actually he's one of those guys who like he gets caught in the thing, and so he's like that actually because I could have believed it's real.
Yeah, this says a lot about you that I thought it was real.
Exactly.
I took one with Mao too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's he really thought that was real. God, he's stupid. He's stupid. Your face, dude. You look so happy.
I will.
Like you just. Oh well, that's creepy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. People do agenda peace, but hate for you, yeah. I mean, the cope has changed though, and I think it's a testament to the success of China, because the cope went from, oh, all their cities are fake, they're all ghost cities, to, oh, well, their tier 1 cities are really nice and much nicer than ours. But how about going to the rural areas? And I guess in the next 10 years, they're going to be like, okay, their rural areas are much nicer than our rural areas, but how about this or that? They need to find a new thing.
This remind one second.
What?
There was a thing with Rand in the news recently. I want to make sure before I like talk about it, I want to make sure I'm remembering it. Yeah, there like Rand recently. There's basically this like there's a recent Rand report that I think may have been pulled, but I'm not sure if it was pulled or not yet. Yeah, I was right. Rand withdraws report advising USA to rein in China rivalry. So while you were in China, becoming Chinese, Rand published this report that was essentially arguing that China, like the contemporary the existing American strategic outlook, right, is that China is not just a country minding its own business, whatever. It's that China is actively seeking to export both its ideology and to entrench its economic dominance around the globe by entering into exploitative to the point of usurious, quote unquote development deals with the third world and whomever. And they are also backing this up with like an increasingly expanding global military presence. And that all of this is, they can be called expansionist. And that's the American position, and kind of has been, really for like 15 to 20 years now, has been the position we slid toward and now have pretty firmly adopted since the Obama years. And this paper suggested, actually, what we mainly see in China is this, that's, you could call it a lot of different things, but it's not this expansionist impulse. Like, really, they're interested in like domestic expansion and improvement. Yes, see this. This
Rand have apparently now withdrawn for further review their extraordinary paper in which they advocated that the U.S. should accept coexistence with China, and in which they accused key influential figures like Kevin Rudd, Rush Doshi, and Matt Pottinger of systematically mistranslating key Chinese expressions to make China look more threatening and to favor a more negative view of China. I guess they must have ruffled a lot of feathers with that one.
So the paper, so I think that this is like, it's obvious that this paper got pulled because of the politics of it, but we are reaching kind of the end. Like, again, you can, like, people can be critics of like Chinese policy in Inner Mongolia or Xinjiang or whatever, but the idea that those criticisms can scale up to the critique of China that, oh, China's trying to do an America, essentially, that China's trying to do a United States, is just laughable. And I'm not really sure how you can do much besides, this kind of shit, which is, very Trump. I mean, obviously, I don't think Trump got this document pulled, although his administration certainly might have. But it's like, to just be like, oh, well, we'll pretend that the problem isn't real by yanking the papers, we'll see. I'm skeptical that like this grand strategic antagonism can be maintained anymore. I really don't think America even has the dog to like sustain the pretense for that many more years.
Yeah, I mean, not against China at least. So we'll just keep looking for smaller villains to fight. I mean, and therein lies like the aggressive posturing against Venezuela.
Iran.
Yeah. But I don't think we don't have any capacity to do this against China specifically.
And I think the U.S., there are going to be leaders who are going to come to the same conclusion as Nixon and others did, which is that it's a lot easier to have China in your corner. And they'll start to figure out what are the shared goals that we can have again with China. Like once upon a time that was countering the Soviet Union. So the question will be, what does the next generation of the American ruling elite view as the potential points of?
What do you mean? Cancel job report, inflation report, and now the GDP report. I'm sure it's all a coincidence and everything is fine. I think we're doing great. The American century of prosperity. If you don't know, I mean, this is literally the Trump approach to COVID. If you don't know what the numbers look like, then you're better off, right?
I guess.
It's better not to know.
It's just so goofy because I also don't believe, like, we would know, there would be a lot of other like related or like adjacent measurements that would tell us if, like, I don't know, like the economy's transmission broke and we're like about to go off a cliff or whatever. So there is like, part of me does wonder, is like, did they like break stuff during the shutdown? Like, really, did they actually break a bunch of measurement stuff?
I mean, Scott Bessent literally said there's recession in parts of the country.
Right, which is just, but you, like, anybody had been, like, it's, they're managing attention with that. But what I mean is, like, you know, I don't think, like,
oh, the complete collapse is imminent.
Yeah, like, it was just, like, that's not what these numbers would tell us. But it does, to me, like, what I do wonder about is the extent to which, again, because there was some reporting to this effect that, like, yeah, when we did the shutdown and they stopped the measurements then and stopped releasing data then in BLS or whatever, they like as a consequence, like they may have, you know, done some permanent damage in the same way that like cutting off, you know, scientific research funding before it was restored busted some shit that you can't fix or will take a long time. I don't know, though, if the economy is actually...
I mean, there's also this. The only reason we aren't technically in a recession right now is that 7 tech companies keep passing around an IOE $10 billion note, IOU $10 billion note, and for some reason we're counting that as real. What do you mean? NVIDIA, OpenAI, Microsoft? Excuse me.
I'm sorry, are you not using AI?
Yeah. It's crazy that you think that that's not real.
It's crazy that you're not using AI. You should be using AI.
Yeah.
You can go back.
I can't do that, Dave.
Scott Bessent saying that the economy will improve towards the end of 2026. Oh, here we go.
To the non-inflationary growth. But look, we are working on this every day, and my prediction is that
I knew Steve Mnuchin. Steve Mnuchin was a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Mnuchin.
It is curving down. And real income, the other side of that equation is real income growth, and we are going to see this from all this investment.
Would a $2,000 tariff dividend check going to people be inflationary?
Well, there are a lot of things that are going to happen next year.
Is that one of them?
And that could be one of them. And again, maybe we could persuade Americans to save that, because one of the things that's going to happen next year is the Trump accounts. Every child who was born from January 1st for the next 3 years is going to get a government account that goes into the stock market. So every American child born for the next 3 years, starting January 1st, is going to have that. They can take it out when
Here's
they're
my
18.
new line. Here's my new thought.
I love that.
Here's my new thought. I think that actually the Republican, like these group of Republicans are like a very like long-standing, like deep cover ML like sect. And what they figured out is how to speed run America into a reality where normies are going to want to take up guns against Republican elected politicians. Yeah. Like that's what they figured out. They want people to be as mad as possible against Republican politicians.
Yeah, they want an armed revolution. They want to foment armed revolution, and they're just accelerating the contradictions. There's no other way to go about it. Yeah, no, these are the ML. This is ML orthodoxy. They're saying the welfare state only seeks to eradicate class consciousness by trying to avoid people from trying to force people not to recognize the contradictions that exist, and therefore you must abolish the welfare state so that you can foment socialist revolution in the country. That's what it is, I think. Or maybe the other thing where it's like they're so used to succeeding that they're just like, let's just rinse the stone for whatever remains to basically get as much.
I mean, like literally the plan is to, like, one of their plans to fix the Obamacare subsidy stuff is that they're going to pay people. They're going to say, we will put the difference for, so if you downgrade your plan So if you downgrade the quality of your plan, you go from like a silver level Obamacare plan to a bronze level Obamacare plan, they will take the difference in your premiums and put it into an HSA, a health savings account. It's like an untaxed account that you can use to spend money on health care. But like, remember, an HSA, like that money, if you got to use it and you got to plan ahead. So it's like, okay, you're coming up with this incredibly convoluted thing that people can do to somewhat offset the loss in the quality of coverage.
Democrats would operate.
I mean, you're not far off, man. It's bizarre, the fact that they picked this battle, like that they decided to like they decided to take the shutdown fight over this, because it's like, okay, the Democrats, even with Chuck, Chuck Wimp Schumer deciding to let the Democrats or let that centrist renegade group tank the shutdown strategy, the consequence will be, and again, it's nothing to do with the politics or optics of the shutdown, but it's entirely about the fact that like people still do associate the shutdown with the Republicans in general, and they are going to blame what happens to healthcare costs on the Republicans. And I said, I just by November 2026,
in the interest of bipartisanship, maybe the Democrats will say, no, it's our fault that healthcare sucks.
Also far from being impossible. That is absolutely.
They're going to come out and be like, guys, listen, we fucked up. I know a lot of you think it's the Republicans' fault that your healthcare is ass, but it's actually us Democrats. We've been winning too much.
Yeah,
we want to make sure that you understand who's at blame here. It's us.
I did have a thought like a while ago that like Hakeem Jeffries was going to make a bid to bring back. He's actually we're to show how patriotic we are, and in a bid to like rebrand the party, we're going to go back to the old name of the Democrat Party, which was the Democratic Republican Party, because they want to appeal to Republicans as well now. No, I do believe that's what they're going to end up like. They will find a way to not let the Republicans totally eat the L on this, just like that was the case with the shutdown.
Yeah. So speaking of which, speaking of eating L's, we got to talk about Zohran Mamdani's L, at least from your perspective. He did not want Chiose to run, and he actively came after him. And in the Meet the Press interview that he conducted this past Sunday, he was very quick to endorse Hakeem Jeffries as minority speaker, or majority speaker if the Democrats win the House. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think my first thought is that like, I think she handled not getting the DSA endorsement. Really, he's handled it like very well.
Yeah.
There like a lot of people have cast a lot of suspicion on him and his commitment to DSA, and the way he's acquitted himself afterwards has been like really solid. I think that like Zohran is essentially making people like you and me feel or suppose that he's picking and choosing the battles. He says, listen, I'm not like I obviously just won a primary against an establishment figure, but going after Jeffries right now will make it more difficult for me to deliver on what I was elected to deliver on. Like that's the simple pitch. And if it turns out right that like Chiose not getting the Zohran blessing to get in the mix for a long shot primary bid is something that ends up being meaningful, then like sure, like all right, I'll wait that out, I suppose.
No, I think it's a mistake.
Yeah,
I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is in any way, shape, or form going to concede to Zohran's agenda.
Yeah, but
he will still present hurdles against it.
I agree with you that it's a mistake not to pursue a primary against Hakeem Jeffries. Full stop. I think that should happen, and that like Hakeem Jeffries should be primaried. I think there is, though, it's not just about Jeffries, and it's about all the other people who Zohran as like the head of a city, not as a legislator, not as a guy who's shaping legislation, but as like the executive of a city. Like he has to go and trade horses. This is, one of the things that people bring up. Why are you pursuing attacks against the leadership of the party that you're claiming to be in common cause with? And again, like, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I do personally. What I feel is mainly that like it's a big ask considering how much contempt there is for among
Yeah.
certainly that I feel
It
for like
don't
leadership
matter.
of the party.
It don't matter. Hakeem Jeffries going to fuck him over no matter what. It's better to try and attempt to unseat him, or at the very least push him further left by presenting a left alternative, a left flank alternative in the primaries. There's never a good reason to stop a Democrat. There's never a good reason to stop running left flank candidates against establishment figures, because the worst case is she loses the race, right? It's already a difficult task. But in the process, you do unironically cause Hakeem Jeffries to make concessions to the left in the way that he campaigns, because he knows that that's the only way out of this primary structure.
I agree completely. That is why every Democrat, every left-wing Democrat, or what,
and I think it was a mistake for Zohran to campaign against him instead of just like taking a back seat, not saying anything, and being like, I'm focusing on affordability right now, as opposed to being like, I think Chiose shouldn't do it.
Well, that's where I wonder, because to me, like, again, I don't want to weigh in on like I also feel like I don't know enough about the internal DSA. Yeah, man. Like there's more ins and outs and stuff. Like I don't want to just fucking mouth off. Like the easiest thing in the world, I feel like, is to have an opinion based on like half information. And I just like, I would rather, like, what I have to say does not matter that much. I still don't understand why he went and campaigned at the DSA against Xi. I mean, like, it's weird. Not that I think it's weird that he went, but it's a weird split thing. I think on the one hand, the fact that he like takes DSA seriously enough to go and say, hey, like, don't run against this person who I don't want you to run against. Like, it's like not, to me, that's not suggesting that he's keeping DSA at arm's length. At the same time, like, was it the right call for him to go in and say, hey, Xi, don't run? I don't know. I hope Chiose runs and win anyway. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I like Xi. Jeffries being nearly 80% popular in the district is very different. Yeah, I mean, that's like the thing. He's not Joe Crowley. I don't know. This is like part of why, again, it's one of the many reasons why, like, I'm not trying to be strident or trying to like bug out at anybody for their take on this one. It's literally still the transition. He's not in office yet. Xi isn't running. I mean, I didn't see, I know that he said he wouldn't run if he didn't get the endorsement. I haven't caught up on the latest. Please open Steam. Nice try.
All right, you want to see some of the stuff?
Oh, let's go.
No, to your point about Xi handling this well.
Oh, HSA you don't have to spend? Oh, yeah, I did mix it up with an FSA then.
I just got here. I saw DSA put out a detailed report explaining why Xi is not someone they want to support, focusing on being an opportunist and not in alignment with democratic socialism. Yeah, I don't care about any of that stuff.
Yeah,
that stuff is
sorry.
stupid.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking... That's just like the old guard of the DSA having some reasonable suspicion, but I think trying to defend a potential tactical mistake.
I mean, I also support primaries because I think that like something, and this is like a more like woo-woo abstract take of mine, but like I believe that campaigns and like running for stuff is just like an especially good task structured to like the political environment. When you run for stuff, I mean, like it was the Bernie campaign, a failed thing that, you know, in 2016 was incredible. Like it's just the nature of this stuff. And especially when enthusiasm and people and the just level of interest is so high, like for me, it often like the conversation has to be like, you have to come up with some pretty good reasons, like not to do a primary, not to assume that like that can be that's part of like the sort of standard issue progressive politics.
What? New York DSA has to consult us on? No, they don't. I'm not a part of New York City DSA. They don't have to consult me for anything. They make their own decisions.
At Noah, how do I square Mitchell Robinson's politics and love for lifted trucks with your undying love for the Knicks? I need to know for science. My friend, the conservative politics of professional athletes have no bearing on my support for my team.
Yeah,
and never will.
It's like saying, how do you support any professional sports team
Yeah,
whatsoever
like,
when their owners are all billionaires, many of them also pro-Israel as well.
Like, it's just not gonna, like, phew.
Yeah.
What do I, what do I think about Mitchell Robinson? Love those boards. Give me more.
Look, all right, you want to see some of the shit I got from China? The China
Yes,
Hall.
please. Oh my
This
God.
is from Tiananmen Square specifically. I got a bunch of buttons. A bunch of Mao Zedong buttons. Our tour guy Sally said the dream of 1.4 billion Chinese is to go and see the flag raising ceremony in Tiananmen Square. I got this one too. It's like a commemorative coin, 1966, 1967.
It's even in the like Topps trading card, like, you know, like status.
It's official. It's real. But the craziest stuff was actually the things that fans gave me. This one is a collection, a DVD collection of Mao Zedong songs. Look. And then a whole bunch of different, I bought this myself, but it's the tiniest red book I could find. There's even tinier ones.
I'm sure, man.
During the Cultural Revolution, I think it became like a competition almost to see like who
could make it
to
smaller.
show like to demonstrate their loyalty, who could make the smallest. Like this is truly a little red book, you know, the tiniest of them. I got this in an antique shop. Show Hongshu flexing, yeah. Or Shohongshu maxing, really. What is this? A red book for ants? Yeah. And then I got a copy, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, but in English. This is the English edition, first edition. Okay. In English from 1966. Foreign Language Press, Peking, 1966. First edition, 1966, printed in the People's Republic of China. It even has like the This is like very common in all of the red books. You have like a wax paper in front of Mao Zedong's face in order to preserve it. This was gifted by a chatter, and it even has the first page removed. The Lin Biao.
Oh my God!
The OG.
Oh my God! No revisionism allowed here.
I couldn't say. I was uncomfortable saying it, but like there's it still has the foreword to the second edition of quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, but the first page also has like Lin Biao statements that were initially removed because the claim is that he had betrayed the chairman, and then he mysteriously died in a plane crash. And post-mortem, it was found out that he was betraying the chairman. But he was also seen as like the, what's the word for it? The best comrade initially, and a brilliant tactician, from what I understand, a very good general. And he was very, very pro Mao Zedong, and the initial page that they ripped off is like, I forget what it was, but it's basically says like, it's even more aggressive than this. Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. He has inherited, defended, and developed Marxism-Leninism with genius, creatively and comprehensively, and has brought it to a higher and completely new stage. Mao Zedong's thought is Marxism-Leninism of an era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing for total worldwide victory. It is a powerful ideological weapon for opposing imperialism and for opposing revisionism and dogmatism. Anyway. Yeah. He was also OP as fucking Dynasty Warriors 3. That's crazy.
That's insane.
Oh yeah, the first page is, I think, it says study Chairman Mao's writings, follow his teachings, and act according to act according to his instructions. And I think that was taken out initially because they thought that was too, that was like far too like single great man focused than Marxist-Leninist thought was supposed to be. And then I have another 1966. This is the actual first edition, but this is in Chinese. But I'm not even gonna. This is like easy to break. This is also another. This is a Chinese first edition. I'm not even gonna open it. I'm not even gonna take it out of this thing. But you want to see the craziest one?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a little booklet commemorating the first ever Chinese designed and Chinese engineered bridge in Nanjing. Okay. And this, I think, is an incredibly rare historical artifact because that's Mao Zedong's writing.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's his signature and his handwriting. And it's written in like, it's literally written in ink. Like it's not like a copied point of his like calligraphy or anything. A fan gave that to me when I was he intercepted the high-speed rail that I was on going to Shanghai from Beijing, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't know what it was initially. And then I was looking at it with a Chinese content creator who was doing my like Bilibili and Xiaohongshu Bilibili and Xiaohongshu Q&As, and she read it, and I forget, it's about like development though. Development in the fuck? Did y'all see that? Yeah, lights went in and out. That was weird. But it's like, it's super, super duper rare from what I understand.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
And then,
Holy
yeah,
shit.
we got an anti-imperialist book of songs. Also Maoist anti-imperialist book of songs. And then this one was really cool, too. This is Deng Xiaoping commemorating the One Country, Two Systems. Hail the government of the People's Republic of China resumes the exercise of sovereignty over Hong Kong.
Whoa. Okay,
Yeah.
so turn that around. Show that to them.
Yeah, 1997. Got a picture of Deng right there. The day July 1st, 1997, when the government of the People's Republic of China resumes the exercise of sovereignty over Hong Kong, marks the end of the humiliation subjected to the Chinese people in the past century and a new era for Hong Kong. With the common efforts by Hong Kong compatriots and a powerful motherland as its backing, Hong Kong's future will even be more beautiful. This folder is hereby issued to commemorate Hong Kong's return to our motherland. Let me tell you, as someone who went there, they need to accelerate that process, okay? What is this? I had to wait for an hour to get into Hong Kong. I had to go through customs and immigration. It was ridiculous, okay? For pure convenience. So these are some of the rare artifacts we got.
That's so cool.
On the trip to China.
Yeah, you gotta put some of those behind glass or something.
No, I know. I need to take it to someone. I don't know who I would.
That's so cool.
I don't even know who I would have to show this to. The writing. The writing of Mao Zedong, potentially. Because if it's actually him.
What if it's like a tattoo that just says like insert here or whatever? Like
No. She read it. She read it and said it was she was the one who, because I don't know what the fuck it is in Mandarin, right?
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
I don't know what this is. And she was like, that is like she thought it was real and she couldn't believe it because it was like Mao's signature.
Your chat does have a good idea though, which is that like you should take it to like a pawn star, like you should like make content out of it. Like
Take it to a pawn shop?
No, take it to Pawn Stars.
Yeah,
have them have Chumley or whatever.
Yeah.
Like evaluate if this here is genuine.
I think
this
I
here's
need to,
genuine
I
Mao
need to show it to
Zedong.
like a professor probably. I don't know if the Pawn Stars would have a good assessment of what it is. I
well,
mean, it's for
listen, yeah,
content.
we could probably get somebody from UCLA or whatever, some bullshit like that, or we go to somebody on the TV.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, best I can do is $50. They're gonna be like, oh, you can't sell this, is too old. It's gonna stay.
Yeah, actually, and look, it's got tea stains all over it. That's not
it's
good.
It's gonna stay on the shelf for too
Actually,
long.
longer that I'm looking at it, I think I now pay $40.
Yeah,
only $40. What you say?
Antiques Roadshow, please. Yeah, historians in some big schools might be able to confirm the authenticity. Someone that has a focus on the post-war. Yeah, best I can do is contact the FBI. Yeah. They will say, what is that? What are you, Buck, what are you saying? Lore is probably worth a couple hundred by itself. I don't know. All the Pawn Stars have succumbed to fentanyl. That's fine. Yeah. Apparently, mouse signatures are worth like over $10,000 and even hundreds of thousands. I don't know if that's... Like, this one random fan gave me a historical document worth tens of thousands of American dollars. That's crazy. I would never sell it regardless, but yeah, I have heard that it's like very, very rare.
I mean, just like on its own, yeah, it does seem like it would be not common.
Yeah. You keep it anyways, though, right? Yeah, obviously. Why the fuck would I sell it? What are you, crazy? What is... Did you ask the fan if he's in chat? I don't know. I mean, he was a Chinese fan, so I suspect he's not up at this hour. What is this? Beatles and Bob Marley unique autograph collection fetches 78 grand.
Okay, but that's a different... That's literally an autograph collection.
Chinese revolutionary leader Mao Zedong's autograph was the highest selling lot.
Oh, wait. Oh.
A signed first edition copy of poetry book selling for the same price was a piece signed by former Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping. Wait, what?
Wow. So the exchange rate is that Jim Morrison goes for Deng Xiaoping. Hold on. Keep going down.
All right. Where's Mao Zedong then? I don't think there is a Mao. A collection of autographs from 20th century.
Oh, yeah, no. It's fetching 22,000 pounds.
Signed by Chinese Communist leader Mao Zedong had the highest selling price, fetching 22,000 pounds when it went under the hammer.
When's this story from?
This sold for 300,000? 310,000?
I mean, you know, let's make sure that it's not like something a tattoo artist wrote, you know? That's all I'm saying.
What the fuck? Wasn't it your tour guide that picked up on the signature? Yes, that was me.
Oh.
Wait, you're in the chat? Wait, is it actually straight up Mao Zedong's signature, chatter? I can't tell if this was actually him or not, but was it actually?
He says he's from Shanghai.
No, he's not from Shanghai. He wasn't from... This chatter was not... No, he's just... Love from Shanghai? No, he wasn't. Then it's not him. Because the chatter was from Nanjing. That intercepted my travels on the high-speed rail going from Beijing to Shanghai. Unless he moved. They said it was printed on, not hand-signed, I thought. No, it looks...
It looks like handwriting.
Yeah, it looks like handwriting. It doesn't look like it was a print. Ask what drip he got on. I don't know. It looks like it's also in blue. It's like blue ink. Did you realize that owning legit Mao Zedong stuff that's worth 300K is the ultimate test of whether you're a true socialist or capitalist after all? It was the auto pen. Same 1996 version. Went for 250K. Oh, Little Red Book signed by Chairman Mao sells for 250 grand. The first edition was a gift to the wife of Pakistan's foreign minister. Yeah, that's a little different though. This is the one that I have. This is the book that I have, but this one is literally signed by Mao Zedong. That's the exact same one that I have.
Mao only signed in red ink, somebody says.
This is literally not signed in red ink. Also, this is also a different signature than the, like, I saw a clip where someone tried to sell a Nixon document and the signature analyst said it was fake and that he signed an auto pen all the time. Anyway. Come on, send it back to the chatter. He probably didn't know what it was worth.
That's what I was thinking.
Wait, has he responded?
No.
He just said that was me. I think this is a different chatter. It's easy enough to verify.
Nanjing is literally an hour away on the high-speed rail.
No, I know that. I'm just saying that he said he was from Nanjing, and he asked for me to visit Nanjing as well next time. But you should get it authenticated. I mean, it literally does not look like it just looks like it was written by pen. It doesn't also have like a. It could just be like a recreation or something, or it could be just.
I mean,
like,
that was my initial thought to me. Like, it just, that seems like such a Mao signing something seems crazy.
But it's like,
it's a different handwriting than what you said, like a signature thing that looks like like.
No, this just means Mao Zedong. Like, that's his name.
No, but the way it's written is like, it looks like somebody like carefully took their time to like
write it.
Exactly. Like, which is to say they didn't just autograph it.
Yeah. Can you see? Do you see this? And it's like, it looks like it's not printed. And instead, it looks like it's written by hand. I think
I
it's
love
somebody
everybody
quoting
saying
him.
stop touching it.
Put your hand behind it like those beauty influencer products. Yeah, maybe someone just like wrote it and said that it was a Mao quote, maybe, and then wrote Mao Zedong underneath it instead of signing it. Have ChatGPT analyze it. What the fuck does ChatGPT know about this?
Yeah, chat. That's a really funny suggestion.
Yeah.
ChatGPT, is this Mao Zedong's real handwriting?
That's worth nothing in comparison to the Joe Biden signature. I agree.
Bro, Joe Brandon.
Joe Brandon is my favorite revolutionary communist.
Joe Brandon, two corn pop.
Grok Hasan is woke. Chinese here. I think this is just someone writing a quote by Mao. To be honest,
yeah.
It's all in neat Chinese print. No flair on the name would that would indicate a signature at all.
That's what I. That's
No,
what
it
I
just
think.
says it's not a signature. It's just it says Mao Zedong at the bottom.
Oh,
of it.
somebody has a thing like put. Hold on. Is that what it says? As for why, that thing that begins as for why.
What?
The guy with the Mao
someone,
quote. Like somebody posted the Mao quote.
As for why we should change what is promising for me, this question must be clarified. If it's not clarified, it's very dangerous. We must be thorough and genuine. Mao Zedong. I don't think that was a quote, but maybe it is.
Yeah,
I can translate the quote. Says, I didn't write this, Mao Zedong.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. The quote is.
Either way, preserve the book is still historical. No, for sure.
Now that shit going in the trash.
No, of course I'm going to preserve it. I think it just, yeah, it starts with Lenin is right. You're right. It does have, it does mention Lenin in the beginning. That other chatter is correct. Apparently translates to this. Why did Lenin speak of exercising dictatorship over the bourgeoisie? That is the actual quote. Yes, that's what I remember. Why did Lenin speak of exercising dictatorship over the bourgeoisie? This question must be thoroughly understood. Lack of clarity on this question will lead to revisionism. This should be made known to the whole nation. And then underneath it says Mao Zedong.
I like the idea of carrying that quote around in particular as like a thing to wrestle with.
Yeah. Does your friend know you abuse animals like horses and dogs? Yes, we do it together. That's why he's here. So we can abuse more animals together. We just had some chicken too. Specifically chicken that was abused. That's so funny. It seems like someone was quoting him about the bridge, I guess. Telling you to save your souvenir from your first trip to China is a new level of parasocial. Yeah, so I'm not going to do it. The abuse makes it tastier. It's my fault. That's how it is. You can really taste the abuse.
Yeah, if it didn't cry, if it didn't cry
from the first bite,
it's not getting by. I'll tell you that.
Not only is she not quitting DSA despite failing to get an endorsement, but he's also encouraging his supporters who are upset about the endorsement decision to join DSA. Some DSA members had feared that she was an opportunist, but action like this will win him goodwill. Yeah. Instead of buying cruelty-free, you look for the most cruel possible option. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm against halal meat specifically, because I want extra cruelty in the
cruelty
at the point of execution.
See, cruelty-free, not for me.
No worries. Dallas Stars fan.
Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
What is this? Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Oh, no!
It's a small one.
It's the first version.
This is the first. Wait.
Yeah.
Really? Is that a Bible?
People got real mad about this too.
Sorry, I think the all of it together, people getting mad, and also him asking you, the face you're making as he's asking you, is that a Bible?
Yeah.
Is that a Bible?
Yeah, it was really funny because they were saying, the liberals on the timeline were saying this is like getting gifted Mein Kampf. And then they also were saying it's actually worse because Mao Zedong killed more people than Hitler did.
I'll just say this: Mao Zedong never owned slaves, and a lot of people love passing around documents written by slaveholders and slave owners in this country. So,
True.
How
True.
about you quit pocket watching?
Yeah. Also, it is pretty funny. Yeah, it is pretty funny that they're like they so quickly jumped to Hitler wasn't that bad. Like that's
well,
always.
no, that is like that was when I was a kid.
It was a Finnish guy on Reddit saying Mao was worse than Hitler. It's the least surprising thing.
That's standard Finnish opinion. No, but the thing
Mao never helped Finland gain liberation from Russia, so obviously worse overall.
I do though like the idea that like it's the again like we can. I mean this I don't know typical American. It's like you can like buy half the things in your life made from China, but God forbid anybody like be handed their governing thing. Like,
totally.
Like a foundational text.
Everybody loves the bounties offered by modernized China in terms of manufacturing capabilities, but nobody wants to know how they got there. Like they don't want to think about that. They all buy shit from China, of course. Finn's opinions about Mustache Man are automatically dismissed. Yeah. They only recently took out the swastika from their Air Force like a couple years ago. So.
The way you said that makes me think that like the swastika was like an integral part of how the Air Force functioned. Like, oh yeah, we just didn't know how to use planes without it. That's why we kept it.
Yeah. It helps with the aerodynamics.
It's like, it's like the wings, the whole thing.
Anyway. Wait, you guys didn't know about the Finnish Air Force logo? Yeah. Their cope was that it was before Nazi Germany, so that's why it was there. Except it was there because of the same guy that also was a Nazi.
There's got to be like some like barrier, like not the like I don't think they call lines of longitude parallels. I don't know, maybe they do. But whatever, like, there's got to be some marking that when you're sufficiently east, that seeing a swastika isn't actually a problem.
Finland's Air Force quietly dropped swastika symbol.
All right, well, it could also be like a thing about peace. You know?
The dude who initially put it there was a Nazi.
It means all is well. And that's what you want to hear about when you're flying a plane. I mean, when I went to Vietnam and stuff, like when you're in a Buddhist country with a lot of Buddhists,
that's different.
That's what I was saying. It is different. Like there's got to be a certain point on the map where you're like okay, here it's fine.
First of all,
but over here it's kind of.
I think it's also the reverse.
Yeah, that is true.
It faces the opposite direction.
Although I will tell you, man, it's still like a little bit like you're walking down the street and you look like, huh?
Yeah.
Like, you know, my eyes. There's like one around the corner for me on a Buddhist temple in New York, so I shouldn't be such a delicate sunflower on this.
Yeah, no, there's still the reverse swastikas all around Buddhist temples in America too.
But that's just like I mean I gotta say it, like I do, and this is obviously also partly like the photos that the journalists are selecting for this article. But like when you see the swastika on a propeller plane and the photo is color, it does make you go like, huh. You know what I mean? Like, it's
that's
like
weird.
It's like,
I thought this was from a bygone era.
Exactly. It's
Things
like,
that are flying shouldn't have.
Like,
this
you know, it's like when like how like when like Leni Riefenstahl died in like the 2000s. I was like, wait, what? She was allowed to make it this. It's anachronistic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They have the Japanese naval flag today also still uses the old imperial Japanese flag, the flag of the rising sun, which is also seen as a Nazi flag in China, but many dumb Westerners think is cool. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's not a good one to have around.
It's a little red book.
It is basically
The
little red book?
The little red book. It's the red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible. Some may.
Especially over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Okay, these were incredible. Well, they weren't very rare at the time, but this is a red book. Okay, quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong, and this is an English version from I guess from 1966. Okay, so initially they actually started printing these. I mean, there were so many that they printed of these, and I think by this point they did not want the English versions to be English.
Yeah, in the late 1970s, a series of official directives ordered a thorough demalification. Copies were to be withdrawn from circulation, and foreigners were not to be given any copies. By 1979, over 100 million copies were destroyed, replaced by the selected works of Mao Zedong.
Versions to be printed. So
wonder-
they tried to secure all the copies back. They were trying to
that's
get
wild.
as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible.
Bro, it's because they had done 720 million copies. And that's the time period where they also had made like smaller and smaller versions of the Red Book as well.
So many that they printed of these, and I think to secure all the copies back, they were trying to get as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible. And this is really, really special. Thank you. That's crazy. Wait, what's your name?
Deemer, we will.
What?
Look at you saying thank you, receiving
Thank you
a
so
gift like a
much.
grown-up.
This is incredible. Wow. This is literally what I talked about on the stream like the first day. I was like, I want one of the English copies of the OG Red Book.
I already did describe the first page. The first page was the
Lin Biao.
The Lin Biao statement about Mao. That was deleted. That was yeeted from all of the Red Books.
I actually want to get
She's like, you know, Bob.
if it's even possible, I want to get like.
It's so crazy that
if we
every
can
time
find it
like you
here,
reference like,
one
oh, I
of
was
the
just saying
early,
this, like your fans immediately are
English
able to get like fucking chapter and verse.
Yeah,
I'm like,
for
oh
sure.
well, here's where he was, where he expressed. Like, he said the other day, he
Yeah.
said he was hungry, and here at like 1:46:32, here's him describing his hunger. Jesus.
This
so
is
that's
no,
what
no,
you're
no.
missing.
No. I have the foreword of the second edition. There's another page on top of that. This study Chairman Mao's writings, follow his teachings, and act according to his instructions is the first
that's
page.
like ready. Oh, so they
ripped that page. But the Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era that still exists in the foreword. The foreword still exists, but the calligraphy of this is ripped from all of the books. Lin Biao wrote an endorsement in calligraphy exhorting to the people to study Chairman Mao's findings, follow his teachings, and act according to his instructions, promoting the Little Red Book, added to his luster and prestige. And by 1969, he was named as Mao's successor. Also, you got that from I think it was the Alexander Cook book, The People's History of the Little Red Book, is where this quote is from originally, where it traces the history of the Little Red Book and how it became an international phenomenon. Yeah. But that's holy nerd. How do you keep this? Sniped Lamau. Yup. Yeah, that's a passage from that book. But yeah, that's where I found out about. That's where I learned about the deleted page and everything. Lin Biao, the perfect comrade, the perfect marshal. Anyway, seems like you're doing commodity fetishism, sweetie. It's true. But yeah, people were...
It's not commodity fetishism when you do it for stuff that you like, okay?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
When that one girl in Hong Kong showed you the Chinese edition, you said there was something you couldn't talk about it then. Can you talk about it now? No, that's it. That's what I was saying. This is the passage that they ripped off. Bro, you came on such short notice this time. Before you arrived, there was almost no word on Chinese internet about your trip to China. My friends and I in Shenzhen are all eagerly looking forward to your next visit to China. No, I'll be back.
It's just regular fetishism.
And hers still had it in her first edition, the calligraphy of Lin Biao saying, study Chairman Mao's writing, follow his teachings. Anyway. But yeah. What? You asked ChatGPT?
Why would you
I don't care.
Also, I love the way... Not sure how much stock should be put in this.
Yeah, I don't
Let
give
me
a
tell you
shit.
how much stock. None.
None.
ChatGPT, here's this blurry video of my favorite streamer showing off his book. What's the provenance of the text in it?
Yeah, he went from giving me an actual quote from a book to fucking giving me a ChatGPT response.
I think he something tells me this person knows what they're doing. Yeah, they didn't ask DeepSeek, bro. What's up?
Anyway, will you keep streaming on Bilibili? I will. I was streaming on Bilibili the entire time I was there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. What was that one Hong Konger talking about? You were unable to... First of all, he called himself Hong Kong Chinese, and he corrected me for saying he was Hong Konger because that has a different connotation in Hong Kong. Because if you're from Beijing, you say like you're Beijinger, right? In English. But when people say they're Hong Kongers, that means that they are like separatists specifically. What do you call it? He was saying that that's not the case, that he says he is Hong Kong Chinese. And then the other thing was like, he was just telling me about the history of Hong Kong, like the colonial history of Hong Kong. And the bodyguard literally tried to stop him from explaining shit to me. And I was like, don't do that. I don't know why. The Chinese bodyguard from Hong Kong literally tried to like put his hands on him when this one chatter from Hong Kong was explaining to me like the separation of like the Chinese and how the island was like the mainland part of Hong Kong that's connected to mainland China was where all the poor Chinese lived, and they were all basically servants to the colonial outpost that was on the island side of Hong Kong. Because security doesn't want fans to linger. No, I don't think that was the case, or maybe he didn't understand. Maybe you're right. Shout out to Calvin. No, it wasn't Calvin. It was the other bodyguard. What's the bodyguard state assigned? No, if he was also assigned by the Chinese state, I don't think he would mind the Chinese chatter talking, singing the praises of mainland.
I think he was just he didn't want anybody disrespecting the legacy of white people talking to you.
Yeah, no, that wasn't that wasn't the case. What was the big deal with Mao? When I was in school, he wasn't described as well as you act towards him. Oh, you mean in the United States of America, people don't sing the praises of Mao Zedong? That's so crazy. Yeah, no shit. It's same with Stalin. Yeah. Or Lenin, or even Marx. Really, they say.
I
Marx,
mean, I was
they act
gonna
like
say,
Marx
like-
was single-handedly responsible. They're like, oh, Karl Marx and his ideology killed 700 billion people.
Well, yeah. Well, and like, I mean, the whole like victims of communism thing, like in general, there's not
Yeah.
like when, you know, also like it like is, I mean, you can't be a communist, like a self-declared communist, and like rise to like levels within American government.
You can't be a union leader still and be an open communist. It's illegal.
Like, yeah, literally, like they have.
It's literally in the books.
They say like no dice.
Yeah, it is literally in American law illegal to be a union leader and a self-avowed communist.
But you know what? They didn't say that about communism too.
Yeah, that's true.
When we have
I'm a
communism too,
communist.
this doesn't apply.
Yeah. But in Texas, it is illegal to run as a communist. It's also...
Well, in Texas, it's illegal to run. I mean, have you seen the shape of those people, folks?
Damn. But the National Guard, the Texas National Guard, in a state of dire, in a dire state in general. All right, here's China posturing apparently against the Philippines or something. I don't know.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has added to tensions with Japan over a remark on Taiwan made by its new prime minister, calling it shocking. Wang is now the most senior Chinese official to comment publicly on the issue, which has shaken relations for more than 2 weeks. In a statement posted on the Foreign Ministry's website on Sunday, Wang said Japan was crossing a red line that must not be touched, accusing Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi of attempting to intervene militarily over Taiwan, and that it was shocking for Japan's leader to openly send a wrong signal. Takaichi was responding to a question in Parliament on November 7th over a hypothetical Chinese attack on Taiwan, when she said it could trigger a military response from Tokyo. Beijing views...
That's crazy.
That is
by the way.
crazy. Sorry.
That was like the big news in China while I was there. The fucking China Daily was writing about it nonstop. That's what pissed off a lot of people in China. And they pulled back, I think, like 400,000 plane tickets or something.
I mean, I could see it. Also, I mean, there's like a weird, like the Japan's like neo pseudo belligerent turn is surely not making Beijing feel good these days.
Yeah, they're also positioning at the in the islands closest to Taiwan. They're putting new missile systems there with missiles that can reach Taiwan if necessary. It's a historically insane thing to say for a million different reasons, one of which is that up until 1945, Taiwan was occupied straight up by Imperial Japan. It's like they did the Holocaust to the Chinese people. For those of you who don't know, it was so devastating that it actually caused the KMT and Mao to unify for a brief period to fight back against Japanese colonialism, Japanese imperialism. And so when that same country, who was never officially recognized their war crimes, at least while any prime minister was in office at the time with an official state recognition, turns around and says, like, they're going to, it's literally having a Holocaust denier be like, we're going to reoccupy Poland, you know, or we're just going to put all the Jews in prison again or some shit.
Well, and I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, I think in general, there's like now this weird assumption that like at least is presented in, I mean, certainly like the leadership of the Japanese government, but obviously in like the US led, you know, Pacific Alliance or whatever, where they were trying to create like, and we see this in all sorts of similar military like they're trying to create the consent for a military response, even though that may not be the best version of a response. Like, I'm not sure that also necessarily people in Taiwan would be willing to like invite the Japanese or any other foreigners in to participate in some protracted foreign war over an alleged Chinese. Like, the whole thing is such a goofy, like abstracted, like, I mean, it just seems like nationalist posturing of the worst kind.
Yeah, China reminded Japan that it's an international law that any of the UNSC Security Council members can declare war unilaterally on any of the defeated fascist states in World War II if they became militaristic again. Yeah, which is true. Those islands are also Chinese territory occupied by Japan after the 1895 Sino-Japan War, which was also then which was also when Japan colonized Taiwan. They were given back to Japan in the 70s by the U.S. to basically threaten China.
Well, now there's also, and like it's the like China, Japan, like / like Filipino like axis of conflict is also sort of generating at the same time that China's like working to improve relations with, you know, Vietnam, the other country that it like very heavily competes for influence with in like the stretch of the Pacific. I just, to me, again, the thing I just don't really understand is like what the Japanese end game with this is. Like it's just like, I understand like the arc of Japanese politics at this moment, like is like not necessarily like, I don't think it can go toward like a, it's like I mean, it's frankly not that different from our position. I just don't understand how any of these countries can sustain like a fundamentally hostile or worsening relationship with China at this point in time.
The overwhelmingly popular position, the one that absolutely has the plurality at least, is that they don't want to rock the boat and they want the current status to continue existing. The unification status is much less popular than continuing with status quo in Taiwan. And this is like, you know, Western and Taiwanese polling. It's not like these guys have any interest in making it seem as though that would be the popular position. And as far as people trying to compare this to Ukraine, it's obviously not the same because the international community in its entirety do not recognize Ukraine as a part of Russia, whereas even the United States of America, with its strategic ambiguity posture, still technically recognizes Taiwan as a part of China on paper. And so does Japan, for the record.
And like, if you're in the Chinese perspective, they already negotiated a successful changeover in like handling and reunifying with Hong Kong. Like, wait a bit longer, and realistically, if the Western order continues to, you know, like fall into sand or like eat itself alive, like perhaps the same thing can happen with Taiwan peacefully as well. Because that's the thing I just don't understand is like, and this is, again, I think something that was suggested by this Rand paper that got withdrawn, which is that like there is an assumption that China will seek an aggressive military solution to its Taiwan problem, supposedly. And, you know, it's like, I don't see the Chinese as the ones who at this moment, at least, are trying to like, you know, intensify. They're not the ones like sounding a lot of alarms about what to do in the event of a military situation. Like those scenarios are the ones being bandied about by, well, our team, so to speak.
Yeah.
China's never invaded any country. Okay, that's just not true. Sorry.
That's not true. You're wrong. I mean, they held a big L in Vietnam.
Yeah, man, that was not such a good moment for them.
Yeah. When you were talking about just thinking about Takeichi's rhetoric from the perspective of China and what they've seen in the last 100 years, it broke through like a lightning bolt. Oh, yeah, of course China would not appreciate how they're talking about Taiwan. It's like if Germany was talking about military action in Poland or some shit again. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and like it's also the other piece of this is that Japan has been demilitarized since, you know, the 40s. And that is starting possibly to change, you know, in a very slow and kind of tectonic way.
It's illegal in their constitution that we wrote for them to have a standing military, but they do have a self-defense forces. And yes, under American leadership, Japan is starting to remilitarize anyway.
And so there's not like, I mean, it's again, though, aside from the fact that like military spending is like in like viewed in a domestic context, like not like what are the geopolitical reasons you would ramp it up? Like it's a way of resolving contradictions in your own country without having to do redistributive or like, you know, shifting industrial policy. Like it's a way of, I mean, at least as I view it, like it's a way of like preserving and not really fucking up existing regimes of accumulation. And in the case of something like Japan, yeah, I mean, anybody who's like, there's an enormous amount of dissatisfaction with the country, and there's a lot of rising like within the country about how it's run, and there's a ton of rising nationalism, and the idea like fused with the militarization piece of it. I mean, I can understand how a lot of neighbors, and not just the Chinese, might feel worried.
Democratically govern Taiwan as its own territory and has not ruled out the use of force to take control of the island. Taipei rejects Beijing's claims and says only the island's people can decide the future. On Friday, China raised the issue with the United Nations Secretary General, vowing to defend itself. Japan dismissed Beijing's complaint to the UN as entirely unacceptable, saying its commitment to peace was unchanged. In a Sunday statement, Wang said China must resolutely hit back over Japan's move. He threatened to dredge up its warring past if it, quote, persists in its wrong course, saying people have the right to re-examine Japan's historical crimes. After the G20 leaders' summit on Sunday, Takaichi did not comment on Wang's statement, telling reporters only that Japan remained open to dialogue.
It is interesting, though, when like liberals will look at like a far right. I think she's also a Holocaust denier too, if I'm not mistaken. Like
the Japanese,
a total freak, and be like, no, she's her embrace of defense of Taiwan is actually brilliant and beautiful, and also fuck China. And it's like, that's just like a psycho far right figure that you're riding for. What the fuck?
I also like it doesn't seem like the Japanese people are also especially co-sign this stuff, let alone, I mean, frankly, like I have a funny feeling that the Japanese political establishment, especially the visa stuff, because China can issue, it's not like this isn't like all symbolic, or like they can do stuff to each other, especially China.
We need Reiwa Shinsengumi to make significant gains in the next election. This is the GOAT, I think, right? This is the guy, right? Chatters. Yep.
Taro Yamamoto
from Battle Royale.
Oh,
he's an actor.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a very famous actor and probably one of the loudest socialist anti-imperialists in Japan right now. Battle Royale mentioned, yep. Like I would go so far as to say he's and listen, no disrespect to the JCP, but these guys are the real deer, real deal. I thought you were gonna meme about the deer guy. No. Anyway.
That is a very Zohran coded slogan. Protecting Japan starts with protecting you.
Yeah. The party was formed by left-wing members of the Liberal Party who opposes merger with the Democratic Party for the People. The party won more than 4% of the vote after contesting the House of Councilors election in July 2019. Would it cause an international incident if you get an interview with him? No. He disappointed a lot of people by making xenophobic comments this cycle. Wait, he did? Wait, that's surprising because I've seen him say some really positive shit. He was the one who I saw recently making a big fuss about like waging war against China, saying that it's like stupid. Back to boring stuff. Yeah, this is the one. The opposition leader, Taro Yamamoto. If China imposes a parts embargo, Japan could suffer losses of $343 billion in just 2 months. That should never happen. Which, by the way, I mean, the liberals are also on board with this. Like all the party backers, like all the big, from what I understand, all of the big business owners in Japan are super pro-China. And so is the governing party. And the reason for why is because they do a fuck ton of business with China.
Yeah, well, yes, they're like China's the largest trading. I mean, but this is what I mean about no country in that region. To me, has
JCP, Japanese Communist Party, very anti-China. By the way, I straight up asked them.
Really,
and they were like, "Yeah, no, they are not." Like he is more pro-China than JCP is.
Is it like what's the JCP argument?
JCP argument. I mean, they are a revisionist social democratic party that still holds on to the history of communism and like they just carry on the name, but they're not exactly a real communist party at all.
I mean, was in the American Communist? Well, no, ACP is a different thing.
The ACP is real. They're not revisionist. They're not revisionist trash.
Yeah, the CP,
like the fucking social fascists of the DSA.
There we go. That's right.
Finally, the truth comes out. Yeah, I saw Jackson Hinkleding is also in China. He's trying to be me. He's also doing a China tour right now. We never cross paths with one another.
You didn't link and build?
No, we did not link and build. Jackson Pimple. anti-Muslim and blaming everything on tourists has gained a lot of spice in Japan recently. Yeah.
Yeah, the tourism thing is like seeing how many people.
Speaking of which, that actually ties into my next fucking comment on this issue. Policy difference between LDP leadership candidates from the perspective of the Japanese Communist Party. From the JCP's perspective, the candidates' varying degrees of appealing to anti-immigration sentiment make them all promoters of xenophobic policies. All candidates have said they are against Japan having an immigration policy. Yeah. Wait, for the reason they think CCP is not communist enough? Yeah, okay, that's on paper. Okay, that's ridiculous. You're like, the real reason is because they're not. Kohei Saito calls them revisionists, but did debate the former recent chairman Communist Party leader. It's funny because they're seen as conservative by the youth too. That's another funny part of it. Even though they have like very progressive policies.
Do left-wing politics in Japan conform to the same like generational issues that like plague all other parts of their civil society, where it's like lots of old people, older generations in control, youth like frozen out? You know, is that like I mean, maybe if you don't know the answer, that's fine.
No, I asked them about this as well. But basically, from what I understand, the youth don't even have like an understanding of left-right dynamics in the way that we do. Like they just don't.
That's not how they see stuff.
That's not. Yeah, I think youth participation is also not very good to begin with in elections. Like the youth are just like totally checked out.
And do they blame everything on anime the way that we blame everything on phones?
No. Yeah, the youth are even more cooked than we are. They're way more disaffected than we are.
Well, I see. I mean, I've read a bit more about like Korean youth and like the incredibly dark place that country's like cultural psyche has drifted. Is there like a I know the stereotypes essentially, like the very broad impressions about like the difficulty in getting ahead, high cost of living, like careers being frozen, essentially, like no ways to advance.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get youth involvement when you have a one-party state for basically its entire experience and its entire existence.
And it's not a cool one,
which is really interesting because Americans love touting the democratic processes of all of these other countries that are basically colonial outposts that work against as a bulwark against Chinese socialism in the region, Chinese communism in the region. And yet there is like a very clear single party rule for decades in all of these countries. Interesting.
I will say that well, you know, maybe freedom is a state of mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not really about things like democracy or elections.
I suspect that, I mean, I don't know. What is it? The yellow or the orange party, Sun Saito? They literally got like a MAGA America First white guy to write their anti-immigrant agenda, and they actually made some decent gains, like surprising amounts of gains. So they're probably going to do the same exact thing that every fucking Western liberal democracy has done, which is pivot to far right fascist politics beyond what they were doing already. Like instead of like the neoliberal xenophobia, you will have fascist xenophobia in a country where the immigrant population is 1.3%, I think.
Yeah, no, I just don't understand that. Because also, like, again, it's like they also have like real crises. Like it's not like, I know everybody gasses them up for like, because like the cost of housing there isn't the same total crisis that it is here. But like, you know, I mean, they have ecological crises.
Oh, and they also love Noah Smith. Japan's new finance minister may have read Noah Smith's Weeb economy book. She tweeted an endorsement of it back in April.
Yeah, that makes sense because he's like a full fucking idiot, and they're led by idiots. So
Korean youth were literally chanting "We are Charlie Kirk" last month. Oh my fucking god! Thousands gathered in the streets of Seoul today singing racist chants.
Sorry, I'm not reading that aloud. Wow.
Singing racist chants to the effects of "C words, get the fuck out," and "Yoon is our president," waving the "We are Charlie Kirk" balloons. Massive stop the steal flags, U.S. flags, Korea for Korean slogans, and Christian symbols.
Listen, it may be the Chinese century, but it is still American brain rot that's going to be like if the Chinese century, right? If the dialectic of it is that like the Chinese are, you know, like they are rising, usurping. The thing that is like giving it to them is that like American brain rot is like weakening the fabric of everything that the Chinese are like rebelling or fighting against.
We're not going to ban you, brother, because Hasan isn't so in touch with the youth. Shock collar, bow, wow, wow. Shock your dog some more. You shock your dog, bro. Cry chat, Lamau. Hasan shocks his dog, ban me. We're not banning you, brother. Thank you for speaking the truth. You are brave. You are a brave soul fighting the good fight. You should also probably re-up your lithium prescription. But, you know. Ban me. It's one of the most pathetic things that people say. They're like, "Oh, ban me, dude."
I mean, it is like it's like a pretty
what a mark of bravery, dude. You did it, brave truth teller. You brave soul, you. We are Charlie Kirk. Balloons were fake. Make Yoon great again. Oh my fucking god.
Make Yoon. Miga.
Yeah.
Miga.
There's a Korean streamer duo that used to be big back in the day on Twitch. They go to these protests and support their super anti-communist as wild. It's not surprising.
Yeah, I was going to say anti-communism is actually something South Korea has in common with America is that anti-communism has been a great way for them to deal with the fact that they don't like it's a very credible other for them to go after.
Yeah. Please don't shock me, Dad. Hasan's dog probably. You already moderate this hard, you baby. Just let people speak that truth then. What do you mean? It's already happening for you. You're able to do it, King. You're able to do it.
What's up with his O key?
I think it's because it's auto modded. Because people used to spam it nonstop. So he's like trying to get around the auto mod. You know?
I guess.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Let me speak while speaking. Yeah. He's just like, oh, they're silencing me.
They're silencing me while talking to this microphone to a room of thousands of people.
Yeah.
They're silencing me.
You got the mic, little pup. Go wild.
They're calling President Lee
Check
Jae-myung
his logs from
China
2023. Oh, God. John Stewart supports lab leak. Also, Japan shocks their dogs.
You are gay.
Japan uses shock collars. Shock collars. Mod, check your messages, Lamau. Wow, what a shocker. Badum tisk.
Oh, that's why. So yeah, it was about the auto blocker. Very nice.
Thanks, Obama. John Stewart supports lab leak theory. Obama covered up Bush illegal wars and torture programs. You are gay. Thanks, chatter. Another brave moment of truth and honesty here. Dude's almost as silent as Dave Chappelle. True. He's not fully censored yet. He will eventually. Where was I? What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Speaking of Japan, massive Mr. Jeffu victory, by the way. This is a PhD university lecturer in Japan. He talks about like Japan's politics, nationalism, and pop culture. I linked up with him when I was in Japan last time. He has waged war basically against all these fucking like this guy, Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper, being one of them.
He's waging war against Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper. How interesting.
So there is like a network of British. What? Hasan shits on people's mental health while having an emotional breakdown over lunch order in China. Fuck off. Like Hasan doesn't have constant emotional breakouts. Maybe try an SSRI. Chatter, you're protesting a little too much here. You're getting a little too offended. I think you should take your own advice. Okay? This probably is a good time to remind you to take your medication. Because if you're this locked in, if you're this upset, you know, maybe you got to up the dosage a little bit. Just saying. Shatter doesn't realize he's projecting, of course.
So Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper.
So Colonel Otaku
My favorite
Gatekeeper.
Metal Gear character.
Yeah. Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper is like one of these accounts that Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper is one of these accounts on Twitter that basically LARPed as though they were from Japan all the time and talked about it. Like they were LARPing as though they were a Japanese person in Japan and consistently posting about how like Japan has fallen to immigration. Once again, remember, it's literally 1% of the population. Like it's fucking ridiculous. And basically, thanks for proving my point. Stop being a dick. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna keep being a dick. Also, yeah, I like that this person is like, oh, Hasan is actually not careful enough about people's or stigmatizing people's mental health while also simultaneously saying, like, doing the exact same thing that they're complaining that I'm doing.
Yeah, no, it's really,
which is the whole point. Like, I'm making fun of you.
You proved his point.
Yeah, I'm making fun of you, chatter, because you're doing the same exact thing that you're criticizing me for doing in the process of your criticism. That's the whole point. Everybody does it, yourself included. Anyway.
So this guy basically got caught out vacationing in Belgium because he just posted a video that he clearly couldn't have posted.
No.
Like he lied about posting.
People have known that he is not actually from Japan for a long time. And I think at some point he actually admitted that he was not from Japan. But he deleted it. And basically, now that Twitter's geolocation feature is on, everybody's been getting cold.
Dude, I hate that shit. I gotta say though, also, I appreciate knowing that like half of MAGA Twitter is like based in Lagos or whatever, but it is like astonishing how like this has just like legitimated some of the most annoying racism. Like I've never seen this many people screaming like
on
you're
Indians.
Indian. Like it's like fuck. Like I hate this feature. Like it's such a stupid, annoying thing.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. There's been a lot of that, like everyone's Indian, except also there are a lot of Indian people that
well, I mean, look, the blue check feature.
There were
like,
a lot of Indian people.
Because Elon Musk did it. Elon Musk like created like a mechanism.
Now, the
whereby,
reason for that, and I've talked about it before, the reason for that is because like, you know, a $50 payout goes a much longer way in a developing country than it does in fucking America, which is why a lot of people are responding to like the demands of Elon Musk that there's more right-wing white nationalist and Nazi sentiment on the timeline, and they're just filling the market demand, or not even the market demand, but the demand made by the owner of the market here.
Exactly. Like
and so they're just like responding to that. If it was like woke, if woke was in high demand by Elon Musk and that you would get an algorithmic bonus, then yeah, all of those accounts would be fucking woke as shit.
Yeah, that's right. We would be hearing like nonstop like SJW posting from Uttar Pradesh for sure.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the first time Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper initially admitted that he was, you know, not, he had initially admitted that he's not, I'm not Japanese, but I can explain why I pretend to be Japanese. I'm deeply ashamed of being British. I see the UK as a lost country. It's too far gone. My purpose on X was to talk to people from different backgrounds and to learn other perspectives, which is not something I could do if people I knew I was British, which is ironic because it's like, why do you want to hear from other backgrounds if you're complaining about other backgrounds in England has ruined England?
You know, when I first put on the, nobody cared until I put on the mask.
Yeah, my love for Japan is genuine. My earliest life memories are playing Sonic 1 with my family on Sega Mega Drive and trying to pronounce the Japanese names on the credits. Except that also puts him at like a 40-year-old LARPer.
No, this is awesome. My most favorite artist of all time is Linkin Park, which is founded by Mike Shinoda
Ahafu. And I'd say 95% of all happy memories of my life involve Japan in some ways. Like this reads like a bit.
Yeah, no, this is like Chris Chan territory.
Like I don't know what's worse, like this or fucking Ryan Lizza coming out and being like, like everyone was blowing the back out of my wife Olivia Nuzzi.
Well, it's you know why I first became Japanese? Because of woke.
It's just like some things you don't have to write out loud, you know? It's like very embarrassing to admit those sorts of things, I feel like.
Also, like I mean it's just to me it's such a way of relating to where you're from that I just can't understand, because it's like, look, like he's British, fine, I'm from America, and the other heritage I can claim right now is really not one I want to be. But like the thing that like really strikes me about it is that it's such a like Like nobody's making you. Like there's no compulsion where you have to like answer for the fucking sins of like wet pea barm or whatever. Like you can just, or you can, like nobody's making you. Like you could just be a British guy. Like nobody is.
Yeah, you can be a British guy who loves Japan.
Loves Japan, and it's normal. And like you have a happy and fulfilling life, and you don't like make it into a whole complex on Twitter.
Yeah, my favorite artist of all time is Linkin Park, which was founded by Mike Shinoda Ahafu, is also just icing on the cake.
I mean, it is like such a crazy to be like he doesn't name a single actual like Japanese cultural product, right? Like I guess Sonic the Hedgehog kind of, but like even still, like he doesn't name like, I don't know, Japanese like music that Japanese people listen to.
Yeah.
He doesn't name Japanese books or literature that Japanese people consume.
Yeah.
He literally just talks about
Well, he famously can't read Japanese. Like he doesn't speak Japanese, he can't read Japanese. That's part of the reason why a lot of people suspected him not being Japanese.
Because he
even though
couldn't
he
do
would
it.
like copy Google Translate shit, or he
It's
would
like I first began to suspect he wasn't Japanese when he couldn't speak or read Japanese.
No, literally. And then that's why I pretended to be Japanese to help fight Japan, I guess he says. But he is like a xenophobe for Japanese people. And one of the things I've always found to be really funny about like Westerners LARPing as Japanese and talking about immigration into the country is that Japanese people are very xenophobic.
Yeah.
But in terms of their hierarchy of who they're xenophobic to, it's always the Chinese and Koreans that like they first suspect as being like, the secret Chinese or the secret Korean that comes to Japan, that ruins everything in Japan. It's not just like, it's not instantly about like Indian people or people from the African continent. Like it's not like they are first and foremost xenophobic towards other Asian people. And that's why it's really funny when these guys like bring, Western attitudes about immigration to Japan. And that's another way that that's another telltale sign that these guys are being.
The reason he says that he got along with Koreans surprisingly is because remember, he has that disease where he actually like where white boy think that he's actually Japanese. So he's like, so it's surprising that I got along with the Koreans because after all, I'm one of the white Japanese.
Yeah. Well, we all suspect it has been verified. Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper, an account with over 100K followers that claim to be a Japanese nationalist living in Japan, is an account created and located in Europe. He regularly posts completely wrong information that indicates a lack of basic knowledge about Japan or the Japanese language. However, because it fits with the expectations of immigrant-hating overseas netizens, the misinformation he often posts goes viral internationally. His account recently helped spread a completely false story about a Prime Minister Takaichi directing the government to begin mass deportations. The story went so viral that the Japanese media had to react with stories pointing out it wasn't based on reality. You know? Also, yeah, people are being like,
well they're doing this. I clowned on a dude for doing this.
Yeah,
like,
they
oh,
were
you
like-
use a VPN? Like,
yeah, country of region may not be accurate. And
Like, it's so
Jeffrey,
stupid.
who is literally a
Another
fucking
reason
university professor in Japan.
Another
like,
reason
I've met him.
I despise this feature because one, like every other new feature that gets rolled out by Twitter, it's broken and it's muddled in the rollout such that like it helps defeat the purpose of what it was supposedly doing in the first place.
Yeah.
Like it's actually like the perfect X product rollout. It's buggy, it's uneven, and it mainly just inflames people calling each other racist shit.
But basically, when it came out that he was a Europe-based account that falsely claims to be a Japanese nationalist, reacted to Twitter's new location feature by posting a video claiming to be on vacation in Belgium. The post was community noted because the video is clearly not from today. I haven't been able to do my regular content as I'm currently traveling around Europe. Today, I went to St. Mary's Royal Church in Belgium, and it was beautiful. Colonel Otaku claims to be in Belgium at the St. Mary's Royal Church. Video shows visible sun and people in shirts and shorts. On 23rd, 11, it was cloudy, rainy, with temperatures ranging between 34 Fahrenheit and 41 Fahrenheit. This video is obviously stolen and watermarked to hide its origin. It's awesome.
Where do we think so he says he's British, but I also don't even know if that's true.
Yeah, your account was created via European Android. You are in Europe. Stop pretending to be Japanese. You have never once provided reliable proof that you are actually based in Japan. No, he actually admitted. Jeffrey, you're a mainstream media journalist from America pretending you live in Chiba. Wait, he tried to do a know you. I know for a fact that Jeffrey lives in Japan. What the fuck? He is literally a college professor in Japan. I have met him in Japan. He is an American living in Japan.
Yeah, but like you don't understand. You see the red line on the graphic that says
it's not a secret that he is an American citizen living in Japan.
I hear you, big dog, but I'm just saying the line underlining the word there.
Yeah, it says United States and America.
Like, you may have real knowledge, but that's what's on the screen, buddy.
Yeah. Also, the feature is inaccurate for Gaza because Motasem Al-Dalul, who is literally another journalist in Gaza, was the Israeli state actually
Also,
fucking
like it's just
the Israeli state literally said, "Oh, here it is." 196,600 followers being lied to by fake journalists claiming to be in Gaza. New X feature reveals his actual location is Poland. Reporting from Gaza is fake and not reliable. Makes you wonder how many more fake reports you've read. To add insult to injury, yes, it isn't enough that Israel killed his wife and 2 of his children. They also have lied about him. Israel knows exactly where he is at every moment. Okay? Israel knows exactly where he is at every moment, but it says his account is based in Poland. And therefore, Israel, knowing full well where he is, which he posts a video about, by the way.
Good evening. For the people who claim that I am from Poland and I'm tweeting and posting from
Poland.
I just want to tell you that if you can recognize such buildings in Poland, just tell me, please, if you can recognize.
I mean, it is like
such
fucking
things.
like heart wrenching too. That it's like,
Until
oh, it's
camps,
Poland, and it's like he's
as you
literally
see
pointing
here.
at like the fucking like smoldering ruins of Holocaust too.
Just tell me,
like it's just so
if there is
disgusting.
It's also the state that literally like killed his whole fucking family. Yeah, here's Mr. Jeffu and I in Japan.
Wait, don't say that.
No, this is the U.S.
No, wait, am I?
Yeah, see, these are British. That's English.
Oh yeah, see, this is in the United States. Case closed.
Don't joke with him like that.
It's
He
over.
loves Japan. He wants to come back.
You better get on the next flight out of here. No more 9 days, okay? But anyway, so the U.S. occupation authorities wanted to reduce the influence of communism as much as possible because.
Yeah, that's LA. That's the LA Japantown. Don't lie. It's true. Here's another one. Yeah, the Gaza industrial complex racket has never been easier to expose. Anas al-Sharif, account based in West Asia. It's like, it's crazy to say this about a dude who was assassinated in Gaza by Israel.
I mean, also just like West Asia. Where is West Asia? I
Yeah.
don't know. If you looked at a map and you were to say, what's the western part of Asia look like? Maybe Gaza would be there. Who can say? Why bother looking at a fucking map?
Like it just blows my fucking mind.
I mean, they're like, it's again, like this is why these people will just always cling to the most disgusting thing.
Yeah, here's another one too. Everyone accused me of fraud. Twitter shows my location is Australia because my campaign manager lives there. She helped me verify my account and access it whenever the internet was down. As Palestinians, we are used to facing every hardship, but we will not give up.
I am speaking to you from Australia.
Like they have to literally fucking prove that they're still in Gaza. It blows my mind. Israelis accusing people of being from Poland is jumping the shark.
That is,
I didn't even think about that. That's true. They really are relitigating all of the
like everything, man.
They're
It's
just
like-
going.
like-
they open up a copy of Mein Kampf and they're like, "What can we learn from this?
It's
Everything. Let's
disgusting.
just
And,
do.
like,
let's just do all the things."
And they do. It's like all the little things too. Like did you see when you were in China this controversy over like the flight of Gazans that was sent to South Africa? And like
I didn't see that.
Israel, like it's I haven't seen like the most latest reporting, but it was like the South Africans let these refugees in, but there was some initial confusion because they didn't have visas.
Yeah.
And it was because like they were just sent there, it looked like. And it's like reminds you of a lot of these stories that you read about like in the 30s and the Nazis and like the outset of the Holocaust and like all these like psycho games that they would play with trying to like deport and with deportation and expropriation. It just feels like it's so unpleasant and disgusting.
Yeah. There also was a moment of controversy from what I saw. Like the Department of Homeland Security was on. It said that their account was based in Israel. I don't know if it was a meme or not. People were saying that it wasn't a meme.
No, that was a meme. The one that wasn't was the Mariah Carey one.
What's Mariah
Go to her
Carey?
Twitter account. Let's see if this still works. Because I tested it and it was true. Just look up Mariah Carey's
Also,
Twitter.
yeah, APAC, Palestine News, account based in Australia, connected via Australian App Store. You're not going to believe why so many Palestinian accounts are located outside of Palestine.
It is like the most defensible fucking thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like,
just love the insinuation that Palestine is a massive foreign diaspora just waiting to come home after generations abroad. You know, that's really interesting. Maybe they should have a right to return then. If they don't want to fucking return back home, then why is Israel stressing this point all the fucking time?
Is he implying that that's bullshit? Like, I love the insinuation that there are all these Palestinians who have a diaspora and that like they do things like hold on to the keys of their family home across multiple generations in the expectation that one day they'll be able to return to the land from whence they came.
Oh, they changed it. It's West Asia now. Was it Israel?
Yes.
Why was it Israel?
I don't know. I saw somebody post it and like all the other ones, I was like, Photoshop. But that one was real.
What the fuck?
Oh, I guess the DHS one was real too? Shit.
Yeah, the DHS one, I saw someone literally do a screen recording of the video of them clicking on the about. And the DHS one was Israel initially. And then, here, look, the screen recording of the DHS account.
Dude, being Jewish is so embarrassing. It's constantly embarrassing. I feel like this is doing the thing with the cursor. Yeah, dude, this sucks. Why is that? Elon, why did you even make this an object of discussion? Like, I don't even like what
I don't know if the video is fake or not. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe the video is also fake. They could have totally faked it. I love
this. No, this one I watched myself. I
saw that shit with my own two eyes. Well, they did post about it, didn't they? Didn't they literally post about
what,
it?
DHS?
DHS, like they were like, ooh, like embarrassed GIF or something.
To quote Matt Christman, dabbing on us.
Yeah.
Just dabbing on us.
I saw that with my naked fucking eyeballs that the DHS said Israel, that Dev is a lying bitch. Where is the DHS one is definitely real. Don't get it twisted. Is account based accurate or not? It just means that like someone, social media manager that set it up.
Somebody in chat says like, oh, it may be like a firewall company or something. Like, I agree with that. Like,
Yeah,
I believe that it's actually like, it's not that like there's some like Israeli like conspiracy or something. It's not like, I'm sure that there are Israeli software products that like you do this stuff that are affecting it.
Wait, this is funny. Today, like every day, fuck Israel. Date joined January 2024. Account based in Israel. The fuck Israel hour account is also based out of Israel.
Yo, that's awesome. Who's our king?
Yeah. Oh, this was the one I was thinking of. This DHS Homeland Security account based in Tel Aviv, Israel. Date joined in Israel, and they posted this, which is like how are you gonna make a joke about that?
I mean, look, if anybody would, it's like those fucking knuckle draggers.
This is the DHS statement. I can't believe we have to say this, but this account has only ever been run and operated from the United States. Screenshots are easy to forge. Videos are easy to manipulate. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What is this? X seems to appear to have suspended the Ivanka Trump news with over 1 million followers. The account constantly posted by American politics and claimed to have voted for President Trump based on his location. It was apparently based in Nigeria. A lot of these like MAGA accounts.
I mean, also, by the way, this precedes Twitter by a certain amount. I mean, like, this is like where like BuzzFeed in the 2016 election had a pretty famous story about Macedonian teens who had figured out how to make a ton of money by just like posting like divisive MAGA slop.
Let's see.
I mean, it's ugh.
Yeah, this also is. Yeah, it's important
This
to
is
point
true.
out all
It's
these fake accounts
absolutely
targeting
true.
American conservatives because they're the easiest marks in the world.
That is 1,000,000% true. These are people like.
The
I'm
username-
sorry. No, you want to know the truth?
The
You want-
username American not being run by someone in America sums up the current state of anonymous accounts on Twitter. The American account based in Pakistan.
The proof of this is just like look at the actual ads that are supposed to not be scams that like conservative media advertises, and it tells you.
Yeah. These losers are fighting each other. Best thing Elon has given us. Hey, Grums, this tweet seems to be a dig at my friends Rhino the Bouncer and Sim Potato are in Middle East. Video games bring us all together from all walks of life and different countries. Just because they're not white dudes from the U.S. like we are does not diminish their law. I'm not white, you absolute R-word. Ian Mas Chung, this has nothing to do with your race and everything to do with you stating that my opinion doesn't matter just because I'm not American. Oh my God, they're fighting each other.
What?
They're fighting each other. The general, the 1776 general, account based in Turkey.
But now, hold on.
Chill now. Chill. Cool on that. Chill on that. Okay? Fucking chill on that, dude. Listen, the general, he's one of my guys.
I just love though. I do kind of also believe that like American culture is like still weird and everywhere, and our brain rot is everywhere. That like, what are these people like? They're not doing it for money. They're just like in it for the love of the fucking game.
Yeah, they just like, well, Ian Miles Chong.
Like Ian Miles Chong.
Like,
although I mean, maybe he's made money. I don't know. Didn't these things show that he's in Dubai or something?
He is in Dubai now. Yeah, no, he's been living in Dubai. Still never been to America, by the way.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
This is my shocked face.
We are Charlie Turk. Oh no. Yeah, Ian Miles wrong LARPs as though he's an American, and in my headcanon he does it because he wants to believe it. Like he wants to do the secret. He wants to act as though
I
if he
want to
says
be
it
a
enough.
real boy.
Yeah. Wait, what? Ian's having a rough one after the rumor spread that he was about to be Laura Loomer's baby daddy.
What? That's just
Laura Loomer is reportedly pregnant with Ian Miles Chong's child.
I don't need this. Is just bullshit. This is slop. Sorry.
I know.
I don't need to see that.
Is this account based and feature newish? I'm not on Twitter much anymore. Yes, it's new. It was a big point of contention for the longest fucking time. So now they have. Yeah, I mean this.
Yeah. Like he oversteps his boundaries often. I mean, also like, look, I want to emphasize like Ian Miles Chong is like beyond stupid. Like the man, like it's such a great like it's like part of this is like to make this kind of fuck up. Like I understand it when like the accounts that like don't go by their real name and are under instead like I don't know like Groiper Madness or whatever. Like I get it when the mask slips with them or when they blow it, but like you have like one job, dude.
Yeah. Ian Miles Chong got chased out of Malaysia for being too pro-Israel, so he went to the.
Oh,
only,
that was really
he
fun.
went to the,
Dude, that was really funny when he got in trouble with the Malaysian government.
He went to the Islam Israel.
Because Malaysia is like one of those countries where it says in the passport, like this passport is valid for every country except for Israel.
And America too, I think, right? Or no, maybe it is valid for America. It's the most like anti-America country on the planet.
I'm not, based on the people I've met there, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, well, that and Turkey.
It makes sense why he didn't fit the fuck in.
Yeah. It's just got to be so strange. Like if they only knew who Ian Miles Wrong was in Malaysia, they beat his ass all the time, I think. But oh yeah, there was an execution trend, if you remember.
Yes. People
online are fantasizing about Malaysia cracking down. Yeah. Malaysian right-wing commentator and social media influencer Ian Miles Chong was quick to dispel rumors spreading.
Also, I just gotta say, man, it was such a weird world we live in where there's like articles from like Henry Luce's Time magazine, once the most like popular and influential magazine in like print publication in the entire world, and now it's just like this week on Ian Miles Chong's Twitter account.
Yeah. Well, Newsweek wrote about me fucking being stopped by the police at
That's true. Although Newsweek has just been owned by crazy Christians for like a decade and a half now.
Joey Manorino, U.S. Wait, what? This motherfucker is also not from... Wait, I thought this guy was in America. This guy's not in America either?
Manorino is like... Wait, what?
But it's
what does he say?
US.
Go to click on his account. What is he? What's
This
his?
is not my America. Deport them all.
Yeah, but what's he say on his profile? 'Cause
Important context. This user is not from America, as their profile shows that they're from
but
Europe.
let's see what his excuse is.
American citizen born in Philadelphia.
Okay, well there you go. Born in Philadelphia. I mean, it makes sense. Manorino, like the Pittsburgh crime family, the Pittsburgh mob was the Manorino family. Like it's a
Conservative, working with conservative movements in the U.S. and EU, remigration.
So he's just in Europe.
Wait, but his people at a certain point were being pushed out, you know? Laura
the
Loomer on the
Italian?
allegations. Stop lying. One, I'm not pregnant. And two, my boobs aren't that big. Wait, what? That's kind of funny. That's a funny way to respond to this accusation. But leaving room for
the idea that you did like have sex with the well, that's actually the thing you want to leave open in a conversation like this is you want to leave open the possibility in everybody's imagination that you, Laura Loomer, had awesome backbreaking, like sweaty, like like fluid filled, disgusting sex with Ian Miles Chong.
Yeah, war hamster, America first, common sense, critical thinking. Son of liberty. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't think folks from foreign countries should be allowed to vote in our elections.
All right, new game show that I just came up with. Somebody shows you one of these accounts and you have to guess which country it's from.
I mean, this one I wouldn't have thought UAE, you know? It's awesome. Did you see Erica Kirk talked about her hug with JD?
Did you see
what?
people didn't understand the hug
Let's
that you
go,
and
let's
JD
go.
had?
Dude, don't they realize addressing this stuff makes it way worse? Like
No, because they are stupid.
It gives it legitimacy. Like
Because they are dum-dums.
Every conspiracy theorist believes this now, you know? Wait, oh fuck, I lost it.
No, it's to the right, to the right. To the right.
You're on
The
their
far
list
right
now.
one.
Wait,
Forgive
no,
me.
wait, don't
Oh,
do
there
that.
it is, yeah.
What the, no, wait.
Hold on, let me close all these fucking tabs. I opened too many tabs. We are Charlie Kirk. Also, what? Isha was caught not wearing her wedding ring. Oh,
yeah, that
Usha.
one I saw, but that doesn't mean that, like,
yeah.
If you know married people, then you know that doesn't always mean something.
See, people didn't understand the hug that you and JD had. They went to the weirdest places, Erica.
Oh my gosh, you guys, please.
Is
So
she
for
just like crying all the time? What's happening?
those of you who know me, I'm a very, I hug is
Yes,
like.
you're an intense hugger. It's
Whoever
awesome.
is like hating on a hug needs a hug themselves. I will give you a free hug
This is just
anytime
like
you want a hug. My love
fueling it
language
to
is
me.
touch. If
Bro, they put the photo. They put the photo up of her grabbing his head. His hair.
Can I grab your head when I hug you?
No, that would be gay as hell, bro. That love language is touch. Okay, you're caressing his hair. His hair is rubbing through the inside of your fingers. That's crazy.
you will, but seriously, that hug.
Bro,
so
when a Republican
I will give you a
says love
play-by-play.
language, I feel like a species
Walking,
somewhere
they
dies.
just
Jesus
played the
Christ.
emotional video. I'm walking over, he's walking over, I'm starting to cry. He says, he's so proud of you. And I say, God bless you. And I touch the back of his head. Anyone who I've hugged that
Also,
I
wait,
have
sorry,
touched
pause.
the back.
She is like describing, right, like what should be like an emotional experience. Like my husband who was gunned down by ostensibly, at least in the narrative I'm selling, a political terrorist. And the vice president of the country came up to me and she's fucking talking about it like she's in the locker room of a post game describing like a player, you know, like a funny interaction she had with somebody else in the court. Like, I don't fucking get this, dude. Like, this is now I believe that she went up to JD Vance and whispered in his
Back
ear all
shots.
like exactly like she
Back
just
shots.
she just like she just like whispered in his ear.
The new meta is that she's 8 weeks pregnant, but Charlie was killed 10 weeks ago. I've heard that. People are so ruthless. People are so ruthless on the internet, man. And in the next video, she talks about hoping she's pregnant with Charlie's kid when he was killed. Are you fucking serious?
You know that
Your
she was a
head when I hug
turkey
you,
baster lady.
I always say, God bless you.
Oh my God, she got the IDF cum brigade to come in and extract.
Yeah, she got the semen demons to come.
Yeah, the goon squad.
That's just me. If you want to take that out of context, go right ahead. Again, that to me shows that you need a hug more than anyone else. So If anyone,
they were acting like you touched the back of his ass.
Misunderstands why everyone is laughing at you.
I feel like I wouldn't get as much hate if I
Bro,
did
okay,
that.
it's not about touching the back of your ass. You grabbed his head.
Yeah, but she does that with everybody, she says. You don't understand.
Well, now she has to do it to everybody so that nobody thinks that, you know, she wants to get it on or whatever.
But no, seriously. So now when I go and hug people, I'll bring them back in and be like, I obviously didn't give you the right hug. Like, come let me touch the back of your head.
Go?
I don't know what to do with my
Can't
hands.
touch the head. What can I touch?
I know.
You must be desperate for subs to watch this. Wait, what? Why? What would this do for subs? I'm confused by this line of reasoning. Doesn't explain the couch leather pants. I mean, it doesn't explain a lot unless you assume that there is, you know, sexual intercourse taking place. But also, maybe she got emotional after seeing JD sing like this. You've seen this, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Forgive me. So you did?
This is no Trump, Biden, Chinese.
Oh, yeah.
That's the actual goat.
Carry the flame.
I do like the AI's idea of like who's in these crowds.
This is a Holy Bible on fire, Noah. Did you see that?
Yes.
He's lit the Holy Bible on fire. He's like, I'm the Antichrist.
You mean
now.
the Holy Bile?
Yeah, the Holy Biole. The Holy Biole. I went to Publix a few months ago. There's a dude that had the "We Are Charlie Kirk" on the back of his shirt.
No, I will one up you. I remember 2 years ago. I was like driving in downtown Nashville, and I like look, you know, I squint and I'm like, no fucking way. And on the back of the like windshield of the car in front of me was a cat turd bumper sticker.
Oh, that's amazing. That's a real one.
That was like, I was like, this is the best day of my life.
Wait, this is actually real? Yeah, this is a real image of the millions of Charlie Kirks that they've actually created. But it's interesting because like they did literally create a million Charlie Kirks, just not in the way that they thought they would. Because now Generation Alpha and Zoomers are so ruthless that they're Kirkifying everybody.
Yeah, that's true. They really are like the nihilism thing with them. Like they're willing to take any situation and Photoshop Charlie Kirk's faces on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cooked. Yeah, I have reversed my position on saying I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to perish. Now I am afraid of perishing and then having every corner of the internet make fun of me. So sorry, I'm gonna hold out for a lot longer now. Inshallah. Anyway, there's also this.
Did get married.
Yes.
You have 2 kids.
2 precious babies.
And you told me this in private, but
Oh, Jonah
how
Platt,
many
did you
kids
hit
did you
your
guys
head?
want to have?
This was
I
funny.
wanted to have 4. Yeah. And I was praying to God that I was pregnant when he got murdered.
Oh, wow.
It's weird, right? That's like a weird thing to say, right?
This is like Goyim shit to me. Sorry. This is like where I'm like, this is like when I learned about like,
Bro,
like,
this is
like when people told me like, oh, we do open caskets. I'm like, that's fucking weird.
You said this is Goyim shit, except this is literally also Israel shit. This is literally
Israelis are Goyim to me.
Yeah, this is post
They're
October
not,
7. Post October 7, the
Yes.
Israeli cum brigade coming out and being like,
it's like look, these are not the Semites I know. Okay, it's just
it just like doesn't
it's
make
bad, man.
I don't understand it. I feel like this is a very strange thing to do.
I thought of that once. Just like whether it was
Open
meant to
casket,
be or
you're
whether
right,
we.
though.
I know.
Unless it's embalmment, which is the communist way.
I mean, I guess.
No, communist involvement is goated.
It's.
Wait, did you see Ho Chi Minh? You were in Vietnam.
No, it was closed when we went.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. Like, I would like to see it.
We did the. I mean, you should. I mean, there's so much cool shit that you.
The
could, in
older
that
it
vein.
gets, though, the worse the involvement is because they just didn't have the tech at the time. So the latest revolutionaries that passed away have like better involvement techniques. Israel's GOP, Goyim occupied government. It's true. True.
Goyim
We'd get
occupied
news
place.
like that.
I was like, oh goodness, that would be the ultimate blessing out of this catastrophe. So now when I see a young couple,
The Come Brigade didn't offer their services because Charlie was about to turn on Israel. He was
Bro,
so
that
close.
was like that. Now
Yeah.
it's coming down. Now I see.
I tell them, please, like, don't put it off. Especially if you're a young woman, don't put it off. You can always have a career. You can always, go back to work.
Pause.
You can never just.
And this is important, chat. You never know when the love of your life is about to get shot to death in a public assassination in front of a ton of other people. You just never know. Your career, the thing that you're working toward your whole life, and that like is gonna, be in your life regardless of what happens, that can go on the back burner. What's really important is to act before the love of your life gets domed in the most televised assassination literally in the history of humanity, something that will make the JFK assassination feel like it happened in the fucking like time of Attila the Hun. Yeah.
It was filmed by, there was no Zapruder footage because it was like
It was like literally like
everyone is the Zapruder.
Well, and it was like this horrible thing too of like the weird, like the gnarly thing too, where it was like there was a really gross version of it that showed exactly what happened. And
I saw it.
Yeah, same. I mean, it was all. I mean, it was like I mean, if there's something I feel bad about, it's that like his kids and his wife have to like see the footage of him like dying over and over again. But
or
evidently,
the million Charlie Kirks that has spawned.
No, that I don't mind. That is like,
Go back to
they get to see
having
his
children
face everywhere.
and
It's
they
like he
grow
never left.
so fast and so quickly. But I was praying. Both of us were. We were really excited to just expand our family.
He still hasn't impregnated Chatter. True. I apologize.
Boy and girl. I know.
One day they'll find out. Right now they're just, little
know.
loves, and one day they'll find out that they're.
This also false. The motherhood penalty is so bad, and it's harder to go back each year, and you make less. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway,
No, she's talking about how like if you have a kid like early on in like beginning of your career, like it's like working women know it's like the incredible toll that it exacts to like be a mother and also be in the workplace. I mean, it's tough. It's like there's no easy answers in 2025.
All right. Well, I know I said I was gonna play video games today, but I'm too fucking tired, chat. So that's all I got for today. You have to give me a little bit of grace here, because I am, I'm actually still nursing this jet lag. But Noah, are you gonna be on the broadcast tomorrow? Are you
Sure,
gonna be
yeah,
here?
I'm around.
All right, Noah will be on tomorrow as well.
Why not?
Oh my God, this is so low. I don't know why this audio is so low, but anyway. Love you guys. No grace at all? Okay, well, you have to give me some grace, okay? Because I'm tired. And also, you know what? For that reason,
God damn it.
I'm actually going to change the outro song, okay?
You fucked up.
Here's the full song you've been searching for. Here at the end.
He stood unshaken.
All right, love you guys. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.
A man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid.